because Ger's more experienced from a game point of view, so he'd be your analyst, expert analyst, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's just go here and see how you carry the can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And a good morning and welcome to the fourth and final day.
No picture.
And a good morning and welcome to the fourth and final day of the CSA for Division 1 4-day competition between the DP World Lions and Goldrush Boland. It is, of course, here at the Wanderers. My name is Mbali and I'm joined by my friend Gert. We are continuing from where we left off yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunately the Lions are also continuing where they left off yesterday. They should have picked up that last wicket earlier. But 263 for 9, halfway through the innings. We didn't think we were going to get here, but a fantastic hand played by Sean van Berg and also Glenton Steerman, getting his second 50 in his career and not that far apart from each other, only about a decade.
Yeah. Talk about longevity, being in the game for long, which was early in his career where he scored his first half a century, that is in 2015-2016 season. He had to wait a decade, like you said, and yeah.
It's actually been very impressive. He played one proper shot straight over the bowler's head, which would not have pleased Vian Mulder whatsoever. He's one of those real fighters in this Goldrush Boland team. Normally with ball in hand, but this time just showed he's got some fortitude with bat in hand as well. And very well done by Nyaka as well, hanging around with him after the departure of Sean van Berg.
Yeah, Nyaka has been in it since yesterday. Should have been wrapped up yesterday, but here we've had to come back again.
Oh, outside edge found, and Mbali, just to clarify on that, Nyaka has faced 40 deliveries for his 5 runs, and Glenton Steerman is 61 of 71. So there's definitely something in it for the batters if they can just get themselves in.
It's going to be a very interesting day. Just thinking what the captains are thinking, both from both these sides. Will Dom want to come back and bowl? Or will he want to just bat throughout the day and play for a draw? But I think we still can get a result here.
Well, anything can happen in this beautiful game of cricket, and we still got the voice of the legendary Aslam Kota coming in a bit later on, who will definitely shed some light. He's been in more change rooms, I think, than you and I, and a part of more conversations than we've ever been. So he's actually mentioned that they already have a 100-run lead. Might come in for a bit of a dart, and then just before lunch or after lunch, send Goldrush Boland in and hope for a complete collapse. You never know. Coaching staff might just have a trick or two up their sleeves.
Field is evenly spread. When Glenton Steerman is the one facing the ball, we saw how he's very powerful and can hit the ball a very long way compared to when Nyaka is the one facing. They're also giving him one. They want to bowl at Nyaka because he seems to be the difficult character to deal with.
Yeah, they feel that they can get him out, but at the moment he's faced 40 deliveries already. He's played and missed a few. This new ball this morning has definitely zipped around a little bit more. The mind games of Vian Mulder, just making sure that that fine leg goes a little bit finer and backward square goes a little bit more.
Glad to leave that one. Just don't play at everything.
Yeah, happy to leave it. It was the last delivery of the over. They might bring in 1 or 2 just to stop the one, making sure that Bayer Swanepoel has got another crack at Nyaka.
Once again, a field change. Spoke about it. Players have come in, going to try and prevent the one of the last delivery. One thing about Clanton is not afraid of the short ball. He's not afraid to take on the short ball. We've seen him going after it yesterday and executing, getting the full maximum. If my memory serves me well, I think it hit 3 for 6.
Yeah, he's one of those characters that won't shy away. But most fast bowlers and bowling all-rounders are happy hookers. They don't mind getting in behind the ball. They normally know what the plan is.
But that, spoke about it, bowled it short, and he rocks back and pulls it for 4 runs. Clanton Stearman continues where he left off last night.
Clanton Stearman, a lovely short arm jab, playing it in front of square, through mid-wicket. And you can just see a little caucus there with Bayer Swanepoel, the captain, the keeper Estrays, and everyone just hanging around there. Even Zubair Hamza, maybe giving some words of advice. So come now, lad. We had this talk. We don't want to be here for that much longer, and we want to make sure that we've got that 100-run lead intact when we come into bat.
Yeah. So far they've bowled 6 overs since the start. The early start that we've had this morning at 9:30, and surely they thought by 10 o'clock would have wrapped this thing up. Still 4 minutes to 10, so still within.
Nyaka fixing his front leg after he played the shot there. Got into position a little bit late there, but well dealt with in the end.
Signs of a tail ender. Oh, beautiful delivery from Swanepoel there. Clearly the ploy is just to keep the Lions toiling as much as they can. Luckily it's not a hot summer morning as yet. The sun is out a bit.
Yeah, the sun has come out. There's still a couple of clouds in the sky, just cooling everything down. And just making sure that everyone is keeping nice and cool. Just like yesterday morning, there's a cold breeze coming in from the west. Doesn't look like there's any rain predicted. So another full day of cricket. Still 100 overs to go in Boland.
Yeah, 100 overs of great cricket coming up.
Clanton Stearman's highest score is 86. He would like to improve that. He's well on his way. He's looking phenomenal on 68.
Yeah, one always wants to get one over or do better than their highest score. And what a great way it would be to do it here at the DP World Wanderers in one of the World Cup venues. Now that was a bit solid from the batsman. So he's gaining in confidence.
You can even see him looking around. He might be getting some batting tips from the guys in that slip cordon. 4 slips to attend to. Then also the keeper. Yesterday's in there, a lovely 79 as well. So he might be telling him, listen, this is what I did. Just follow the lead. Beg your pardon, it's 3 slips in a gully and then a backward point. And they've got fine leg on the fence for Bayer Swanepoel, but that's about it. It's all-out attack, and now Bayer Swanepoel is changing his line. While he's coming around the wicket to create this angle to bring in those slips, he might be going across the right-hander.
And immediately teasing Nyaka there to go for a cut. And hopefully he gets the edge or hits one and it flies off to either the gully.
That was exactly the plan. He just wants him to maybe cut, get a little feather on it, get off the park. But it's another over gone, 87 bowled. This new ball is only 7 overs old. So 268 for the loss of 9. Here's the Goldrush Boland, making a tremendous fight of it after they were, I think, 151 for 8.
Yeah, that 70-odd partnership, the 9th wicket partnership, really was a pain, and it is starting to show this morning.
Well, even this partnership is worth 33. So the last 2 wickets, way over 100 runs.
That's a good attribute for a team where you know that you bet till the very, very last person in the team. Well played. Clinton Stearman continues where he left off and seems to be gaining in confidence. You wouldn't think this is a guy that came in at number 8.
Yeah, well, actually, came in at number 10. Clinton Stearman. He joined the number 8, Sean van Berg, for that 9th wicket.
Beautiful movement there. Ball swinging in the air and pitching, but Stearman managing to keep it up and keep it out.
Looking at Stearman's record, he looks a much better batter than the average of 12 would suggest. It's not just based on this innings. If you actually look at the shots he's played, the technique he's shown when defending, it actually looks like a pretty decent bat. The 33-year-old might have not done himself justice with the bat in his career. Born in Oudtshoorn.
I just think it ducked there. Didn't really show that he saw the ball, but did very well to get under it and just make sure that it did not hit him. That is Nyaka there.
Yeah, very attacking for Nyaka. Everyone in close. See that slip forward and also just looking at the pitch, maybe practicing a few shots, making sure they're ready for their innings to come.
That's a wild swing and a miss from Nyaka. For a moment, he thought, this I'm definitely going to hit.
You'll have to try
Bit quick for him.
up here because you see, you can't see the bowler running up.
If he actually stood still, he
You
would have
can't see the
smashed it.
wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
Ball fell away in the shot there.
It needs
If he
to be.
stood still, he would have smashed
But
it
like
right
I said,
over
sir,
extra cover. Even if he
this
edged
is
it, it would
not
have gone
our
over the
level
slips.
of expertise.
It did
There's ways to
really have a
mitigate
wild
these
swing
things,
at
but
it.
We won't know them because this is not where we are supposed to be. You understand?
I'm not blaming you.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no,
saying
I'm-
let's get it right.
No,
Together, we're a team here.
I'm understanding that, sir. But there's a
Beautiful
certain way that these
delivery
people want it.
and well played by
And
Nyaka as it
without
drives
that,
it straight on,
That's better.
and it does get to the boundary. A beautiful shot.
And if you can get more of
Blakey is extremely quick across the park and he couldn't get there. And Nyaka, what a shot down the ground. That is pure timing. Just a push using the pace of Jan Mulder.
The view is.
He says, thank you very much. I'll pick up a 4-1.
Then you might as well be listening to it.
Just lets that one go. Very happy to let that one go. It is, of course, the end of the over. It's 273 for 9. Now the deficit moves to just 101. Clinton Stearman on 68 not out and Nyaka on 9 not out. So far, very interesting contest this morning. First 30 minutes of the game of the fourth and final day of the CSA Division 1 4-day competition for 2025-2026.
Kawa Pizza coming in, the lady. It's not had the best of time. Well, a couple of decent deliveries to Sean van Berg and Lenton Stierman when he came in, but with this new ball, we'll get a little bit extra pop from this crease. The deck still looks amazing. It's still lush green. Not a lot of cricket has been played over the 4 days, so it's not your average fourth day pitch. I think batting will be very easy on it. I think it's flattened out quite a lot.
Because we've had the pitch under covers for a while, this is probably day 2, day 3 on the pitch.
And also Nyaka closing in on his best ever score. In fact, he's passed it by 1. He's on 9. His previous best was 8. So congratulations to Nyaka. He's just improved his previous best. Kaba Pizza to Stierman.
That's a really wild start from Ngaba Peter. All that Clinton Stierman did was just touch the ball, and it does go for 4. He was just, and he signals to his batting partner that that's where I was aiming, right at the scoreboard or between the scoreboard. Interesting field. You've got a sweeper, you've got an extra cover, you've got a long on and long off. So they're willing to give him 1 just to get him off strike. That is Clinton Stierman as he continues. Balls it a bit further away from Stierman, so he really tempting him. They're saying, go after it.
I think the whole idea with this field is to give Stierman 1 and then have him bowl at Nyaka. Stierman on 70 runs. The deficit is now under 100. And if they reach 300 from here, they'll get another batting bonus point, and that would put both teams on equal terms on the points of the log, because they were 1 point ahead was the Goldrush Boland, and now the Lions are 1 point ahead. So if they can get right up to 300 with this partnership, which is 43 runs already, they are right even Stevens again with the Lions.
Was definitely Nyaka would have to deal with 2 deliveries this over, and Peters will, I think probably the ball that you'd want to bowl is a googly, as is dealing with a tailender who may not be able to read the ball as Stierman would be. But hey, we're talking about a man who's just improved his batting with a single digit here.
You mention it, improvements in improvement, even if it's 1. Kaba Peter to Nyaka.
Balls the down leg. Doesn't really trouble Ngaba Peter. Well collected by the keeper there. Just happy to fend that one off. Starting to become frustrated are the Lions. Captains are really talking now. As you can see, Dom Hendricks is having a conversation with Mitch van Buren. What is ideal here? Take that back.
Yeah, I had a bit of a chat. Looks like it's Delana Botgitter there. Just to say, listen, this is what we want to do. This is what we expect.
Yeah.
Just bowl one of those heavy pearlers that you bowl and just get the off stump out of the ground, please. I really feel lucky I want to have a bat. Scored a 51 in the first innings, that Dom Hendricks. So he'll be burning to get out there again, especially on the deck as it is now.
Yeah, Dom Hendricks wants to get it over and done with this morning. Talk about that heavy ball. You can see from the reaction of Clinton Stearman, it got to him much quicker than he expected it, and goes down and does a bit of gardening to say, hey, there's a bit of pace here. This pitch is very live.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of extra bounce, and that's what it really does do. It will give you that extra bit of bounce because he really hits the deck nice and hard. So he'll give you that something extra, he'll give you that something different. No, big appeal.
That's it. Beautiful delivery. Brought in and it does the job. Delano Peter Pretorius has just been brought in and does break this stubborn partnership. Goldrush Boland have been bowled out for 278 runs. Just short of his best. That is Clinton Stearman, who stood out for most of yesterday afternoon and this morning, and he goes for 71 runs, having faced 85 deliveries, and he had been at the wicket for 137 balls. Very interesting. Next 10 minutes, gonna hear from the decision that we'll be seeing the decision that will be taken by the captains. Do they come out and just bet out the entire day, or do they try and get a positive result in a win?
Well, it's going to be all about the runs. Got a nice deficit of 90-odd runs. Clinton Stearman did a fantastic job. Nyaka carrying his bat for his best, personal best. You can just see, apart from the openers, everyone got a bit of a go. 28 runs by Kaplan. Gajima did well as well. So everyone's got runs under the belt. We saw Avive Gajima's 50, 21 from Clyde Fortuin, 27 from Jedley Brevis. Then also Leon Botha was the other one not scoring double figures. He went for 7 when it was given LBW to Bjorn Fortuin. Then the partnership between Sean van Berg and Clinton Stearman. Oh, what a partnership that was. That really saved the innings. And then this partnership of close to 50 between Stearman and Nyaka, really frustrating the DP World Lions. But we'll be back in about 10 minutes time to find out exactly how the Lions are going to go about this. They're going to be batting, they have to bat again. The deficit is less than 150, so they have to come out and bat again. And what the plan would be, are they going to come out guns blazing and put some runs on the board and have Boland bat again, or they're just going to have some pitch time? Join us again in about 10 minutes time, where we'll get the innings of DP World Lions.
And welcome back to the DP World Wanderers, where the third innings is about to get underway here in this match between the Lions and also the Goldrush Boland. And a fist of it certainly did the Goldrush Boland make, and especially with the contributions of Steerman. His 71 coming off 85 balls was vital to at least making sure that the deficit was going to be below the 3 digits. It is in fact 96 is the lead for the Lions, and how do they capitalize on it this morning? So Steerman, who's just had a wonderful afternoon and an early morning with the bat in hand, has now got the ball in hand and will look to make early inroads. So just make sure that they can have, what do they say, add a bit of nervousness into the Lions with some early wickets. So 3 slips in a gully. And as soon as the last wicket fell, that off Steerman, then Dominic Hendricks immediately summoned the heavy roller. So they still feel that there's a great chance on this heavily grassed pitch that it will play well enough for them to get at least another 200 runs within the next session and a half. Remember, it is an extended session. So Steerman starts. It's a very straight delivery. The 2 openers, Richards and Hendricks. Hendrick, the left-hander, on the far side. And I'm sure that they must have discussed all of this, Gert. How do we go? At what pace do we go? And how much time do we then need a little later to try and bowl these guys out? So clearly their first intention would be to get runs on board, to make sure that they don't leave too much of room and time for the opposition. And amazingly, yesterday, the third day, we got in the full 100 overs. And today, 104 was the number of overs that was planned for the day. So 10 were bowled, and 94 overs remain in the day's play. So I'm sure that Dominic Hendricks and company will be looking up at that scoreboard and getting their ideas, hopefully, to fruition within the next hour or two. Good morning again, Gert.
Aslam, thank you very much. I think the conversation in the dressing room would have been very simple. Keep it simple, get runs on the board. Especially someone like Josh Richards, who lost his wicket pretty early in the first innings. Get some runs under the belt. Get some confidence going. The heavy roller would have flattened this pitch out even more. So I think it will be basically the top 4, how Hamza, Mulder, Richards and Hendricks go, that will determine how many runs they need to bowl out the Goldrush Boland again, and if they're going to have enough time. Because if there's something still in this pitch, those 4 will be the ones to identify it and say, listen, this is the target, this is what we need, then we need these amount of overs. There's still 94 overs to go in the day. So would they be able to bowl them out in 2 sessions? It went well up until that 8th wicket.
Correct. Very interesting last session we saw yesterday. 2 very, very important partnerships. We were just discussing it. 84 for the 9th wicket between the pairing of Van Berg and Steerman. He's bowled beautifully again this morning. It's a good start. He's made Josh Richards literally play at every delivery, and he's kept it on that 5th stump line. And then, of course, for the this morning, we saw another 43 runs added from the overnight score of 253, eventually 278, and Steerman, the last man out, for 71. Only his 2nd first-class 50 in a career that's now panned a good 10 seasons. So ever reliable he is. He's with the ball in hand now. Welcome back to the Wanderers. The Lions innings just underway. Pardon the short break. Nyaka's sharing the new ball with Glanton Steerman, and both Richards and Hendricks off the mark. The reason we were off air for those few minutes, there's been a power issue at the Wanderers for a number of days because of all the maintenance work that's going on here. So please just bear with us, but I'm sure that it will be uninterrupted from now on. So interesting field set for Nyaka. Just one slip a gully and then a leg slip in position. This is neatly steered by Josh Richards.
Yeah, he's also changed his line coming around the wicket to Joshua Richards. I would love to have Joshua Richards just spend some time in the crease and enjoy a bit of a partnership with Dominic Hendricks, who scored 51 in that first innings. Konam Nyaka was the pick of the bowlers for the Goldrush Boland. Oh, going nice and full. This one is played through mid-wicket and it's going to be 2 runs. Dominic Hendricks just leaned on this one. Great shot. To bring the over to a close, it's 2 overs gone. It's 6 without loss. And 51 came off 84 deliveries for Dominic Hendricks. And Joshua Richards is off his peb. He's on 2 already of 9 deliveries. And as I mentioned, Nyaka picking up early wickets in that first innings for the Lions. Clinton Steelman is operating with 3 slips and a gully, and then also a deep point and a fine leg. As the wind has just picked up here at DP World Wanderers. Just see the trees just bobbing and weaving.
Well, bowled again. Ball just takes the thick outside edge. So it's going to be a very attritional period, this, because both teams want to look to get ahead, especially in this hour. As you just mentioned, Ger, wickets are obviously prime concern as far as Boland are concerned. And the Lions not losing wickets is one of their concerns. And at what pace do they actually go? Because clearly a win here is vital for both teams. We've been emphasizing the fact that they are the Boland are 3rd and the Lions are 6th on the log, with just a point separating them. That's just had a slight changeover now, since the number of points that were gained, bonus points that were gained in that first innings. So the Lions just now slightly ahead, but clearly they want to push ahead, because after this round of fixtures that will be complete by today, there are 2 more left in the early part of February next year, and that will determine the 2 teams that will get into the final. So much to play for, and we'll go over some of the results as well yesterday. Good to see that one of the games actually finished in the 3 days.
Yeah, it was one of those games that was the most unlikely almost to go in the 3 days. The team that was struggling to pick up a win all of a sudden went and completely destroyed the Dolphins. The Titans finally pick up a win in their 5th match after losing 4 on the bounce. Hosted the Dolphins, and within 3.5 days decided we're done.
Yeah, excellent win for them. I think they needed some performance of that stature or magnitude to just get them into a positive frame of mind. So they've plugged the boundary gaps, and they've gone for 2 slips, and then 2 fielders deep on the offside, just short of the boundary at deep 3rd man and also at deep point. And then the conventional fine leg, maybe slightly wider. And then a wideish square mid-wicket adjacent to the umpire out of your picture. So any gaps found in that area will be very profitable to the likes of Richards and Hendricks. They've only got an extra cover in position. He's slightly shortish. He's neither too far or too far in, too far back or too far in. And then you've got the conventional mid-off. So just to give us an idea as to exactly what the plan is, and that tells me that it's a semi-defensive field here. Your thoughts?
I think it's that balance between let's attack maybe with 2 slips and a cover that will finish up very close to the square. Maybe we pick up a wicket with an up-pitch drive, and then also let's defend the runs. So it's that balance between they want the wickets, but also they don't want the Lions to get off to a flyer, because that will cause them to maybe bat again, and then they might just be, we saw them 151 for 8. This time the tail might not be able to save them. But then again, if they only need to chase 150, what a pleasure that would be.
Absolutely right. Yeah, so, and that's what I said yesterday as well, or was it the day before? From where we are, it's all about conjecture, what we think is moves afoot as far as the captain is concerned for the fielding team. And this also gives me an idea that they are obviously looking to block the runs, because the lead is already 105. One slip in the gully for Akona Mnyaka.
It was very successful over the wicket, so not really sure why it's coming around the wicket. Might be a situation where they just want to try something different.
Yeah, he picked up the wickets of Josh Richards, and then also Zubair Hamza after it had got to that superb 100. And then there was one more to for Mnyaka. Yeah, he got Seletswane, caught and bowled, a magnificent piece of cricket that was. So he's around the wicket now, going really wide, and that's beautifully punched, but for no reward.
Yeah, no ball given. He's touched that side crease. The rule there is that you don't even have to break the line. If your back foot just graze over it, it is a no ball. So he wanted to go a little bit wider and then just touch that side crease line.
And so it's more about the front foot touching that line, because the back foot can actually be outside of that return crease. He's gone wide again. This is pulled across the line. There's a fielder in position to cut it down to just a single. So was it perhaps the return crease, or was it the popping crease itself where he overstepped? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the rule is that your front foot can actually cross the sideline, but your back foot is not allowed to. That's why you got your leg spinners that comes in with the angle, always jumping over it. They can step on it with their front foot, but the back foot can never touch. So that was always a law that confused me a little bit, because what's good for the one is good for the other, I always felt.
So bowling to the right-hander, he's preferred to go around the wicket. To the left-handed Hendricks, he's gone over the wicket again, Akona Mnyaka. I always feel, and you probably did a lot, you did a lot more bowling than I ever did. I was the best net bowler, by the way, I might just add. I played everybody into good form. That when you look to swap around all the time, then you fail to find your rhythm, unless you really have a definite plan.
I think especially if it's in your second over of your spell already.
Mm-hmm.
You've got one slip, you've got a gully. When you start off with two slips, you're coming around the wicket. Creating that angle across is almost a little bit better, just to get the rhythm going and then maybe change up. But Joshua Richards hasn't shown anything to suggest that he's uncomfortable with the angle. So maybe just stick to the plan that worked in the first innings. Going over the wicket, swinging it back in. Let him play the false shot.
He's got a 4-man leg side field, fine leg, deep square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Angling it into the right-hander. His offside field, as you can see in your picture, one slip of gully. A deep third man, very square. And then just two fielders in front of square on the offside. So he's given him a very balanced field. So keep it as straight as possible. Don't give too much away. I get the notion early on that it's really about just curtailing the runs and maybe going away with a draw. And that's just a hunch.
Well, that would be probably if you Goldrush Boland, because bonus points and that sort of thing are pretty even Stevens. Lines might have just crept up a little bit, but we'll wait for the final tally to come through. But Goldrush Boland might just feel that they still are ahead of the Lions. Not just us, who's got the great Andrew Sampson as statisticians. Every team has got their own statistician as well, so they'll be doing the math. Also, the fact that there's still a couple of games to go. If I'm not mistaken, each team after this has got 2 more games to go.
Boland have both games at home against the Western Province and then also against the Dragons, so Northwest Dragons. So they've got 2 home games to complete their season. 2 slips for Steerman. Up on his toes, beautifully played, square off the wicket. That's a skillful shot, opening the face of the bat, playing it off the back foot out to the offside region for a single.
I like the fact that Steerman is sticking to over the wicket to the left-hander. Does get nice shape into the left-hander and away from the right-hander, as you can see with the field. It's got 3 slips, and the gully has just been pushed back to a 3rd man on the fence, and then that 3rd man is coming around. He's on backward point, right on the fence as well, and then they've got long leg on the fence. Everyone else is in front of the wicket, very straight. Steerman just starting with the wrong foot there. The whole of mid-wicket, they've got a wideish mid-on, but anything else through mid-wicket, there's a lot of work to be done by that fielder.
Well, this field is telling, the field from 14, the captain is telling his bowler that it has to be an offside line, nothing short. Mid-on and deep square leg, backward square leg, that's the leg side field. Yeah, this is a good touch from touch shot or touch cricket from Josh Richards. He knows the fielders are deep. If he just angles it nicely into that area, he'll pick up the single, rotate the strike. The lead now 110. We'll keep our eyes on the sky to make sure that light will be good all the way through and that there's no threat of rain or lightning as we had on the most of the second day, where as many as 68 overs were lost. And then we'll keep an eye on the number of overs left. So there's a lot to play for both the teams. They're scoring at just 3 runs and over. So I think clearly initially it will be for the first hour, keep wickets intact, and then sort of gauge it from there on.
And then kind of see where you are in the game and see where you can kick on, if you are going to kick on. Again, I think the pitch will determine a lot as well.
Well, it's coming onto the bat very nicely, just judging by the way they batted this morning with the new ball, which was taken with as soon as they got onto the field. The Lions bowlers came onto the bat very nicely. Steerman hit a few hefty strokes down the wicket. And then the ball's coming onto the wicket very nicely. As we said, the heavy roller was used between innings, which means it was used twice this morning. Before play, which is customary, and then, 9 overs later.
Yeah, so any moisture that was there for the bowlers is kind of left the building. So it's twice the heavy roller has been on, and it's the first time Lenton Steerman's actually changed his line coming around the wicket now to Dominic Hendricks.
And also mid-wicket has been pushed to deep square leg. So clearly 14 is thinking about this all the time. As a wicketkeeper, you always hope that the communication with your bowler is spot on. You don't want any errors from the bowlers and really allow the batting pair to actually get away. But they're persisting with that deep point on the boundary and also deep 3rd man on the boundary for Dominic Hendricks. Just neatly angled, foolish length delivery on that leg stump. We'll just give them a run to end the over, the fifth, 15 without loss. And the lead is exactly 111.
And Nelson lead. We even heard Eye of the Tiger here playing around the, the grounds as well. So even the announcer says, hold on guys, let's show a bit of fight. Let's do something.
So there's a public address announcer who's certainly got his literally finger on the pulse, knowing exactly what's needed out there. So Nyaka will continue. Oh, he's bowled him. Was it played on once again? It looked like it was the most slightest of edges, and a rather disappointing end to Dominic Hendricks, because it was not in the too dissimilar fashion that he went out for 51 in the first. So the first wicket falls here with a score on 15. Hendricks dismissed for 8.
No, it's one of those, he's been moving so nice, and all of a sudden this just looked like a bit of a lazy shot. Just a push away from the body, inside edge, and the leg stump goes flying. That's the first blood for the Goldrush Boland, picking up the first wicket. And Nyaka being that man once again for them, the left armer picking up the first.
Now, the one thing I did say about him on the first morning when we watched him, Nyaka, he got the dismissal down the leg side of Josh Richards, but he really put a lot into that particular delivery. So he has this knack. He's a slinging left arm seamer, and the ball does rush the batsman. I got the feeling that the batsman was in a perfect position to actually execute that Hendricks, but it rushed him, and I think it surprised him, and eventually the thin inside edge means that Dominic Hendricks has played on for 8, and this ushers in now the one down player in Hamza, who batted superbly for his 20th century. Spent 3 hours and 50 minutes at the crease and batted beautifully, and struck a number of handsome boundaries, 23 fours and 21 fours and 3 sixes.
They must feel if they can get 3 or 4 quick wickets here, which includes Hamza, Mulder, that they might be in with a bit of a shout. Put some pressure on the young Richard Seletwane.
Now you're right. 1 brings 2, and suddenly the mood in the change room is different. Around the wicket to the new batsman. And Hamza will pick up the single.
Immediately off the mark. As a batter that comes off 100, you know you've got to start all over again. You just want to feel that leather on the willow. Just get off the mark. Stand on the other side, see what the pitch is doing.
Lions, on the other hand, have 1 away game and 1 home game. The Warriors and then the Tuskers will be, in fact, that'll be the last fixture for the Lions. So another single picked up, this time by Josh Richards, due for a big knock.
Yes, he had a pretty decent outing in Centurion. We scored a 50 in both innings, a 54 and a 61. And then a 72 against the Dolphins as well. So I'm starting to find some form, so he is due for a biggie. The one concerning thing would be that he hasn't really converted any of those into triple figures. It's got 12 first class hundreds, 13 50s. Conversion actually not too bad.
Now he's a quality player. They've persisted with him, and he certainly has played well. He's reasonably consistent, and I get the feeling that the more he plays, the more you're going to see from Josh Richards, because you can only improve. And from what I've heard, he's certainly a diligent cricketer, works very hard, And as an opener, he knows the responsibility he does have here batting for one of the leading provinces. So you want to hold on to that position for as long as you can in your career.
Comes from St. Stithians College. You're in Joburg, so went to school here as well. Will know the conditions and everyone around very, very well. Well, Joshua Richards. That's another over gone and successful over from Nyaka.
That's right, and I must say that having wondered or discussed the fact that he's been going over and around, but he's been very consistent from around the wicket. He's kept it very straight. He's not allowed the right-handers to get away. And then, of course, he's got the break as well in this over, coming over the wicket to the left-hander. So he's got it all right, which is good to see, because that's what we were just talking about. Do you have the control? Are you in control when you're making all of those changes? And he's done well. So Sean van Berg into the attack as early as the 7th over of the innings. Bowling from the far side. He bowled most of his overs from the call it drive end in the first innings. Picked up just the one wicket, but kept it tidy, got a lot of turn and bounce. So maybe looking to do things differently in this innings. Appeal for a catch behind. The captain thinks he's got it. He can't believe that it's been turned down. Not much of an appeal from the bowler, I might add, Ger.
I think he heard the noise was soft. You just see that Joshua Richards just indicating that he actually hit the ground. Fortuin being unsighted would have only heard the noise. I think Sean van Berg realised that he wasn't close to the ball. But once your keeper goes up, you kind of follow in suit. You never know.
That's why they say slip fielders have to be good chorus, because they must follow the bowler and the wicket keeper.
Very early for Sean van Berg to bowl. Ball still new.
Yeah, exactly. But, it's good to maybe just do a surprising change-up. So opening batters generally facing the new ball, especially in a 4-day game, expecting to see a number of the quickies coming on, or the seam bowlers coming on, and then suddenly you're having to readjust your thinking.
We saw this from Fortuin as well yesterday. Maybe they might be changing ends with Nyaka. Just give Van Berg one over, but already finding the outside part of the bat. You might just persist with him a little bit.
Yeah, he is one that doesn't really rip the ball. He's a very good finger spinner, there's no doubt about it. And then he occasionally does get his wrist into it as well, like he does there. And that's why he's such a formidable player. He's been so successful. His first over, complete, just 2 runs, 19 for 1. So you may be right. It may just be a change-up where Nyaka may come on from the other end. And maybe just to get in an early look to see what the 4th-day pitch is doing. There hasn't been much cricket on it, we must add, because on the first 2 days, we had 27 overs, and then they went into lunch and never got back on the field. And then the next day it was the same thing. Just a short period after lunch, we had play, and then off the field again. So again, somewhere between 27 and 30 overs. And that's all we had on the first 2 days, and then 100 yesterday. And that clearly, from a wear and tear point of view, doesn't say much. So there is a change of bowling, and Steerman now operating from the call-it drive end.
I just feel that Steelman might just get something with this westerly wind just going across. And Nyaka from the other end.
And not too many people who are watching this will believe us that on this beautiful summer's morning that we actually cold up here in the in the commentary box. Well, Bo, that ball just angling in towards the stumps. Did it hit him just outside the line? Steelman thinks he clearly had the better of Josh Richards there. It was almost a lackadaisical move onto that front foot. We'll watch that again.
Oh, my word. Back leg might be a bit high, but oh, you can just see his face. He feels absolutely hard done by. Someone took his lunch money.
Yep.
He's not a happy chappy.
Yeah, absolutely right. It hit the back leg. He wasn't too far forward. So then was it on height that Abongile Suduma has decided that that's not out? Short, pulled away, 4 runs. Very easily dealt with. Picked up the angle very quickly, did Josh Richards, and helps himself to 4.
Yeah, that's always rub salt in the wound. Isn't that always the case? You feel the batter shouldn't be there and you give him a long hop and he just helps himself to a boundary. You could actually hear the cries of, let's say the word no, that Clinton Steerman used. He wasn't happy with that either. But he's a seasoned campaigner, he'll probably get back on the horse. Just getting back to where he should be, attacking the batter, moving it away from there.
Yeah.
It was a close call. It was one of those where it was maybe umpire's call.
Yeah, he was half forward, as I said. It was almost a lackadaisical approach to that shot. He hit the back leg. I tell you what, had he been given out, I don't think there would have been too many arguments. That's how close it was. That's well played. That's getting into position a lot quicker.
It's almost getting ready for the ball, not just waiting for the ball to come at you. Which often happens with these lazy shots. You get batters that kind of just wait for the ball and then want to react. Where your really good batters that's in form, they're ready for the ball the whole time. And they read it very early, they read line and length very early.
Down the leg side again. That ball seemed to go through a lot quicker than the fielder there in the deep anticipated. Almost sent away for 4 in the end. He's just done well to keep it in place. So Sean van Berg will in fact continue. So there's certainly a plan in place.
Yeah, they'll definitely want to get him going if he can nap out 1 or 2. I think the whole thinking would be the mindset of the openers, mindset of the new batter. Hamza always bats on top order, so wouldn't have faced too many spin with the new ball.
Correct. Interesting field just out of your picture. You've got a short straight, let's call him a cover, or a short straight mid-off, and then just wide to his left is a conventional cover fielder. So not much between the two. The field remains the same. This time it's Josh Richards who's facing. No, in fact it does. They do make the change. They remove the short fielder out onto short cover to short mid wicket or a conventional mid wicket. And then 3 men in the deep on the leg side boundary. Easy pickings for Josh Richards. So I'm curious to see what's at play, because so Van Berg will continue. But then they have deep set field, 5 men on the boundary, 2 on the offside, 3 on the leg side. What's in play here?
It's almost like the attacking mindset has completely gone out the window.
Yep.
They've got the 2 that's for the uppy shot and then 1 slip, but other than that, it's all protecting the boundaries.
Correct. Backs away, makes room. He does play that stroke very well. As Zubair Hamza, it was his undoing. How often your favorite stroke is also your undoing. He played a number of late cuts yesterday that ran away for 4. What an attractive shot that is when it comes off.
Yeah, it's one of those things, as you mentioned, that you back yourself to do. That's the kind of shot that you always play. You know, Steve Smith famously said that he's got that big movement across the stumps because he feels he can play anything off his legs. Over the last year or so, he's been the victim of a couple of LBWs.
Okay, this is well played off the back foot. And that is the end of the over. So I think what the ploy here is that if you are coming at us, come now. Let's see if you're going to go for the runs. They've obviously placed the fielders deep to just see what the mindset of the visiting team is, because you can't tell at the moment whether the betting side, who've got a lead now of 126, are going to be really going after the runs or not. So 410 clearly is saying, play the game. Here's a deep set field. Let's see what's on your guys' mind. So who's giving away the secrets? I don't think the Lions are, not just yet. Steerman again.
Just flick that one off. It might just be a little bit extra bounce there. Off the thigh pad. Just see the way he played it. Didn't expect it to actually come that high. I almost expected a bit knee height. He wanted to flick it just gently like he did the previous one, work around the corner. This one just hit him on that side pad. Nice little contest here. Season campaigners. Steerman against Hamza.
Well, the one thing they picked up yesterday, or on the first day, was every time they bowled short, he peppered that leg side boundary. He played a number of straight drives as well. And then, as I said, maybe as many as 2 or 3 late cuts that went for 4. And he hit, as I said, 21 fours. He didn't, in fact, hit any sixes in that innings. It was 21 fours. And now they're looking to keep it a lot fuller to Zubair Hamza. They've only got 1 fielder posted in the deep on the leg side in front of square.
I think they realize that his strength is playing off the back foot. They want to drag him as far forward as they possibly can, especially with the ball still being new and moving around.
Correct.
Might just get that slip and gully into play.
Now, on the other hand, I mean, the way Hamza has adapted to playing on the Wanderers pitch has also been quite outstanding to watch, you know. An eye-opener in that you've chosen to come and play up on the Highveld, and then you're in the batting in the upper order. You need to readjust the game completely. I think for the Western Province, he was batting at 4 and 5 or lower. And there's a firm-looking drive, but straight to the fielder.
You can just see the reaction from Steerman there, putting his hands on his head. It's exactly what they're trying to do. Have him come forward, go, but maybe hard hands at the ball. Not someone that often plays with soft hands. He's got a very firm defense on him as well.
Well, I didn't watch much of the play yesterday at all. So just to get your thoughts, because the new ball I haven't seen any appreciable movement that will trouble the batsman in any way. That's 4 runs, beautifully played, slightly drifting down the leg side from Steerman, and Hamza much too good to miss that leg glance.
Lovely shot, just to pick up, and just look at the class. You just see that he's in form. Those ones normally could go so easily, goes into that square fine leg, but he picks the gap to perfection. Just lovely timing. The fielder just goes and picks it up, doesn't even try and cuts it off.
In fact, that wasn't even a leg glance. He whipped it across to that fine leg boundary. Excellent stroke. Oh, well bowled. Absolutely brilliant comeback. And that's what you get from experienced bowlers. You get hit for 4, but your next delivery is the better one. So Steerman completes his over. He's already operated 5 overs. What was it? 3 from the other side, 2 from this end.
Yeah, so Steerman is done a bit of work. He did a bit of batting yesterday, batted for a long time, batted this morning, and now he's bowled a couple of overs as well. You can see him just asking the captain there on your screen, am I bowling again? Give me one more. He just beat the inside edge of Zubair Hamza, so he would love to have another crack at it.
Yeah, that cut him in half. That was an excellent delivery. So well played by Stuurman to end that over. Van Berg continues. So the same field, long on, deep mid wicket, and deep backward square leg all on the boundary, and then a deep point and a long off as well. But this is drifting down the leg side and easily dealt with by Joshua Richards.
The one thing, just to get back to your question, what you said the new ball did, as soon as the new ball was in the hand of Bayer Swanepoel, there was movement, and
Okay.
Vian Mulder also got a bit of movement. Plaatje didn't get as much, but those two, especially Bayer Swanepoel picking up those 3 quick wickets, he got a lot of movement.
Okay.
But I think, we discussed it off air this morning, I think this is going to be a beautiful batting track today. This is going to be like the third day of a test match. Best day to bat on. I don't think there's going to be any demons. There was a bit more extra bounce from the corner drive end, as we saw one from Joshua Richards also just popping up. That's been like that over the last couple of days. But other than that, not big turn, not quick turn, not keeping low. So I think if you're going to lose your wicket, it's most likely going to be a false shot, like we saw with Dominic Hendricks, just hanging the bat out there, getting the inside edge and crashing into the stumps.
Van Berg's done 3 overs. That lead 134. Overs left 83. And the other point to make, of course, is if you take the first 2 days and 2 sessions lost on each day, is equivalent of 1 day and 1 session. So, and the pitch has been undercover for most of that time. So, as I said early on when we started, there isn't too much of wear and tear on this pitch to actually work with. I would have liked to have seen if there were any indentations, given the fact that there was just so much of moisture about, even before the start of the match. That is beautifully played by Joshua Richards off the back foot and then whips it to that onside area for a single. Ger's taken leave.
Good morning, Aslam.
Mbali's back. Good morning to you.
Great morning of cricket here at the Bull Ring.
It's been a quiet morning. I expect that it's going to be a greater day as the day wears on, to see who is going to actually take the lead, take a grip of this game. That's a firm-looking drive. Stuurman did get hands to it. The ball rolls just to the bottom of the commentary box, and Hamza will pick up 2. I expect that we're going to see some sort of momentum. We saw an early wicket fall, that of the captain Dominic Hendricks. When the score was 15, it's now moved along to 41. But who's going to really make the first play? And I think that's what I was just telling Gert now. Fortuin, the captain, the wicketkeeper captain, is actually putting the question out there to the Lions, given the field that he's set.
Interesting times ahead indeed. What the plan is, it's still not clear whether the plan is to try and score as many runs in this session. So far it's just an ordinary cricket day.
I felt maybe the first hour, maybe first 90 minutes in this extended session, so they virtually have 2 hours to bat, is to gauge the pitch. The fact that they don't lose any wickets is going to be key from a Lions point of view. And that's why I also got the feeling, Mbali, that Boland perhaps were in a quandary. What do we do early on? You know, do we plug the gaps for those run-scoring shots, or do we go into an all-out attack I don't expect they can have an all-out attack given the fact that they conceded a lead of 96 runs. So it's going to be interesting to see who, as I said, is going to put the positive foot forward.
And also, since that deficit, the lead increase has moved to 137. So there's a lot here at stake. We can do a bit of maths and say maybe they're thinking 250, send them in. But also, Boland will be looking to get as many wickets as they can to get, the points, the bowling points. Also, on the flip side, the Lions will be hoping to get to 150 as quick as they can and try and put on the runs. Very good fielding there. Definitely saved 4 runs. Zubair Hamza continues where he left off the other day. Still looks like a man who is on form. With that being said, it is the end of the 12th over, 41 for 1. That is the DP World Lions. You've got Josh Richards and Zubair Hamza currently at the crease.
Given how he played that particular shot, it wasn't exactly short, but full-blooded stroke, well fielded. But now, change of pace. Back to the spin of Shaun van Berg.
Van Berg coming quite early today. Just after 10 overs, he was brought in.
6 actually.
So that's just the ploy there, just to see what's going on as a bowler. And the field is evenly spread. Oh, beautiful delivery. That's a perfect ball by a leggy that just turns the batsman square, pitches on leg, ends up on off stump.
It's a fine delivery that. So all indications was that he got a lot of turn there. And now traps him in front. Given out! Given out LBW. No hesitation from umpire Jacobs. And Josh Richards admonishes himself in a way that you won't normally see on a cricket ground. He has stamped his bat with his glove on maybe another a dozen occasions as he makes his way off. And generally, a normally paced walk-off, but he's literally at full pace, walking away. Not happy with the way he's responded, beaten the previous delivery with the ball that really turned, and in the end beaten through the air and off the pitch with a little bit of turn on offer and trapped in front. Well and truly trapped. Shaun van Berg deserves it, and Joshua Richards out for 19, and that coming off just 38 deliveries, 41 for 2.
Yeah, beautiful 2 deliveries. Set him up the previous one. And I think with this one, he bowled 1 straight one, which went much quicker and caught him on the back foot. The umpire did not hesitate in pointing his finger, saying, out you go. We've got Vian Melder coming in at number 4, having played 92 matches. Vian Melder has been around for a while.
If you just missed the replay, keep your eye on the screen, because it's a big happening, right? The wicket's fallen.
Yeah. Vian Melder, who's been around for a while, started playing the longer format as a schoolboy. Also, comes from within our areas. Went to St. Stithians. Made his debut at the age of 17, if I recall very well.
Yeah, so at the fall of that wicket, the umpires have called for drinks. And I'm sure the Boland, now that they've got the Lions at 41 for 2, into the 13th over, will be looking to make further inroads. So in the end, a very good choice from the captain to bring van Berg on from the far end. He's got the ball to turn and bounce, and he clearly had the undoing. And I reckon it was possibly because it was above the eye line of Josh Richards that had his undoing, because it was pretty straight. It beat it beat him through the air, off the pitch as well, and as you say, caught in front. So trapped in front. So that is the second wicket down. Disappointing match for Josh Richards. It was looking good until that the spinner was brought into the attack. So with just 3 balls gone in this over, it means Jan Mulder now has to deal with Sean van Berg.
Still keeping the very same field that he had for Josh Richards. They've got 3 fielders right on the boundary on the leg side and 2 on the offside. Thought you would have wanted to put a bit of pressure on the batsman.
You see now, the ball turns again appreciably. This genuinely pitched outside leg stump. So it's really gripping on this grass. This is fine bowling from Sean van Berg. He's now becoming a handful into his 4th over. The Lions will be hoping that he'll only be a handful and not more than a handful.
Yeah, a point is within sight for a bowling point is within sight for Goldrush, a Boland, knowing that a 3rd wicket is 1 point for them. Ooh, another beautiful delivery there. Brilliant exhibition of leg spin bowling from the 39-year-old Sean van Berg. If you're a youngster at home, that is how you should bowl a leg spin.
Yeah, superb. What I'll say from a wicketkeeper's point of view is that I did keep wickets for some time in Bali, and to stand to someone like Sean van Berg would be an absolute pleasure, because there's this great chance that you're going to get the nick or maybe even a chance of a stumping. And as a keeper, you actually wait for those moments. He's the ideal candidate for that. So Lihan Botha into the attack. He really operated beautifully from the far side in that first innings. He's one of those that got good lift and bounce. So operating for the first time from the Caller drive end, the Unity stand end at the Wanderers.
Gets a good start. Gets the batsman playing on his very first ball this morning. Lihan Botha, just in his 6th match, and so far 9 wickets that he has. But I like how he quickly just runs in, doesn't really jump up when he gets to the crease.
Angles it down the leg side and beautifully played again. That's where you don't bowl to Hamza. Anything on the leg stump, short or long, he's going to punish you. This is really well played. This was a genuine leg glance. Didn't have to do much to get into position. Just held his balance and saw the angle and helped himself to a boundary. So yeah, Botha, interesting you make that point about the fact that he doesn't have this real leap as he goes into his gather when he's about to unleash. So long leg gets back into position. They've got a leg slip in position now for those deliveries down the leg side. Almost an immediate change in the field for Lihan Botha by the captain.
Would you then, if you're a coach, would you then change his bowling action? I think it can get much more pace if he had a proper leap and then release the ball.
Well, they always say so, because it allows that whole catapult and that the speed. But I must say that he's got really good hand speed, arm speed. He whips it through quite nicely. If Alan Donald is watching, he'll probably have a chat with him at the end of the day that maybe this is what you should do and add to your armory. But so far he looks pretty much very steady, but a lot of shoulder and back into the bowling that he does put lots of energy into it. You won't necessarily describe him as a banger, but he's banging this one and it's being put beautifully through to that mid-wicket boundary. Just a few bounces into that area and 4 more runs to Hamza, helping himself to his favourite stroke. And Lihan Botha now punished for the 2nd time in this over.
Yeah, Not the greatest start by Liam Botha this over. So far from the 5 deliveries, he's gone for 9 runs. Zubair Hamza showing class act that he is as a batsman.
Oh, he almost plays on again. And that's the thing with on the Wanderers pitch. If you do have that type of delivery that rushes batsmen, you can get them out. And we saw that with Nyaka getting Hendricks. And also yesterday on the first day when he had the better of Josh Richards. And this was almost a chance as well. I must say that after that second boundary was hit in that over, Fortuin, the captain, didn't look a pleased fellow at all. His hands on his hips. And that's not what we want, because we don't want these guys to run away and get themselves into such a position where they then declare and put pressure on the opponents. Von Berg in again.
Beautiful bowling.
He is really troubling the batters out there this morning.
And it looks like he's pitching the ball in the 2 greens that we saw on the opening morning of day 1.
Yeah, although he'd be Bali operating on a fuller length. Are there bonus points in the second innings?
Yeah.
Are you absolutely sure? But he's troubling them wherever he's pitched it on a length. He's got the ball to really move. It's turning appreciably, and then his guile with flight, and then the quicker delivery. And there's not much he gives away in his action. I heard somebody say recently that in recent times he's actually developed the one that comes back, and he's used that to great effect in white ball cricket. But bowling absolutely beautifully.
Just a correction, in the second innings of a CSA format of a 4-day, there aren't any bonus points, so you get all your bonus points in the first innings.
Not necessarily short, but getting into position quickly. Their playing for the turn was Wiaan Mulder, but well judged in the end for a maiden over from Sean van Berg. 5 overs, 1 for 9. Now I thought as much that in rules of play for the last, number 30, 40 years, when they introduced the whole bonus point format, that it only counts in the first innings of a 4-day match, or a 5-day match, or as it was in the old days, a 3-day match. And I know when we used to play the Bully Bowl, it was a 2-day match, and also just the first innings. Short and pulled again. This time it's gone all the way for 6. It's a magnificent hit. Superb positional play from Zubair Hamza once again. Liam Botha hasn't learned from the first spell, first day, or his first over. And that has been disdainfully dispatched by Hamza to bring up the 50 for the Lions.
Lions get to 55, just off 60 balls. Beautiful shot by Hamza. Just a flick from his hip. He is indeed looking like a man who is on form. With that said, there is a fielding change.
Yeah, 2 men now, extra men dispatched to the leg side. 3 on the leg side, on the boundary. That's deep backward square leg behind the umpire, mid-wicket. And then there's also the conventional mid-wicket and a deepish mid-on for Zubair Hamza, who's now moved to 26 with that wonderful stroke. The offside field is sparse, lots of gaps on offer. Where does Liam Botha deliver this one now? Good and straight.
Yeah, he's just striking the ball very well. This is Zubair Hamza driving the ball onwards, and it goes to the mid-on fielder, who you said earlier is a bit deeper than usual mid-on.
Down the leg side, he doesn't miss out on it. He'll pick up a single. .56 for 2. I remember describing that 6, watching it again. Now watch that movement. Normally you'd have the batsman go right onto his back foot and then play that shot. There's an indication of how beautifully this wondrous pitch is playing. That he held his balance and just hit through the line in a magnificent shot that was. It went for 6. Mulder off the mark.
Good run there. Good run. Just dropped it, played with soft hands, and he was off. And it takes great communication for the batsmen to understand each other.
So once again, for the last ball of this over, already 8 runs have come off it. We've got a heavily fortified leg side field. In fact, the leg side boundary. 3 men on it, 4 Boerta as he runs in, 2 Hamza. Wisely keeps it on the full, and this is wristily played out to the leg side to end the over. 9 runs in that particular over. 58 for 2.
Lions now lead by 153 runs.
So the 2 batsmen in a mid-wicket conference. The Jean van Bergs has had a short chat with his captain. So the one thing we can say is that from van Berg's end, Boland are in some sort of control, as in keeping runs down and having picked up the wicket of Josh Richards as well. How do they look to plug the run scoring from the call-it drive end? That's clever batting from Hamza, because he's on the stretch, on the front foot, to try and make sure that he smothers any danger when it's looping through the air, as it does there. But this time it's slightly on the offside, so he picks up a bottom-handed single out to the long-off fielder.
It's quite important that these 2 keep the score going and don't let van Berg dominate like he did the previous over.
As long as you pick up the length with a bowler of this quality, a spin bowler of this quality more so. So whether you're on the front or back foot, you've got to be very sure-footed. Does Mulder look like he's in control there?
Still looks like somebody who's still trying to see how he's going to turn. Doesn't look as confident as he can be, but I guess that's what happens when quality is bowling.
And I think the point there is that he also realizes that this Sean van Berg is more than a handful. So I've got to watch him really very carefully. And it's not saying that he's not capable enough, but I think he's showing the type of respect that's absolutely necessary. And then wait for the loose delivery. Having said that, on the first day, his one loose delivery got him the wicket, Sean van Berg, when, what's his name, Delano Potgieter hit the full toss straight back into his hands. So 59 for 2, and this is after the 17th over.
Van Berg, it's going to be interesting if Liam Botha will continue. As you can see that there is a conversation between Skipper and Nyaka and van Berg currently happening. Looks like Nyaka will be brought on from the Colette drive and bowled very well the other day. Got his 3 wickets.
It's, what's his name, Kamane. That's going to be bowling for the first time in this second innings. 94 matches, also lots of experience, 243 wickets.
Yeah. And we'll be hoping to use the wind that is blowing across the field there.
Yeah, that should help his movement somewhat. It is also a little cool and muggy. So good swing bowlers actually enjoy these type of conditions. Kamani His team's looking for a hero. Can he be the one? Into Hamza. Slightly wide, on a fuller length, and just easily played out to the offside. So a very interesting offside field as well for Klamani. No gully, remember, just one slip. Of course, they've taken the single, so Mulder will be facing. But even for the new batsman, the fielders are out deep. A very deep mid-off, short extra cover, a wide-ish cover, deep point, and then a backward, and then a third man just off the boundary. That's the offside field. So can Klamani continue to keep it outside the off stump? He does on the second delivery as well. The ball comes off the thick inside half of the Mulder bat, ends up on the onside. The onside field for you, just very quickly, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and also a deep square leg, backward square leg. So 3 men on the leg side. Can Klamani keep things down and under control from the call it drive end? That's what Clyde Fortain wants. He's done that, beautifully played on the up, but straight to the fielder.
So the batsman just walking in a bit as the bowler was approaching, just trying to cut the angle and pierce through that offside field, a packed offside that is.
He is standing on an off-stump guard, which is what most modern players, especially on a pitch like the Wanderers, tend to do. It's too short, too wide outside the off-stump. But again, it's a fortified offside field, as I've emphasized for part of the morning. So just 1 run to Jan Mulder. That's really nicely played. Wide outside the off stump, coming onto the bat very nicely. So Hamza actually is playing with that amount of confidence on this Wanderers pitch. And you don't often say that the Wanderers pitch has leveled out quite nicely for batting. But for all intents and purposes, it certainly has. If we go back to yesterday's scorecard,
Beautiful.
superb stroke. Overpitched on that offside, and this time Jan Mulder is up to it and helps himself to 4. So in the morning then, 82 runs were added in 24.4 overs. Fortain and Esterhazen taking their team from that overnight score of 283 for 6 to 374. And Esterhazen getting 79 and 66 to Fortain. And this is just to indicate why I think this pitch has played so well. And then all of the Goldrush Boland players, most of them, aside from 3 in that entire top order, got into double figures, healthy double figures. And only Nkajima got to a well-played 50. Another single on offer and well taken by Mulder. And that will end Kamani's first over of the inning, 68 for 2. So 50 off the bat of Nkajima, who came in at number 4, 28 for Kaplan as well. And then Fortain 21, Van Bries's 27, lower down Sean van Berg got 38, and we obviously talked about Steerman's overnight 56 not out, went to 71, he was the last man out. So that does tell me that this pitch has evened out, really good for batting. And that lead now 154 does mean that the Lions have lots of options. Oh, that's well played. A little too full from Van Berg on this occasion, and Mulder deals with it too long on.
So far, the 2 batsmen playing very safely. No need to go after the bowler, playing along the ground.
Oh, beautifully bowled again. It's wide outside the leg stump. Just judging by how Hamza approached it, but again, lunging forward, making absolutely sure that if the ball's going to have any movement, that he'll be in control. Again, just on about that leg stump line from Von Berg. 3 men in the deep. Need we remind you, long off, long on deep mid wicket and long leg. Gets into a good position there to play the cut. A little too short on this occasion from Van Berg.
Liked how he got his left leg out of the way and opened up. Perfectly placed the ball between the two fielders.
Well, there's 2 things that he's done there. He's read it out of the hand, and then immediately also picked up the fact that it's outside the line. So he can get himself into a good position to play the shot on the offside. So reading it beautifully out of the hand is Zubair Hamza. Mulder to face the last ball. And he reads it equally well to end Sean van Berg's over. He's now bowled 7 overs, 1 for 12.
Really holding it down there at the golf course end. Sean van Berg just also showing us his class as a leggy. Continues from the corner drive and didn't really have much of a bad opening over, but saw a beautiful cover drive there in the previous over from Vian Mulder, managing to pierce through the offside field, and there's that fielding position where you've got about a triangle. Starts off very well into the block hole. We see the wicket keepers now come in for Gamane's bowling. Still the very same field, just the change, the wicket keepers now standing up to Gamane.
Gamane turns again. Good first ball. Oh, it's much too wide. This is beautifully driven. Excellent stroke from the informed Zubair Hamza. A cross-bedded cover drive. You don't often see that, but again, that's an indication of how beautiful this pitch is playing in the great form that he is. 74 for 2, and that takes him to 36.
And another change in the field. So you've got 3 fielders on the offside. A third man, they've removed away, they've taken the slips away. That was and put him at the point area.
Beautiful stroke. Just a lofted drive in total confidence, in complete control. 4 more runs to Zubair Hamza. The lead 170, 78 for 2.
Lions just getting on with it. Now, that also would be the question. Has the message gotten out that guys try and get as many runs as you can during this session, and we'll see.
Yeah, still half an hour to go before lunch will be taken. So Gamane, 2 4s in a row. What does he dish up now? 2 wide outside the off stump. A powerfully driven stroke, but this time there's protection in the deep. He'll get just a single. That's the lofted drive. Just so easy, so smooth off the bat of Zubair Hamza. I think the drive prior to that, the cross-bedded drive, was perhaps the shot of the morning. Khair will argue that the 6 was the better one. Oh, elbowed! Picked up the inside edge. Almost played on. The ball rolls away lazily to that vacant area on the leg side, and they'll pick up 2 byes. So it beat the bat, it beat the stumps, and it beat the keeper as well. That's how good that delivery was.
Great delivery from Kamane. Great comeback there.
Mulder also reaching on the front foot, but surprised with the ball that just nipped back. Yeah, 3 in the inner ring, 3 in the outer ring. That's how defensive they are on the offside. That's the end of the 20th over. 81 for 2, scoring at a very healthy 4.1 runs and over with a lead in hand. And then, of course, as we said, Mbali will be keeping an eye on the number of overs that remain. 74 in total.
Sean van Berg once again having a conversation with the skipper and Kamane, wondering if the skipper's asking, would you like to continue? But no. Looks like there'll be a change in bowling. Avium Kijima. Who's played 108 matches and has 77 wickets with a best of 5 for 24 against the Free State. That is some 15 years ago, being given the opportunity to try and continue where Sean van Berg left off. It's not going to be easy because van Berg kept a very good line, kept the batsman intact, made the batsman play at each and every delivery.
So he didn't bowl in the first innings, now called upon by the captain. Aviwe Ngijima. So interesting leg side field as well. As he makes a few adjustments, I can tell you that there's a short straight mid on catching and then a conventional mid wicket and then 3 on the boundary on the leg side. Long on, mid wicket and also the long leg fielder. So bowling gentle leg spin.
Quite an empty offside.
In fact, he's bowling off spin. So he's got just 3 men on the leg side, and then on the offside, and then also just the 1 slipper. So 4 all told. Flighted delivery, well played by Hamza. So clearly, this field is set for a ball that's turning. So be interesting to see how much of turn Ngijima gets, and interesting also that they decided to replace Sean van Berg, because if anything he should have continued on that end and Ngijima should have tried here, because they obviously trying to block off the runs. None of the bowlers have actually responded apart from the spinner, Sean van Berg. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Has he got the edge? Yes, he has. He's got the edge. That was a quicker delivery. And that is the end of Zubair Hamza, who until then looked in complete control. So dismissed for 48 of 42. Get another view. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Has he bowled him or was that caught?
Actually has bowled him beautifully. Was much of a quicker one. Just went through everything and just crashed into off stump. This brings Tilano Potgieter, who's been elevated to number 5.
Well, that was excellent bowling from Ngijima. Quicker delivery. Did it just hold its line? Did it maybe come back? Because as I said, he's this off spinner. Did it come back enough to have just removed the top bail, the off bail? Either way, to remove a batsman of that quality early on in his spell, in the match, he's picked up an important wicket. So Tilano Potgieter strides to the middle. And clearly they're looking to up the ante here just before lunch. And we'll see, I'm sure, more of that afterwards as well. In the meantime, Mulder, who's just been there now for a good 20 minutes, not out on 9.
Interesting tactic here. Instead of Richard Sulazane, who came in at number 5 the previous innings, we have somebody who can hit the ball a very long way. That is Delano Potgieter.
Also, it's a left-right combination, so to try and make things a little easier for the two batters out in the middle, to rotate the strike, and to make it tougher for the bowling to actually fall or get into some kind of rhythm. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more of Ngijimia. I mean, making judgment of a bowler having picked up 1 wicket in 1 over is saying much, but I've been very impressed with the way he's just turned his arm over and hit the spot, and then had the audacity to bowl the quicker ball and got the wicket as well. 83 for 3 it is, and it's time for me to hand over to Gert.
And also there'll be a bowling change. Sean van Berg changing ends this time, and we'll be operating from the collect drive end where we're sitting, and coming live from Sean van Berg has bowled beautifully well in his 7 overs, picking up a wicket and just going for 12 runs, keeping the very same field, but now you've got 6 fielders on the boundary protecting the boundary. Good start and welcome back, Gert.
Thank you very much, Mbali. Yeah, it's been an interesting morning thus far. There's been wickets, there's been runs. 179 run the lead. Sean van Berg picked up a crucial wicket, and the Lions have gone pretty hard. Zubair Hamza scored a lovely 42. He hit a couple of boundaries and a lovely 6 down the ground. And yes, Aslam, I do agree, the 6 was the better shot, just purely because of the timing on it. This one is a square cut. Did he find the gap? A lot of work to do for the sweeper. Nyaka does a great job and just keeps the ball inside.
Very well played there, late by the batsman.
A lovely late cut there. And Mulder takes 3.
3 more added to the run tally, taking it 282.
Looking at yesterday's in the last innings, he did look pretty solid, and also I think they would like the right-left combination, just not to allow these bowlers to settle and bowl at them. 182 runs is the lead. I'd like to know what the preferred number would be for both teams, really, because the Lions would have a figure in their mind of what they want to actually bowl again, and then the Goldrush Boland would also have a number in mind that they can actually chase down in the next 2 sessions.
Lions will probably be thinking, if I were the skipper, I'd say 250. Bet until lunch, and then go and bat an hour after lunch, and try and bat and bowl, and get Boland to come back and bat again, and try and get as many wickets as you can, although there won't be any bonus points for batting or bowling at this time, but it will make it a very interesting contest.
I will give you something to bowl at as Vivek Ajima rolls his arm again. Scored a very workmanlike 50 in the Goldrush Boland's innings. Batted for a long time. He got hit a couple of times. We even got one in the groin as well yesterday.
Yeah, really stuck in there for Goldrush.
Boy, that was hit hard.
You know, it's just something about Delano. Every time that he holds the bat, he's definitely going to have a swash at it. He's not a player that nudges the bowler. He hits the ball.
Yeah, he's definitely not a nerdler. He's not going to nurdle around the corners. He's a very powerful hitter. What a great innings it was yesterday as well.
That one bowled a bit quicker. It's the one that deceived Zubair Hamza the previous over, which got a wicket. So he has got an armour in his bowling, the quicker one.
Just worked around the corner. Just looking at Aviwe Gajima. He's one of those bowlers that I don't think you'll use to contain, keep the runs down, but he definitely will pick you up a couple of wickets.
They're very confident, knows what he's doing, changes and comes around this time.
Cuts away. Deep point just picks it up. Nyaka has been busy down there. You see the end of another over. It's 23 overs gone. It's 90 for the loss of 3. And it says Hamza going on where he left off yesterday. 115 and now 42 that he scored in the match. And they would hope that Potgieter will do the same thing. Scored 79 in the first innings. He's in there with Vian Mulder, who's on 14. He's also in double figures. He's taking his time. Zubair Hamza's 42 came off 49 deliveries. There's a bit of a reverse sweep going against the spin there. Is Delano Potgieter.
Lano Potgieter has seen that the offside is a bit empty for him, so he decides to try a reverse sweep and get as much as he can. As we see, easy pickings there for Jan Mulder as the ball is spinning away from him. Just lands it and plays it straight and comes to and is picked up by mid-on.
Well, there was a bit of turn for Van Berg. Not sharp turn as you would expect. This pitch still very, very good. Definitely a bit of turn.
Well, there's definitely a bit of life in the pitch. Plenty of things happening down there.
This one again just nudged down the ground. And with the right-left combination, they'll be very happy just to make sure that they keep rotating strike and bowling, making it life very difficult for the bowlers to settle in.
Definitely a very difficult task as a bowler.
Not a real convincing shot there by Vian Mulder.
As long as they come, as long as the score keeps ticking, and as long as there's no danger, that's the most important thing.
Oh wow, the pitch and just worked around the corner. Is Mnyaka there again? He's been pretty busy. The ball's been chasing him all around the park.
Yeah.
Picked up the very first wicket of Dominic Hendricks. Played on. And it has lodged the leg stump as the 24th over comes to a close. It's 95 for the loss of 3 wickets. And those 3 wickets are Joshua Richards for 19, Dominic Hendricks for 8, and Zubair Hamza 42 before he got bowled by Aviwe Gajima, who will most likely continue now, coming around the wicket to Delano Potgieter.
Bowls that one straight, just bowls it and just straightens. But Gajima is not one of those spin bowlers that just loop the ball.
You almost got to play him as a medium pacer. Really goes in hard and flat. That's been given a wide, and you know it's really wide if it's a 4-day wide.
Yeah, been bowling the very consistent line, bowling it a bit further away from the batsman.
Cricketer has basically left every delivery thus far. Very happy just to leave it outside the off stump. Knows the lunch is around the corner. This time cutting it away. Oh, looks like he just got stuck there in the ground there.
Yeah, Clinton Stearman. And once again, there's a bit of a field change. Jan Mulder coming down the track, not able to get any runs from that delivery.
Basically just trying to upset the liner length. This time flicking it straight to mid-wicket.
Now the last 3 deliveries of balls went to the very same fielder. That is Anton Stearman. The now one that is being followed by the ball this morning.
Yeah, he bowled 6 overs after he scored a second 50 in his career. Bowled a few overs in the first innings as well, did Glenton Stearman. Every one of the seamers in this match has bowled a decent amount of overs. He bowled 25 and a half overs in the first innings. He bowled the most overs of any of the Boland bowlers. Picked up 3 wickets. Sean van Berg just pushing the batters through. Say, hold on, I'm ready. Why aren't you standing up? 97, approaching that triple figures, that 100 mark. Okay, nice turn for van Berg.
Van Berg in his strides, bowling extremely well. And the turn that he's able to get in both ends, Van Berg, with him holding this end and so far Mkijima bowling from the other end, it has also slowed down the run rate.
But the running between the wickets from these two has been excellent. Communication has been good. They've taken quick singles, made sure that it stays around about. It's just dropped under the 4 to the over mark, but it stays around that 3.8 to 4.1 the whole time. When Zubair Hamza was there, he really pushed the run rate. So even that, a bit of a false shot, finding the inside part of the bat.
More runs for the Lions.
The lead has gone up to 195. The score is 99. Loss of 3 wickets.
Beautifully bowled. Quicker one from Van Berg, but equally read by the batsman. That is Delano Potgieter. Very packed onside. You've got a 6 fielders on the onside, and you've just got 3. But those fielders on the offside are on the boundary.
This one is kind of just slapped down the ground. That will bring the 100 up for the DP World Lions. That's in their second inning and also the end of the over. It's 100 up of 159 deliveries, 7 fours and 1 6. It's taken them 96 minutes and 26 overs.
Yeah, Lions going about it at a very easy pace. Remember, this is an extra or an extended session starting at 9:30.
That was a bit of a lazy shot there by Potgieter.
Yeah, definitely got Delano interested in playing, but like you said, lazy.
Now brings out the reverse sweep again. There's no one down at third, so not the worst idea. You can see Van Berg just telling him there's the gap. Goes for it again. Von Berg will most likely tell him, all right, before you can hit the gap, just hit the ball first. Went for it twice in a row now. Will there be a third time?
Now the change in fielding, Von Berg moves.
Square cut, just deep point coming into play. Very much a defensive field at the moment. They've got, for the right-hander, they've got deep points on the fence. They've got backward square on the fence and also deep mid-wicket. Also, they've got long on and long off, all on the fence as well. So only 4 men in the circle. A slip, a short cover. As we see Mulder just advancing again. They've got mid-wicket and a very interesting catching option right next to the non-striker, right on the shoulder. Oh, this one played fine. That will go down to the fence. Vian Mulder, little deft touch, 4 runs. And the lead has also gone up to 201, Bali.
Yeah, I think somewhere, somehow, the batsman or the captain is thinking, what would be a good score? We keep on asking the question, does he want to come back and just try and have a bowl?
Just saw that replay again. Lovely little deft touch. Just worked it around the corner.
There are plenty of runs in and around the ground. One thing for sure, as much as you've got 6 fielders.
Oh, it's up in the air. Is it a chance? Oh, one bounce. Delana Potgieter fancied the ball turning into him. Nearly spanked it right down the throat of a long on.
That's the first shot of anger from Delano Potgieter. It just goes to show that they want to up the tempo. They are not here to stick around.
Solid defense by Mulder. Let's see what he's showing Potgieter. That he's thinking of going around the corner. Oh, this one is hit extremely hard and very well fielded.
Yeah, certainly saved a couple of runs for the team.
He's smiling, but I bet you those hands are hurting. Kajima felt those.
He's been won in many wars. Beautiful delivery, but well fended. Kajima got hit yesterday 2 or 3 times, and now he's had to stop one stinging one.
Oh, this one is absolutely hammered down the ground.
Good collection there from Kijima. It's very hard. In fact, that is Ayakamane. It's very hard to stop the ball. The way it was traveling, he needed to balance, make sure that he doesn't run past the ball, and carry while he's carrying his weight, because his entire weight was running towards.
Lovely little touch. That's very important. What you're saying is that making sure, even when you're fielding, that your weight transfer is good. But not just that, that ball was hit so hard they only could take 1 run, and he had a lot of ground to cover as well. Lead is up to 204. It is about 7 minutes to go to lunch. It's 108 for the loss of 3.
Kijima continues from the golf course end. Probably still have 3 overs left in the next 7 minutes. Captain Fortain having a conversation. Now, the sun that you saw earlier today is no longer here. But there shouldn't be problems. The bowling as spinners operating currently.
Yeah, apart from the sun just hiding himself behind the clouds are very high. It's not that the light has gone bad. Jima has hit to the offside. Deep point collecting. We're going to a third man, which will be inside the ring if there was one. Mulder just advancing, pushing it down, looking for the second. Delano Potgieter says, hold on. Came in very quickly off the fence there.
Yeah, trying to put the fielder under pressure. And it doesn't crack or buckle under the pressure. Very easy, these batsmen are taking it. Just keeping the score ticking. We are on Nelson. Luckily our feet are both up.
And it's only the one that should be up, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, a bit of a paddle. That will be another 4 for Delano Potgieter. I beg your pardon, that was for Vian Mulder. Right-hander, just popping it up and over. Clever little shot.
Looks like the message has been communicated. Guys, let's keep going. And let's just up the tempo. Now we've seen very inventive and innovative shots from the two batsmen in the last few overs.
Stepped right across and just played it into that gap. And now he's absolutely thrashed it into the stumps. Thank goodness it was the stumps. I think the umpire would have needed some repairs, just like the stump now needs some repairs.
Yeah, umpire was definitely saved by the stump. The way Vian Mulder hit that ball, you could tell that from the moment it left the bat, he had given it his all.
Match referee just needs to bring out another stump. That was absolutely thrashed. And yeah, I think the umpire is thanking his lucky stars for the stumps at the non-striker. And with this delay, there most likely will be only one more over before lunch. 115 for a loss of 3, one more over to go in this 29th. Give you a bit of an update. The 3 wickets that's fallen was Joshua Richards. He was LBW to Sean van Berg. But the very first wicket was Dominic Hendricks, Akona Nyaka, getting the inside part of the bat and crashing into leg stump. And then Joshua Richards being the second wicket. And then Zubair Hamza, after having a proper look at it, he started going 5 fours and a 6. Of 49 deliveries, scored 42 before he was bowled by a surprise delivery from Aviva Gajima. Bit of a quicker one we didn't pick up. And now at the moment we've got Vian Mulder on 27 and Delano Potgieter on 12. This partnership is 32 runs.
It's been an interesting morning of cricket.
Yeah, Mbale's got something of everything, hasn't it? It's got runs, wickets.
Innovative shots too.
It's almost, if you see a normal shot like that, it's almost anticlimactic. 29 overs gone. I think it'll only be one more over to go before lunch.
Great and proceedings for this session. As you can hear, the music here at the Wanderers. If you can, come and watch a bit of cricket. You'll definitely find us here.
Oh, outside edge found. And that is the end of Jan Mulder. Great bowling by Sean van Berg, picking up his second. And with that fall of wicket will also be Lunch, and just a bit of hard hands, just fetching for that one. Getting the outside edge and beautifully caught by the captain, Fortuin. Mbale, just look at the turn.
Beautiful delivery, well bowled by Sean and taken by Fortuin, like you said. Jan Mulder goes for 28 runs in the 7 minutes that he's been there, having faced 48 deliveries.
Oh, so that means they're batting at exactly 4 to the over. And the lead is 212 runs as we go into lunch on this final day of this 4-day match. 2 sessions to go. It's 116 for loss of 4. It is Jan Mulder, 28 of 48, 3 fours that he hit. The line of Potgieter still there. He'll come out to bat. Just a summary of what has happened this morning. Only Glenton Stierman lost his wicket for 71, a beautiful 71. Bayer Swanepoel 3 for 73, and Bjorn Fortuin's 3 for 47 being the pick of the bowlers. Sean van Berg this morning has been absolutely phenomenal. 2 for 25 in his 11, and Nyaka was the other wicket taker, 1 for 11 in his 3. Join us again in about 40 minutes time, where we'll pick up the second session for the day, and we'll keep you informed. Is the Lions going to come out to bat, or are they going to have a bowl? We'll see you in 40.
And a good afternoon and welcome to the DP World Wanderers. It is, of course, the fourth and final day of the CSA Division 1, a 4-day series between the DP World Lions and Goldrush Boland. It's been a beautiful morning of cricket. So far on the board, there's 116 runs and the loss of 4 wickets, with the Lions coming back in to actually continue where they left off. This morning we started off with proceedings as we saw Goldrush Boland coming in with a wicket left, and it took about 45 minutes for the Lions to actually get that wicket and then come in. And it's been an interesting morning of cricket. Plenty of cricket shots, plenty of wickets, and plenty of runs. I'm not alone. I'm with a good friend of mine who is a coach, who's an analyst, who is a cricket enthusiastic. I just think that somewhere in there, there's a cricket encyclopedia in his side, his mind.
Mbale, the enthusiast I'll take. The rest of the stuff is all depends on who you hang around with and who you ask. But thank you very much for that introduction. 116 for loss of 4 as Connor Estreisen is at the crease.
Yeah, Connor Estreisen has to face 5 deliveries that are left of Sean Berg's over. We saw that a wicket fell just 5 deliveries before lunch. I guess was a lapse in concentration from the batsman to see aircrafts flying over the ground. Straight on the mark. That is von Berg. Connor Estreisen also being pushed up ahead of Richard Siletsane, just trying to alleviate the pressure of him. And we are off this afternoon with the runs. Connor Estreisen, who had a very good innings in the first innings, making a 77. Two good runs there from Delano Potgieter. Just a deft touch. This field is still evenly spread. You've got 6 out of field, 6 men on the boundary actually fielding or saving a possible boundary. So there are plenty of runs in the inner circle, especially offside for Delano Potgieter.
Yeah, the right-left combination continuing for the DP World Lions. Sean van Berg is just finishing up his over. He took a wicket in the very first delivery of his over, and then we had lunch.
Anything that leaves the bat on the offside of the left-hand batsman is definitely runs. Yeah, end of the 30th over, it's 120 for 4. A lead of 216 runs, that is the Lions. And we've still got 4 hours of play, still got plus minus 64 overs left in the day.
Yeah, I wonder how they will go about this one. See the match referee just handing something to the umpire. Might just be a brand new device so that they can communicate to one another.
Kijima will continue from the golf course end. Kijima really going through his overs quickly and with very flat. You almost know what he's going to bowl. He's not giving it a bit of variation. We spoke about him giving it a go. Good improvisation. Moving across, that is Delano Potgieter. And just placing it on the leg side, and it trottles down to the other side of the field, just for 1.
You mentioned that 79 of Connor Estreisen. It came with 160 deliveries, so he really worked hard with Bjorn Fortuin. Scored a 66 with him. It's another one of those massive partnerships that they had near the end. Vital to get them over that 350 mark and an extra batting bonus point.
definitely wants to continue where he left off. That is Connor Oosthuizen. I'm surely he's gotten the attention of the selector or South African selector or convener of selectors, Mr. Patrick Maroney, and the coach Shukri Conrad. Good cricket shot. I like how he just thumps the ball, rocks to the back. Spoke about how hard he hits it. He's not one that nudges and plays around. He's always looking to hit and score the runs.
Yeah, very aggressive man. Is the line of Potgieter. That's what, same with Connor Oosthuizen, really. That's what made that inning so special, of being there for 160 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6. 124 for the loss of 4 wickets, and those 4 wickets are Joshua Richards, Dominic Hendricks, Subir Ramzan and Vian Mulder just before lunch.
Yeah, Sean van Berg continues from the golf course end. Just these two batsmen you speak about, both can hit the cricket ball a very long way and very hard. You just need to keep getting at it. Another stroke to the deep.
Yeah, so it's just nudging it for the ones, just after lunch, just trying to get everything settled again. The full belly, maybe just struggling to run a tad as well.
Surely, if you know that you'll be walking back into the park, you don't have a very full meal. You choose what you eat.
It all depends what you had for breakfast. Sometimes those hunger pains sometimes just too good. You can't let it go. One bite turns into 7.
Great shot. In a bit of a misfield, these two will run back and get 2 more runs. That left-right combination unsettling Sean van Berg.
Glenton Stearman has had a great day with the bat, a decent game with the ball, but I won't tell you what, he won't get any football contracts with that bit of footwork there.
Ooh, very sharp turn there from van Berg. Just tucking him in, making it very difficult. Pitching it just outside the off stump and ends up on leg stump and very close to his body. That one just over pitched and just hit 2 mid-on, just for 1. Just another one there to the deep. Now it will be interesting to see how long the captain will keep these two going. That is Mkijima and Sean van Berg.
To be fair, I think they'll let the spinners bowl. 62 overs still left in the day. Don't really see the reason why you got to get your seamers in there. There's nothing, no bonus points. You can take wickets, doesn't matter. Unless there's one mammoth collapse now in the next 10 overs, where they give themselves 50 overs to get to that 200 and odd runs that they need to get. I can't see anything happening much than just getting some pitch time and getting some bowling time under the belt. Bowling a few overs, maybe bowl 1 or 2 gentlemen that you wouldn't normally give the ball to.
Yeah. If you're not a bowler, on a day like this is your moment to raise your hand to say, hang on, you've seen me bowling at the net. You've seen me pick up a wicket at the net.
Remember 2 years ago when I bowled you?
Jeez, you'd have to go very far back, 2 years ago.
Hey, some people haven't faced a lot. But maybe you just need that odd part-timer to pick up a wicket or two. Just unsettles a lineup if your part-timers start taking wickets.
Yeah, we saw Mkijima coming in earlier in the day and picked up an unlikely wicket that nobody even thought of Zubair Hamza, who was in scintillating form, going for 48 or 42 balls, just too short of another remarkable. As the sun comes out here, the DP World Wanderers, it is indeed one of the most beautiful cricket grounds in the world.
You know, the iconic bull ring. So it's known across the world. As we see fantastic running by these two. Pushing it nice and hard.
Doing the basics. Run the first one very hard. Turn towards where the ball is. Not the other way around, like we do it at Sunday cricket.
What, you look at the ball when you run? See, that's where the age difference comes in Bali. For us old guys, down to a vacant third man is an easy one. No chance of turning for a second.
Lets that one go. Beautiful delivery. That is the end of the 33rd over. It's 134 for 4. A lead now up to 230. We still have both Hitter on 21 and Connor Estesen, who has just walked into the park after lunch, is currently on 9.
And Sean van Berg will continue. He's been the pick of the bowlers, picking up 2 wickets for 34 runs. He's got a decent turn out of this deck. It's the only one that's got real purchase. Kaba Peter, the leg spinner for the Lions, didn't do much off the deck.
Continues. You can literally see the ball pitch on the 4th stump and turn or move to the first stump, that is for a right-hand batsman, and you can see it pitch on the 5th stump and move to leg stump when it's a lefty.
He's been bowling a very difficult length as well. That's one thing that should be said. He's not given them anything really to pull or cut. The runs they've gotten of him is either a bit edgy or down the ground.
Yeah, take nothing away from the man. He is definite quality when it comes to leg spin bowling. Spoke about it, that if there are youngsters watching from home, this is the guy that you want to use your bowling game. Great running from the two as they continue to, increase the score, keep the score ticking, making Sean van Berg work extra hard. Very loose, they can afford to do that, as most of the fielders are out on the boundary. You still have 6 fielders on the boundary and 4. The offside is the one, or when it comes to a lefty, it's the leg side that is now packed.
But if you then give it space there, when you go the other way, it's the problem. Yeah.
And then here's another thing. Because this is
Basically covering that leg side for the ball is just coming into the left-hander. Not really bowling wrong-uns at the left hand is Sean van Berg, just letting the ball turn into them. We saw one attempt at a slog sweep earlier on, and that was about it. That one's really swept him because that little bit of extra bounce that he gets. We saw that last delivery as well. Oh, sorry, the second last delivery. It was just a bit of bounce and turn there. Just makes life difficult for the batter if you want to
The
go
problem is, if this goes
big with that extra
this,
bounce.
This pops out.
Definitely need to know your story
All you have to do is just
as a
go
batsman.
down a bit or just lift a bit and then you get the colour bar. That's why I was initially thinking maybe swapping this would have been a good idea.
These two just happy to just get those singles and keep rotating the strike.
But then the next question is, will this be tight?
I think they've decided that
Like this, then it doesn't have the same problem.
let's just have an easy afternoon. Try and make as many runs as we can. Playing a miss there.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to give their batters a bit of pitch time. Make sure you're on deck, get some form going. There's only 2 games left after this. The cricketing world is abuzz because the CSA 20 is approaching very quickly.
That's a beautiful cricket shot. Definitely hit for 6. It's a massive hit here at the Wanderers. Remember, the ball flies.
That is a mammoth hit. You could hear it off the bat. You could even see that as soon as he hit it, he just stood up because he knew that was out of the sweet spot. And it's a maximum for the Lions. And also, it's like the Lana Potgieter has decided, hold on, if it's in my arc, it's going to go.
Good delivery there. Good response from the bowler. Lana Potgieter has been trying to just touch the ball, cut it, and every time he's tried to play that ball that way, doesn't make contact. There we go. Very easy.
Yeah, one of those conventional sweeps we actually said earlier on that hasn't been played. This time he moved right across the stumps, went around about the 6th stump and just paddled it around the corner.
And I think with that shot, it sort of woke everyone up, including here in the commentary booth. Another one too long off. That is the end of the over. It's 145 for 4. After 35 overs.
9 runs coming from that Kajima over, which included a massive 6 that cluttered into the scoreboard. The scoreboard very nicely just brought it back for us into the field. Because in that area where the ball actually goes, there's couple of residential areas there. So if it goes up and over there, then normally we need a couple of new balls. We see a gentleman just on the roof there. Hopefully he's going to do some maintenance and not see if gravity still works.
Beautiful cricket shot. That has been swept away for 4. These two starting to up the tempo. I think they've decided, guys, we've had lunch. We've now settled in. The food has now settled in. And that moves it to 150 for 4 with the lead of 246.
Yeah, that sweep was just beautifully played. Textbook, right on top. The fielder had about 5 meters to go and didn't even have a chance.
Fielder stood no chance there. That's how well it was swept. That's how well it was played. Another one cut to the sweeper on the offside. This left-right combination proving to get the runs and very quickly how we've moved from 116 to now 151.
Yeah, just playing more positive cricket. This partnership has moved on to 35 as well. Both batters have just decided, look, if it's going to be there, we're going to play our shots. Not just going to allow you to bowl at us for all this second session.
Hit hard, down the ground for 4. Dilano Potgieter showing his power with the bat. Every time he hits the ball, it stays hit.
Yeah, he only scored 17 in the first innings, but I'll tell you what, if he hits it, they stay hit. He's a powerful man, and he packs a punch. That's another 4-for.
He's taken it. He's plucked it out the air. A beautiful catch from Gijima. As Dilano Potgieter was getting the upper hand, he took a blinder. We're all looking for it in the boundary. 33 runs coming from Dilano Potgieter of 47 minutes, 50 balls faced. Just a single 4 and a 6 takes the score to 155 for 5 on the 36th over. This is the first wicket after lunch.
Yeah, it's just one of those, we saw a 4 in the over, then we saw a single, and then another 4 just bludgeoned down the ground, and as we're still admiring that one, the wicket falls. So the wicket falls there on 155, half the team back in the hut. We'll have to wait and see how far they actually will bat.
Yeah.
As Richard Seletwale, highest score of 49, he's much better batter than that average would show. It was against the Dolphins this season.
Richard Seletwale joins corner stays in. Young man, only playing his 5th match, has had 7 innings so far, an average of 22 runs. Former SA under-19 player who dominated schoolboy cricket from an early age. It's now that it's time for him to prove why he's here.
As one of those players that's been earmarked very early in his young age, as going to be a proper bat and going to go very far. Technically very, very good, very sound.
His older brother plays for Limpopo, Emmanuel Mutsiri. Quick off the mark, enthusiastic about coming back for the second, and they get it easily. We talk about the basics of cricket, running the first one as hard as you can. When you turn, you are looking towards where the fielder is and the ball. Don't turn blindly.
Well, one thing that I can tell you, but these two at the crease now, with Connor Estreys and Richard Seletwale, is the runs are coming a lot quicker because both of them are lightning over that 20 meters.
Richard needs to still have the energy. Still young.
He's 20 years of age. He only turns 21 on the 21st of January.
Just a throttle as the ball is picked up at cow corner for that single. Richard gets his batting mark, and still the fielder does not change. Still, you've got your 6 fielders on the boundary, and gets off the mark of the very first delivery.
Yeah, that's one thing you want to do, especially if you are looking for a bit of runs, just get off the mark, just go to the other side again, just take a breather, because every now and again the adrenaline can get the better of you.
And he's gotten off a pair. That's easy peekings for Connor Oosthuizen. Anything on his pads, it's very easy for him to deal with it or work on it.
Yeah, he got a first baller from Nyaka in the first innings.
Oh shit, I can't believe
Bit of nerves there for Richard, but survives to tell the tale. That's coming over. Sean van Berg looks to continue, but I wonder for how long. Looks like the captain will just persist. With van Berg coming from the Colette drive end, looks like his mind is made up. He says, I have the energy. Bowl me through the afternoon.
Well, at the moment, half the team back in the hut. 57 overs left. Lead is 256 for the DP World Lions. Yeah, time running out. I wonder if they'll have Boland bats again, or they're just going to persist in knocking it around.
Yeah, that's a dead ball. First one for the day.
Sean van Berg just a warning.
Yeah.
Richard Seletswale say, stay in your camp. Then he bowls a full toss. The next one.
Yeah, we've had a bit of stories with bowler running in and the batsman is halfway down the track. Suletsane playing it cool and calmly, just pushes it to mid-on. I think this is the perfect time to get as much batting practice as he can. In the middle, there isn't really much pressure on him right now. The field is evenly spread.
I got to agree with you there, Mbali. I think the score is under more pressure than Richard Seletswale at the moment.
Yeah. Just needs to focus and get his confidence back.
All he has to do now is bat, face a few deliveries, just be there at the end. If they either declare or just bat through, make sure you're there in the end. Just hear the legend Aslam Kota say they must declare, they must have a go at them.
50 overs or 280 to 90.
It's a little nurdle. They'll go back for two. But that was exactly what I'm talking about, is that running between the wicket. And this is one thing that Goldrush Boland needs to be very aware of. These two are like hairs over that 20.
Very fast, these two, and they make running look very simple. That's a good cricket shot. Connor Oosthuizen sweeps and sweeps very well. Doesn't get to the boundary as there is protection out there on deep mid-wicket. Kujima continues. At this point in time, there doesn't seem to be anybody warming up or keeping warm. Looks like the captain is happy with what's happening on the field with Kijima and van Berg.
Yeah, no one is really rushing to their position either, is it? So With the spinners operating, I don't think they'll be behind the over rate.
Yeah. And this partnership has just quickly moved to 10 runs. Kijima and the keeper and skipper having a word to say, how about you just loop it?
Most likely. Maybe give them something, tempt them, throw up a bit of pie or two, add some gravy on it, like that.
That was definitely the conversation. The quicker you bowl, the quicker it gets to the boundary. 6 more runs to Connor Easthuizen, a man who's in fine form this season.
Connor Easthuizen, that was in the arc out the park. Bring the ball back. The umpires might just have a look at that. It's a couple of chairs on the way down. Just making sure everything is still intact. No need for a bit of grooming.
There he goes again. And another one. It's been hit high. It's been hit handsomely. And ends up on the grass embankment.
Yeah, security has got to do a bit of fielding. Disappointing throw there, really. Bit of a glass arm there.
Connor Easthuizen has decided, well, I might as well have a go at it.
That's 2 sixes in 2 deliveries.
So far the biggest over of the day. And a change. Oh, more runs. More runs. Kijima had decided that he's going to come around the wicket. Connor Easthuizen capitalizes. And it's 4 more runs. This has been the most expensive over of the day. 16 runs gone off just 3 deliveries. And there's 3 more deliveries to go.
So far I think that's the most expensive over in the match. That's 3 deliveries, 16 runs. And it looks like Easthuizen wants to reach his 50 in this over. He's on 42 of 30.
That's good cricket. That's 2 more runs from these 2. We spoke about the running in between the wickets, between the 2 batsmen, Connor Easthuizen and Richard Siletsane. You even described them as hairs. That's how quick they are.
Fantastic cricket. Can't get the boundary, get the rotation.
For a moment they looked like 2 was on to the relief of the fielder that they're not going to take him on.
That was completely mistimed there, Mbali.
Very unusual. Every time he's hit the ball, it came off the sweet spot there.
I think he tried to overhit that one. I think he wanted to hit it to Pretoria.
Richard Siletsane now joins the show. Just pushes it to the offside and is stopped, or is tidied up on the boundary.
20 runs coming from that over. It's the most expensive over in the match by far. And has also taken the lead up to 281. And with 56, plus 55 overs to go, Aslam Coach, I said it earlier here in the voice of wisdom, said 50 overs, or about 300 to get.
Would be a very daunting task It's not going to be easy for the Boland Rush if they're sent in to bat again, especially on the last day. Siletsane doesn't middle that one. His eyes lit up as he saw it and he wanted to hit, and that's why it did not connect properly.
Yeah, it's some fancy footwork there. Tried to offset Sean van Berg. Did a nice little in and out step.
Very well hit. Connor Esterhuizen continues to look for boundaries, but there's protection. One more run, 2 mid-on. Siletsane also enjoying himself out there on the park. Oh, mistimed this time, but added to the scoreboard. That's the most important thing, as the lead keeps going up.
I think they really want to push for that 300 and give them 50 overs and see what the Goldrush Boland's going to do. Slog sweep up in the air.
Just drops, doesn't go far. Mistimed it. That is Siletsane. Wanted to go for it. He is a powerful young man and can clear the boundary with ease. Ah, beautiful shot. Just around his legs. Goes to finding. And it is the fourth 50 for Connor Esterhuizen with 3 centuries this season in the 2025-2026 season. And he reaches his 50 just after 35 balls, having hit 3 fours and 2 sixes, 2 massive sixes, that is, in just 36 minutes. That is come to the field. He came back after lunch, just came in after lunch. That is Connor Esterhuizen continues with his fine form for the season.
No, that is his second 50 in the match. For Connor Esterhuizen, scored a 79 in the first innings as well. It's a fantastic batting. He's in batting form.
Misses out. That is Siletsane. Spun around.
This looks like he's trying to hit the leather off the ball. Maybe just get bat on ball first. Well, very much knew it at the crease.
Bump ball there. For a moment, one would have thought he's been caught. Luckily, good shot, just for one.
Just look at the running between these two. This was played directly to Sean van Berg, just with soft hands, and Esterhuizen said, hold on, I'm middling it quite nicely. Let me have a go at Gajima.
Field change. Now you've got 5 fielders, 2 on the deep. And it's another big shot. It's gone all the way to Cow Corner for 6. Connor Esterhuizen, what a marvel to watch, going after Abu Mkijima. And that is 201 runs for the Lions. In the 40th over, Beautiful shot, and it will be 4 more for corner Estesen. Trust me, there is protection. You've got 5 men right at the deep.
It's one of those shots where you just pierce the gap to perfection. There's 2 men behind square there, the fine leg and the deep backward square. He just pierced that gap to perfection. Just look at that lovely timing, just whipped around. And that's after the mammoth sick. You mentioned the guys in the deep. They just weren't deep enough.
And these two have reached their 50 partnership in just 19 minutes, 29 deliveries played. And Corner Estesen has contributed 43 runs, with Siletsane contributing the other 7.
And there it looks like it's the declaration of the Lions. Decided, hold on, the 300 lead is up on the board. It's 302. We've got 53 overs to bowl. We're going to make Goldrush Boland have a bit of a bat and see if we can't roll them and steamroll them over. That means 302 in 50 overs. Eh? We've got an ODI on our hands here, Boland.
Spoke about it. Spoke about the shorter format of the game. And what an exciting 45 minutes of cricket it has been after lunch. If you have the type of players to get you the runs, why not? And the bowlers will be excited. So it looks like we're going for a result.
Yeah, so join us again in about 10 minutes time after the changeover and see how the Goldrush Boland goes about it. They got about a session and a half to bat. It's 50 overs to come. It's going to be exciting here from the DP World Lions. Just a quick run through what has happened. 374 all out in the first innings, and then the Goldrush Boland replied for 278. And then the Lions went absolutely ballistic, and 40 overs, 206 for the loss of 5, giving them a lead of 302. So join us again in 10 minutes time at the DP World Wanderers, where the Goldrush Boland will either go for the win or go for the draw.
Rulofsson, because that's what Boland are going to need. So the declaration coming there just after lunch. Seletswane and Esterhazen involved in a 51 partnership. Esterhazen going to his fourth 50 and second in the match. And before him, just after lunch, we saw Potgieter get to 30. He hit 1-4 and 1-6, and that was also a very valuable partnership. So 2 slips and a gully for the new batsman. And Mulder, who was, I'm just looking to see, he did pick up 3 wickets in the first innings. So a good start for him.
Beautiful delivery. Melga was eager to go, had to be stopped by the Empire. That was his 4th wicket for this match. Melga just showing what a world-class international he is. Beautiful delivery. Batted bold to get rid of Peter Malan. Bringing the captain of Goldrush, Boland, Gavin Kaplan, to the crease.
Whatever happens, however much you have seen the pitch, as I was saying, and having witnessed 3 innings now, when the batsmen get out there, they still have to just find a measure of the pitch, and to see that because it's into its 4th day, and on this 4th day we've seen the heavy roller used now on 3 occasions. Will it play a little lower? Will it play truer? So a lot to negotiate, a lot to think about in this application.
Right on the mark, Vian Mulder.
Fantastic bowling from Mulder. He's been absolutely fantastic. He's been very consistent. He's attacked the bat, and that must have been the instruction from the 2 coaches, Russell and Donald. That's the only way we're going to put our markers down. We're going to get the opposition to know exactly what we're all about. The ball remains in this over. Can he pick up a second?
Oh, a bit of away movement again. Kaplan just eases into the ball and blocks it, watches it and plays it under the eye there. It's a good start. End of the over. It's 1 without a run on the board. And we'll see the Bear Swanepoel coming in from the golf course end. We started proceedings this afternoon from the Colette Drive end.
I think that's his favourite end, because in his debut match here in both formats, in the T20 format as well as the 4-day series format, that's where he struck. That's the end where he struck gold. So he's in now. To Rulofsson, facing for the first time.
Bangs it in short. And Rulofsson is easily able to fend it off his chest. Quite an interesting period, especially for the next 10-15 minutes. Having gotten an early break, the Lions will want to continue to put pressure, hopefully get another wicket within the next 5 overs. Great fielding there. Now, interesting field. You've only got 1 fielder in the deep on the leg side, all comfortable catching positions. You've got 3 slips, or should I say 2 slips and a gully. Those 2 just waiting for anything that will fly off the bat. Good shot there, cut shot. And Rulofsson just rocks back and cuts and puts it to the boundary. Now the deficit moves to 299, and he scores the first runs for Boland. Would be interesting to see whether they'll also try and chase the score of 300 that they need to get in the plus minus 50 overs left for the day.
At the moment, there's one team that's in position to push for a victory, and that's the team with the ball in their hands. The fact that they've lost an early wicket certainly makes things a little more difficult, and they would have needed a real rollicking start to just hang in there, to push it in towards the, say, last 90 minutes of the match itself, and make a play for it, make a run for it. But I think right now they're going to have to settle in and occupy for as long as possible. So runs are not of any concern as far as Boland are concerned, unless, of course, Swanepoel continues to deliver a few long hops outside the off stump. That was the first scoring shot that went for 4. So 2 slips in a gully. The 2 slips are just in your picture, bottom right inside. Gully just about 3-4 meters to Mulder's right.
Beautiful delivery there. Coming back in, has been bowling ones that take off, and this one just coming in. Jan Mulder will continue from this end where we're sitting, collect drive and having a great start, bowl the wicket maiden there. Will be interesting to see how they fare with him. Just strays off on the onside, Jan Mulder, but bowling with so much pace.
Yeah, I think that may have been one of the messages from Alan Donald, is just go out there and put everything into it, give it your all. It's 2 sessions and a bit, or just about 2 sessions, and they must make most of it. Yeah, that's beautiful, because what we've seen now is a number of deliveries that have gone away from the right-handers, and this one just tailing in towards the end, but keeping it on that fuller length, so the batsman continues to be kept guessing as to whether the ball is actually going to be hitting the deck and going away or coming back in.
And also the bowling, the bowling just in that one line, no need for short deliveries, just keep persisting and create.
That's where he should be persisting all the time. That's excellent bowling, because the control has been good, and if you've got swing, then make sure that you're going to have good control, and there we've seen the combination to perfection. Beautiful, bright sunshine over the Wanderers, and I raised that point because it's drying out the pitch even more. We've had sun for most of the day. It was a cold sun this morning for quite a while, maybe right up to even midday, but it's turned out pretty hot right now, in the mid-20s. So it will get easier for batting, but it's all up to the bowlers now to make sure that they continue to keep the pressure on, and that's a good field set as well. 2 slips in a gully, and then we've got 3 on the offside saving one, 2 on the leg side saving one in front of square, and then of course the lone fielder who only needs to put up a tent to be camping at fine leg. 2 balls remain in this over, and then we're going to just go away for a short break for a technical reason, and we'll be back live with you soon after that. Down the leg side, angled quite nicely. Did that come off the bat? I'm not sure. We'll keep an eye on the umpire, and it has indeed come off the bat. of Kaplan. I'm really looking forward to Kaplan because so much has been spoken about the young man, and he does have the stats to prove that he's clearly a fine player. But always good to watch these young guys to see exactly what their makeup is all about and what the future holds. Gets inside the line, does Rolofsson to end the over. 3 overs gone, 5 for 1. Oh, well bowled. That was hit me again if you want. So 9 for 1. Welcome back. You've missed just 2 deliveries. One, a quality stroke of the bat of Gavin Kaplan that was played square of the wicket for 4. It wasn't a cut. It was a glorious steer. So I'm hoping to see more of that. 9 for 1. Just to remind you, they need 303 to win.
Just off air, we're talking about Gavin Kaplan. Played in the Western Cape, went to Rondebosch Boys High. So, born in 98 in February. So, is definitely from the Western Cape. We're just playing with ourselves here, asking where's he from? But very good player.
Nicely off the back foot again. Good to see, especially at the Wanderers when batsmen get into a good position there, and if they are prolific on the back foot, they can certainly profit with runs on the offside. It was very neatly played. More importantly, I think here is to just get in line, because even though we are onto the on the fourth day pitch, the new ball will still do a bit at the Wanderers. So now, Grant Rolofsson.
Ooh, what happened there? Looked like the ball just stopped, and it was not really convincing in playing that defensive shot. Now, very interesting pitch, especially on the 4th day. Hasn't really flattened out. There's still a bit of life in the pitch, and I mean, having played for 2.5 days, so there's so much that this pitch can still give you today.
Yeah, just as I think I mentioned early this morning, I would have liked to have had a closer look to see if there were any indentations. Perhaps the answer to that question was the fact that the heavy roller has been used to just try and make sure that they press those down. So end of the over, the 4th, 10 for 1. Well, I've seen some fantastic batting here on the last day. I mean, way back in 1994 when Michael Atherton and Jack Russell put on 200-run partnership, 200 plus, Atherton getting 185 not out, dropped on 99. I must never forget to mention that. And along with Jack Russell, the South Africans tried everything on that 5th afternoon, but they got absolutely no joy. And that match ended in a draw, in a creditable draw for the Englishmen. And then, of course, that test match, a superb test match between India and South Africa here, where South Africa was set a target of 450 plus, and that they achieved it. That would have been a world record. And I think in the end they were 17 runs short. 2 wickets fell, and as they say, the shop was closed, or they closed shop. And that would have been a memorable win. But again, an indication of that there were runs to be taken even on the 4th and the 5th day. So the Wanderers does have a bit of a mixed history, but in general.
Good shot, rocks off the back. That is Gavin Kaplan, who's just walked in a couple of minutes ago. Ball just on the carpet of the beautiful Wanderers. Certainly not afraid to play his shots, and Goldrush, Boland aren't holding back either. I guess they're taking the game by the scruff of the neck, saying, well, let's play our cricket and let's see where we end.
Quality stroke that was.
Beautiful delivery from Vian Melder. Good response. It's always good just to try and get your rhythm back after having gone for a boundary. And there's no need to panic as long as the batsman keeps playing.
Well, I see a small field change now, a slight field change. The conventional backward point is now being sent deep. That was a quality stroke. Playing with the swing square off the wicket. I did say earlier on that takes lots of skill. Well left. Just using the width of the crease on that occasion, Vian Mulder. Trying to dip it in closer towards it off stump. But again, good judgment from Kaplan. Both fours struck up the square of the pitch. That's the other one there. That was on a good length line. You couldn't fault that in any way from a bowler's point of view. That was just a high quality stroke. And hence they've posted the fielder at deep, wideish third man.
Another one just where he rocks back, but this time fielded in the inner circle by cover. Just wondering who the captain is thinking of at this point in time in terms of bowling. Will it be spin? Will they continue with a quicker bowler? Plenty of options, plenty of ideas.
Now there's a quality bowling team in place. End of the over, 14 for 1. Yesterday, or in the first innings, Fortain came as the first change bowler. And then Potgieter and Sia Plaiki are the two seamers. Plaiki clearly the quickest of the two. And then Naba Peter is the other option as well. So I'm sure we'll still see the new ball at 2.8 runs and over, which is what they've achieved so far, and a wicket down. I think it's not much of a ask of your seamers to try and continue to, put the work in, because wins only come with hard work. I see Sia Plaiki loosening up to our left here at fine leg. Not necessary that he'll be coming in immediately. Mulder has just bowled 3 overs. But it's Swanepoel again.
Beautiful shape there. Away movement. Just pitches on foot stump and moves out.
Keep a close watch on him. See if he is getting any movement from the far side. He does rely a lot on his pace. Finds the good lengths. And that's exactly what it is about. Looking for pace off a good length. Batsmen clearly will be searching for movement or any movement. And once they realize, when they see it's not happening, if they get in line, they can set themselves up. It's all part of the bowling plan, part of the application at the crease. And as an opener, that's one of the things that you look at. The other is when you are defending on the back foot. It's a beautiful delivery, slightly on a fuller length on that occasion. And what the top order batsmen need to do with a new ball is when they're on the back foot defending, to see how high up the ball hits in defense, and when you're even drawn onto the front foot, is it hitting the upper part, the splice of the bat, so you know that there's still pace on offer. And that way then your shot selection comes into mind, whether you will play the cut, whether you will rather leave it because it's bouncing a little more. there's a good leave, because that's the area of uncertainty, and once you've applied yourself and you know what you're going to be setting yourself up for as far as run scoring is concerned, you then look to unleash that when the opportunity arrives. But it's so much about thinking the game, and also very good communication between the two batsmen at the end of each over. If they observe something which they feel the batsman, the facing batsman, hasn't recognized.
Uncomfortable there. Just seems to have hit him on the glove.
Now he's in a bit of pain, and I tell you what, that's steepled off on a good length, because when you're in position and you think you've defended it, and then the ball hits you whilst you're defending, then clearly you've maybe just misjudged that length, and the new ball is going to hop up on you at the Wanderers. So Rulofsson in a lot of pain.
Gonna have to get the magic spray.
That tells me that it wasn't really a short delivery. I'd like to see that again one more time, just to ascertain where exactly he's standing. If his back foot is on the popping crease or not. We'll get a replay in a moment. So he's certainly standing in front, at least by the width of another boot. So say in 8 centimeters or 6 inches away from the popping crease. So which means he's looking to take the ball on early. But that's come off a length. So if he's making that choice, he has to be either standing at least a foot inside of the popping crease, which a lot of guys do here at the Wanderers. I remember in the early days, the likes of when this was termed as the Green Mamba, Mbali, the Transvaal openers, Henry Fotheringham and Jimmy Cook, would generally stand with their front foot just outside of the front of the popping crease and the back foot inside of the popping crease, so that it gave them time on a really quick pitch, because even the short of a length ball would be leaving you at around midriff, at your waist height. So to apply themselves either that way, and what used to happen was anything short, then if they were already positioned to play that, and they had to obviously measure their front foot stroke. So it's so much about application and knowing the pitch that you're betting on well enough. And that's why I made the point about Zubair Hamza, how he's managed to acclimatize himself to the Wanderers pitch, and that's why he's been so prolific with his run scoring, because generally it takes a season or two for batters to actually get used to the pitch that you haven't played on or didn't grow up on. I can tell you a story, although it comes out of the infamous rebel era, is this Alvin Kalicharan was then recruited from the Free State team to come and play up here in the Transvaal. And with the likes of Vincent van der Bijl coming, they weren't just a mean machine, they were then a meaner machine. But what happened was the great West Indian left-hander was just not able to deliver the goods. He wasn't able to get to healthy double-figure scores. And eventually when he did, I think it was possibly one of his most important hundreds, because he was emotional. So it shows that even great players with a great pedigree. Oh, beautiful delivery. He's appealing for the catch behind. Rulofsson's not moved, and nor has the umpire.
Can't believe it.
And I tell you what's happened is, whilst the umpire is handing the jersey back to, or the hat back to Swanepoel, I think there may have been some sort of, not an expletive, but maybe some words just expressed, and umpire Jacobs was not too impressed. But how close was this, and what a good delivery this was. Did it brush the back leg on its way through? In fact, Rulofsson just indicates that that's what it's done. But there was a second appeal from the wicketkeeper. He went, as he took the catch and still moving down the leg side, he asked again, how was that umpire? So not out, Mulder continues. It'll be a while longer before we see Plaiki. Kaplan playing this nice and late. So just to go back to that whole point about, and Kalicharan in particular, I mean, known having grown up on those West Indian pitches, they had taken on the Australians on their soil. A fantastic record in English county cricket as well as against England. And then he's scored a few memorable hundreds in India and Pakistan. Those were basically the nations that they played with and against. I think maybe New Zealand as well. But for somebody who played all around the world, oh, beautiful delivery, in swinging. Has it hit the bat? No, it hasn't. Given out LBW. A wonderful piece of bowling here by Wiaan Mulder. A number of balls swinging away from the right-hander, and then he got this one to dip in, and he's got Grant Rulifson trapped in front. Wonderful bit of cricket from the seam bowler.
Grant Rulifson trapped there as he was trying to move forward. Always say, if you're going to move across, you are going to be a candidate for LBW. Just a ball or two before there was a shout for caught behind, and this time Grant Rulifson goes for 4 after 29 minutes, having faced 16 balls and scoring just 1 4. Now Goldrush Boland are 15 for 2 after 6.2 overs. Now the Lions believe they can do it if they can get 2 more wickets before tea, or even 3 or even 4.
Well, it's a whole hour, so lots of opportunities for the bowling team. But I can suggest now that there'll be a few flutters in the Boland dressing room, because this is exactly what you didn't want. You know, having had a look at the replay, purely on the fact that Wiaan Mulder outfoxed and outthought Rulofsson with the ball dipping back at him, wasn't it perhaps just going a shade down the leg side? But the umpire's in the best position. He took his time to decide, and eventually the finger did go up. So, another look. Yeah, no, I think that would have been hitting the bottom of middle and leg.
Well, you've got 2 new batsmen. Kaplan, who has been in there for the last 20 deliveries. Abu Kijima came in yesterday, played his cricket and stuck around for the longest time. Got a couple of hits also on the body, took a few even on the belly. Wiaan Kijima.
Oh, shouldering arms to a ball as he just walks in. Fortunately, that's so wide outside the off stump, but generally that's a type of a movement from a batsman who's not in form, who's all at sea with his game. And Kijima, having come off a good 50, a workman-like 50 in the first innings, what's he doing this for? Why did he even do that little shimmy down the track as he's just come in? You only do those type of things is when you're well settled and you've been bogged down by a bowler, that you look to maybe try and get the better of him to spoil his length, his line. Will he do that again? Yep, he's done it again. Was he doing that yesterday?
Quite early in his innings yesterday he was doing that. We see it again. It was around this time when he had to walk into the crease. Missed a few, walked down a lot, up until it got comfortable around his 20s. Then, because it seems like he's a batsman that keeps changing his game plan, always tries and unsettles the bowler.
So Mulder, if he keeps doing that, a short one would certainly be a good welcome for the batsman. Oh, beautiful delivery. Excellent stuff. Just to see perhaps that would he continue to follow it with that movement of his, that trigger movement, an unusual trigger movement. I thought after that, maybe early on with the cherry in your hand and you've just into your 4th over. Dip in a short one. There is a fielder waiting out in the deep at fine leg or long leg.
Got hit a couple of times also yesterday because of that movement where the ball would just jack in.
Mm-hmm. That's well played. Like he picks up, feels, he's off the mark, is Aviwe Mgijima.
That movement that you speak about is meant to unsettle the bowler. But at times if you find a very quick bowler, by the time you move, the ball has gone past you.
Yeah, 37 years old, he's played 107 matches, make this 108. He's got over 4,000 runs, in fact 4,100 with that 50 in the first innings. 132 not out his individual best. 500s, 21 50s, and then he has picked up wickets. So when he did pick up that wicket today, that of Zubair Hamza, he has certainly turned his arm over. So Swanepoel, will it be that continues? Dominic Hendricks to the right of your picture, generally in the slips cordon, but maybe he's dealing with an injury of sorts. So he's been in the outfield for most of this second innings and part of the towards the end of the first innings as well this morning. And now the helmet brought onto the field, so sooner rather than later we'll probably see spin as well, but that's going to be Mr. Potgieter under the helmet, Delano. So at least he knows for a while that his captain's not going to be calling him on to bowl. Field remains the same, just a short leg in position now for Swanepoel. Nice looking drive. He's not bothered to run. A bit of cheek there from Aviwe Mgijima. Was pretty sure the minute it struck the bat that he was going to run away for 4.
Mgijima there, just showing how confident he is when he struck the ball.
So his trigger movement here to Swanepoel is less than half of what he was doing earlier on. So hands in a good position, wonderful transfer of the weight for that boundary. Let's watch those feet of his again. Now that's normal. Back and across, especially on a quick wicket, it's always a suggestion for players just to make sure that they're getting in line. He'll pick up the single. Just coming back to that point, I mean, I was on air with Vernon Philander, and I must say I've been salivating to ask any one of these good bowlers about Stephen Smith and that movement of his, and how do you find the weakness? And Vernon did say that very early on you've got to keep trying to get the ball in towards him, even though he's moving and allowing him to play on the leg side. He creates that room, but he says that's the area that you needed to persist to try and get him out. And he did admit that he's a real difficult customer to get out. In fact, in one of his recent interviews, that was some time back when I was on air with him, but I think there was a little feature that he did on him, and when he was asked who's the more difficult or batsman that he's bowled at, he said Stephen Smith. So that can be off-putting, that trigger movement, just as a matter of discussion. I'm only raising it for that reason. Nicely played.
Swanepoel still has the energy, just rushing in this afternoon with the sun out.
Well, you know, when you decide earlier on during your fledgling days, I want to be a fast bowler and I want to play for this province and I want to play for South Africa. Ah, superb delivery. The perfect length to maybe try and induce the outside edge. Fortunately, on this occasion, Kaplan doesn't get back in the cross and the ball beats him. I was just going to say that then you must be able to be ready for the hard yards, because that's what's then demanded of you. If you want to be a new ball bowler, get ready for the captain to be really demanding of you, especially if you're a strike bowler in the Alan Donald mold. It's again well played, because on this occasion, if you watch Swanepoel coming wide of the crease, trying to see if he can maybe just get between the bet and paired, but Kaplan again just shows fantastic technique. 8 gone, 21 for 2. 282 still needed. More importantly, they need to negotiate 43 overs to Boland.
Jan Mulder will continue from this end. Will be interesting to see whether Mgijima will continue with his trigger movement as in the previous over when Swanepoel was bowling to him. The wind, it was not as much as it did it when Vian was bowling. Lets that one go.
There are batsmen, shall I say batters, there are batters that because they feel they don't get in line in time, they stand on middle or even on off-stump guard, so that they know they're getting into a good position. Other times they just want to do it so that they judge the line more than anything else, because they're susceptible to LBWs and such. He's standing on middle guard. There's the back and across, beautiful delivery on that fuller length, but this time he's found almost wanting on that back foot. We have it close on camera to Mgijima. So he's played enough cricket to know his own game by now. So that's why I'll watch him particularly with a lot more curiosity. The fact that he spent, almost 2.5 hours for his 50 yesterday, 161 balls, tells you that at least he's prepared to work hard.
Jan Mulder just directing the ball towards his legs, as we see that his trigger movement is moved towards the off stump. Always a candidate of the LBW, or having him bowled because of that trigger movement.
So interesting to see that the captain went all the way down to the far end, having a quick chat with Zubair Hamza. Perhaps they picked up something that needs to be communicated. And I will mention also that the bowler wasn't involved in that conversation. So I'm not sure if there's a message that came through that this game's going to go long into the day, and that they may need to just delay their appointment at the restaurant.
Well,
or they're booking at the restaurant.
And then there's a swap in fielding. We've had the captain moving to Kali.
Yeah, they can keep the conversation going now without delaying play. Mulder again. That's good judgment. It's wide off the crease, so good to leave, and a good leave.
Zubair Hamza having a conversation with Bear Swanepoel, keeper, mini meeting there going on, maybe thinking about letting Swanepoel rest next over. Plessy did warm up, or has been keeping warm.
Again, just attempting that leg side Yorker. A stifled appeal really from him, but it swung through the air, and the batsman did lose his balance, but it's brushed the leg and gone through for a leg bind. So 25 for 2 at the end of 9, and confirmed on the big screen, 4 leg binds. So the change in bowling has now come about after 9 overs. Swanepoel, 4 overs from the far end, he just completed. I'm sure we'll see a double change, just to see who gets not necessarily with a plan in mind, but just to see who can be more effective at this stage of the game. Can he extract more out of the pitch? And so the captain is at liberty to maybe just do a bit of bowler's rotation, and then you come up with the right decision. It works for you, and that's basically what he wants. So Siya Plaatje.
Spoke about him a couple of minutes ago that he had kept warm, and I guess the consultation was, is it the right time to let him bowl? And indeed decided yes. Let's give the ball a
So Plaatje in. Beautiful action there. He gets a bit of nasty lift off the pitch. They'll turn for the second, and Kaplan will be happy to pick up those 2 runs. But early signs that if you're digging it in on this particular pitch, you're still going to get a bit of assistance. So at slip, we have Zubair Hamza. Alongside him is Rian Mulder, and then at gully is Josh Richards.
ball just flying
Salit
off.
Swanee out at third man. Yeah, that length that he hit, we will get to see it again. But let's see what's his second delivery all about. He is a guy, you know, like Jofra Archer. When he's running in, you expect that he's just going to be bowling at a medium pace. Only to realize after you see the stats, there's the delivery again. That steeple of a good length. He really got good bounce. So the grass here is still helpful. Hard underfoot. Rolled in very, very hard over the last 3 days. 4 days now. He goes for the fuller length, but again, good judgment from the batsman. So yeah, the whole Jofra Archer point. And yet he's able to, when he bowls in the between 142 and 145 consistently, and then when he does crank it up, he goes up to 152.
And he also sports a hairstyle like Jofra Archer.
Oh, he does he? I haven't seen him from close by. But what I'm saying is that that's what must be part of his armory, that you don't know when the thunderbolt's coming.
Yeah.
When you're running in there and banging it all the time, or that is a quality delivery from him. And had Kaplan committed himself on the front foot, who knows, that may have taken the outside edge. The Wanderers bathed in beautiful summer sunshine. I'd hate to think what's happening outside of the Wanderers, because it's closer towards festive time. Schools have closed. I wonder what's the traffic like.
But also, last day at work for many.
Down the lakeside, so it's a little wayward. Bowler of his quality, or of his pace, it's got an absolutely glorious action. Good, a powerful run up, and then a powerful gather, and then a fantastic follow through. If he can hit those awkward areas more than often, he can be a real difficult customer. And I saw him in his first outing here at the ground, where he really did generate a lot of pace, and he picked up wickets as well. But in between, you saw all of these deliveries that went way wide, wayward. But these are the type of bowlers as well. Then they somehow, because of their pace, they pick up wickets. So a good first over from Siya Plaatje, just those 2 runs of the first ball. 10 overs gone, 27 for 2. Overs to go, 41. And we still 40 minutes from the tea interval. So 40 minutes plus 2 hours and 2 hours and a bit. Hopefully they'll be able to get in those overs, but more importantly, they'll be looking to pick up because Mulder now lining up to start his 6th over. He's getting good bit of support off this pitch. So not surprised to see that the captain perhaps wants to just get him to bowl one more. He has the feel for him. 2 slips in the gully. A backward point. And then wideish cover and a wide mid off. Wide mid on mid wicket as well. With straight delivery, that will run away through the gap and all the way to the boundary for 4. So Mbali has left and Gert has rejoined us. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kota. Yeah, coming back with Xavier Gajima scoring his 3,000th run in the CSA 4-day series. So well done. He's a bit of a find. And he's one of those grindy batters. It doesn't look like that, but his 50 came off a lot of deliveries. He had about a 30 strike rate.
Yeah, 161 deliveries. Yeah.
Look at that, soft hands. One thing that did impress me from his first innings as well is how late he plays. He let the ball come right into his, under his eye line. Even there, you could just see how late he's playing it. Making sure it goes down. There was 1 or 2 in the first innings as well that didn't carry to the slip, but it was deliberately played down.
Okay.
So very, very impressed with the way he approaches his game. And Via Mulder, 2 for 11. Oh, he's bowled brilliantly.
No, he has. He has. And he's deserved the 2 wickets and 2 different types of deliveries to claim his 2 victims. Just gets into position and then blocks the fuller length delivery. I just get the feeling that if his trigger movement is not exaggerated as it is, a ball of that length, if he gets in line and has a good weight behind the stroke, if he finds the gaps, that'll run away for runs. But what tends to happen is with that makeup of his, invariably it's going to be a block.
It's all about the defense with Gajima.
It's less exaggerated than it was early on. He'll pick up the single, well-timed stroke. But you're right, it's all about occupying now. He needs to play a similar innings if he's going to shepherd his team into calmer waters.
Again, the openers for the Goldrush Boland not doing the job. Both in single digits once again. Peter Malanga dismissed very, very early in the very first over. Very similar to the first innings as well. Openers going early, and then Kaplan and Gajima were the ones who just steadied the boat.
That's a rare misjudgment from Kaplan. But again, it's just the length that Vian has found that has troubled the batters. And he should know this is his home ground to make the type of adjustment that is necessary at this particular ground.
Now, one thing that's nice about the ball ring as well, you can always bowl a little bit fuller if the ball is moving.
Yeah.
If the ball is new and shaping, you can go that little bit fuller. It does give you something. But it can also very quickly fly off the bat. So there's always something in for the bowlers, always something in for the batters. Oh, the ball ring, what a place to play cricket.
Indeed. So the logs up on the screen. Warriors, Dragons, Dolphins, and then Boland is highlighted there, still penciled in as, well, I suppose Dolphins and, no, but you said earlier today it was the Titans that scored the win. So Boland having either Dolphins or Dragons have picked up points. That's why they now move from 3rd to 4th. So that's an updated Division 1 points table, but I'm sure it'll be more important in context once this game is complete.
the Warriors beating the Dragons by an innings and 142 runs in their match down in Potch. And then also we saw the Titans beating the Dolphins by 9 wickets in just over 3 days.
So 2 games complete, is that what you're saying?
That's correct, yes. But also we've got Western Province winning by 139 runs against the Tuskers as well. So all 3 games are completed and done and dusted. This is the only one that is still no result as of yet. Still 271 runs required.
And that brings me to the other point, because I mean, there was enough rain at Supersport Park Centurion as well, but somehow that game got done. The reason was, I think, over 4 innings, that was possibly the least amount of runs that have been scored. It may be somewhere up there in the record books, but a low-scoring match in the end, and a good win for the Titans at home.
At one stage, if I'm not mistaken, the Dolphins were 80 for 6, scoring only 125 and 200 runs in their 2 innings. And the Titans only scored 255 in their first innings as well.
There we go. Blackie again, strikes him on the pad, but running down the leg side. The umpire himself goes down the leg side. That's the first indication that you're getting nothing from me. Leg by confirmed.
The worst is when the umpire has an itchy nose when you appeal.
Yeah, or when he wants to adjust the peak of his head. Yeah. Good player he was. Fine, Arno Jacobs. I think both of us made our debuts at the same time. But he was playing cricket and I was commentating.
I just wanted to say, Mr. Kota.
Yeah.
Late bloomer.
Very late I would have been. That was good to watch him. He really carried the flag for Northwest cricket. Both the brothers. Good delivery. On a fuller length, he's got the ball to move, which is good to see. There are times when you're going to bowl on a placid pitch where that type of attack, where you then persist with, if you're good with the ball going both ways or one way, then you keep going at that. The captain gives you the field. I mean, like Craig Matthews and guys used to do, and even Pollock in the second half of his career. And they were masters at it because they were still able to pick up wickets. So CI is obviously still young in the game, but those are the lengths that if he can find more than often, he'll be more than a handful. Yeah, overcompensates, and it's a neat stroke. Very compact is Ngajima.
One thing that I've picked up, and it's modern day cricket, and I said it yesterday as well, is we realise that new school isn't old school. But the one thing that I've picked up with bowlers specifically is the patience have kind of gone out the window. They bowl 1 or 2 deliveries in the right area, then we want to try something different. Like that previous delivery was the perfect line, perfect length. Just keep it there. Keep it there for an over or 2. Let the batter adjust. Let him doubt what's happening on the pitch.
Correct.
Just stay patient.
What's he looking to do there? That's a perfect looking delivery. Did it keep low?
That was a bit of a creeper.
Well, just judging by where the wicketkeeper caught the ball, I'm not too sure if it was that low, but nevertheless his reactions tell us that maybe the ball kept low. Let's just watch this again. No, that would have been hitting top of off stump if it was straight. Look how disappointed he is as he turns back. See how flaky. 36 for 2 after 12. Well, you talk about patience with bowlers. I mean, there's always this chat about patience with batters. But one of the reasons that Bears ball comes short more than often, even though I've read an interesting statistic, but since they've adopted this policy that they've got more wins than losses. But what it has also told me is that the batsmen there are looking to score off every type of delivery. You're in a test match. The field set's a whole lot different from white ball cricket. So the application in the middle has been absolutely poor. And I haven't seen anyone, especially out of the English pundits, that have said, let's give it a chance. You know, it's 2 in a row that they've lost. Patience.
As you see, Bayer Swanepoel coming in from the corner drive in.
Yep.
And we actually had a discussion here as well where we said that the problem isn't really the Bears ball and playing positive cricket. It's all about just playing Bears ball, but with a little bit of patience. Maybe not try and score boundaries of every delivery, maybe get singles and twos more often than actually try and hit the boundaries. I think Stokes, and it was Smith, if I'm not mistaken, in that second Ashes game, actually showed the patience that they can apply. Especially when a guy like Mitchell Stark, stale is up. Don't try and smash him. Mm-hmm. It's the same with if you go to India, Jasprit Bumrah. There's certain bowlers that you gotta play ball for ball and not have a premeditation on, I'm gonna smash you and that's it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the premeditation maybe is the watchword there. But you know, that was at a time when I think England were already down and out, when they decided that they're going to play till the close of play. It didn't matter much because the next morning Australia were in there and they needed 60 to win. But if you remember, I don't know if you saw it on social media, but Stuart Broad was on air, and Brooks had just gotten out, and he emphasized this point, and I shared it on our commentators group, that the reading of the situation, playing the moment, playing the situation, oh, that's beautifully played. Wonderful bit of handiwork there from Kevin Kaplan. Impressive stroke. They had to be hit, but the execution was class.
Yeah, it's almost like Bayer Swanepoel had no venom behind that one. He wanted to bowl the short ball, but it's just a long hop in the end. Lovely shot by Kaplan. It's a nice, neat little swivel, and then off to the fence.
So, you know, and I don't totally outlaw the Bears ball philosophy, but it's a neat looking drive. So wonderful batting from Kaplan. On the back foot, pulls it for 4, and then invited into the drive and plays a nice, neat little push onto the offside. So he looks like he's in for the long haul. He's on 18, looks untroubled. The fact that you know you do have 5 days, and I know that when McCullum came into the coaching position, that he did speak about wanting to speed up the game. But I'm not too sure if that there was too much of wisdom in that, because once you do that, Test cricket does offer you time in order to get to your results. So all at the same time, to adopt that policy and then to stick to it so rigidly is, to me, where the fault lies.
And I think that his reasoning, it's already happened because of T20 cricket and a lot of players playing all formats, it's already sped up a little bit.
Exactly.
There's no one scoring 100 or 400 balls anymore, or 300, let me say, a strike rate of 30. They're all up in the 60s and 70s.
Correct.
So and as soon as they hit that century, they actually pick up the strike rate as well. So I think with the introduction of T20 cricket, that has automatically gone over to Test match cricket, because you can actually look at the stats. Since we started playing T20 cricket, there's been more results in the
Correct.
Test arena. So I don't think he needed to speed up the game more.
Yeah, in fact, points very well made. And just to say, I mean, what that has prompted the advent of T20 cricket, and also in the old days, in the 70s, when one-day cricket was brought in, the fielding had improved, the pace of the game had improved then as well. You still had a number of draws right through till I think the middle 90s. But in essence, the problem comes in now. Let's just watch this delivery from Sia Plaiki. That's well played, well placed, and he'll get 4 for it. It's well timed. Again, from within the crease, as I described him earlier, is a compact player. And even though he's got that trigger movement, when he has struck the ball, he's struck it well. So Ngajima is racing, unlike he did yesterday. He's already on 18 of 24. So let's just watch this again. Yeah, just swivels and plays it beautifully into the gap for 4. What has happened, what it has prompted Gert is, watch how the selection has also turned in world cricket. Where if you're this good, stodgy player who you can bank, I mean, you can take Chateshwar Pujara as an example. I tell you right now, you put him back in that Indian team, and they're going to be a different team altogether. That's my reading. I said it a few weeks back when India were playing badly, even against South Africa. Shots on. That's a beautiful stroke. Over pitch from Plaiki, and the most delightful looking drive from Ngajima.
I didn't try and overhit it. That's what made that shot so good. He just leant on it and just timed it through. There's no one in that area, so he knows. He just needs to find the middle of the bat. And it flew off. And this outfield, over the last day or so, has sped up quite dramatically as the 50 comes up for the Goldrush. Boland still trailing by 252 though.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that all around the world now, the typical banker who you would have at 4, 5 or even 6, a la Cullis or Azharuddin or what's his name, Steve Waugh for that matter. Oh, he strikes him in front, given out LBW. There's the fuller length delivery that does the trick. I'm quite sure that he was beaten through the air and even off the track. Good pace there from Sia Plaiki, striking Ngajima right in front, and that is the 3rd wicket falling. And at a time when they just needed to consolidate to make sure that they played through to tea. So a wicket well deserved by Sia Plaiki, 50 for 3.
And a big wicket it is. It's the anchor that he's gotten rid of. Ngajima, we know, can bat for long periods of time, and after 2 boundaries, what a comeback that was. Ball just pitched on middle and straightened up on Ngajima. 22 of 25. And now it becomes very interesting because, as the great Shane Warne said, add 2 more wickets on the wicket column and then see how you feel. The Lions must feel that they're kind of in with a shout.
Yep. Captain makes his way to the middle.
He was yesterday with this man bowling, was stretchered off the field. He had a very unfortunate blow to the groin area, and it was so severe that he actually got stretchered off. All batters have been there. It's those that make the eyes go the other way, and voice goes a bit squeaky.
Yep. Well, good to see that he had a good day behind the stumps, and all's good with Clyde Fontaine. Can he now lead from the front, which is so necessary if his team wants to go away with a draw from Johannesburg. So team selections have changed, and Smith, the wicketkeeper, although he's had a very good run for England, there are about 4 wicketkeepers in England right now that are worthy of a place for England. And they've chosen Smith because he's a bully. He can hit the ball. He's built like a bully. A doorman, or what do you call these guys?
A bouncer.
Bouncer.
Yeah, he's a big strapping lad, is Smith.
So those are just, I mean, there's so many talking points. I mean, but we talk about adaptability and how we talk about influences like the white ball influence. It's been positive in every sense. There's no doubt about it. I mean, to me, what white ball cricket and in particular T20 cricket has done for the quality of, or the variety and the skill sets that we're seeing now emerging. Balls that, forget the strokes that we see, the switch hits and the pedals and all of that. That's a nice stroke. Lovely way to get off the mark. Clyde Fontaine immediately on the run. Ball will just slow down in time. They'll be able to turn for the 3rd. In fact, they do.
as you mentioned selections, the one thing that I feel that with selecting players, that it's almost like having an aggressive person and you tell him be more aggressive.
Yeah.
You already has a striker of 120 and you ask him to get up to 150.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem with the England side. If you look at Stokes Smith, you look at Harry Brook, you even look at Ben Ducker, those are guys that are aggressive normally. So no real need to tell them be more aggressive. If they get in, they'll lift the strike rate to a 70, 75, even an 80 in a test arena. And I think a guy like Crawley will do much better if he can actually take his time. Take the first 15 deliveries, even if you don't get off the mark, and then start working from there. So yeah, and then also Joe Root. I mean, he is one of the best batters in the world, no doubt. But also, I think if he takes a bit more time as well, he'll just cement his legacy.
I get the feeling that of all the players in that lineup, he plays the way Joe Root wants to play. Hence his success. Oh, what a lovely stroke. Clyde Fontaine gets into a superb position and then just blocks this really, and it bullets all the way to the cover boundary for 4.
Nothing more than a front foot punch and a high elbow. Oh, classy stroke by the captain. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That is typical red ball cricket. High elbow, lovely through the covers, and the ball just races away.
So now, I mean, Ashes is always a talking point, and especially when it's 2-0, and the manner in which the victories were achieved by Australia. I've ventured to predict that if it's 3-0 or 4-1 or whatever, that we may see the end of Mr. McCullum himself. Because if he's in there, continues to play the Bears ball philosophy, the hierarchy are not going to be able to change that philosophy. And because there's such a big buy-in from the captain as well, there's a lot of food for thought already, I can tell you. And you don't need to be a cricket scientist or a rocket scientist to know that, oh, good delivery, man. Brought this one back on a length and is immediately calling for attention. He is in absolute pain after just hitting perhaps the shot of the match. He is writhing in pain. He's spread eagle there. He doesn't know what to do, how to contain that pain or to contend with that pain.
This one just jagged back off the seam.
It's hit the bottom man.
Oh, it was very similar to the way he went down yesterday as well.
Well,
Looks like it's on the elbow.
He's holding his elbow. So did it hit the back of the elbow on his way up? Because that's hit the funny bone, and that's why he's gone completely lame. If you see that, it just numbs your muscle. It's like getting that little that big shot on the side of your thigh.
I mean, anyone has walked into a room and just bumped your arm against the door or door handle or something. That pain that just shoots through. Multiply that by 130 Ks.
Just I'd like to apologize to Fontaine for that injury, because now that we know what it's hit. Yeah, he's pointing towards the funny bone on the inner elbow.
It's weird that they called it the funny bone, because there's nothing funny
Nothing
about
funny
it.
about it as well. Absolutely right.
It's because you normally smile in agony. I think that's why they might have called it. But you can see the cokers just in the back end there, all the worried Lions supporters, all the Lions players there, just having a bit of a chat and saying, all right guys, what are we going to do here? Zubair Hamza is part of it, Esterhuizen,
Mulder.
Mulder just having a bit of a chuckle there as well. Maybe Esterhuizen expressed a thought outside the box. But yeah, just on the T20 cricket, I think that it is brought along innovative shots. It is and the confidence that the guys can take into the test arena as well, after facing the same bowlers for 4 overs. And I think it's the confidence of T20 cricket with certain players has just lifted the entire game.
It's rubbed off, yeah, into the wider game. No, that's true. I mean, it's been very, very positive. I remember they described 60 over cricket, when it was first introduced into world cricket, as bastardizing the game of test cricket. That's the term that was used by a very famous Australian writer. But you could tell why, because suddenly these deep rooted traditions were being almost sacrilegiously uprooted. And why do we need to do this? But of course, it was Ted Dexter in the 60s, just before he had retired. They used to play this, let's call them friendly matches around the UK. There's a term for it. And he saw the value of the limited over stuff. And then John Player, the cigarette manufacturer, decided that they're going to sponsor an event on a Sunday, and then got the BBC involved. So now it's a televised event, and it became one of the most popular competitions in the UK throughout the 70s, the John Player League. So you play county cricket, but on a Sunday you change gear. These days you change your gear as in shifting gears, and also your apparel. Those days they shifted gear and they played it, and it was good for the game.
Yeah, and also brought in new eyes to the game.
Always
the one thing that the shorter format has done, it has taken eyes a little bit off the test match cricket, but it's also brought in new interest into the game, especially when it comes to the younger viewers. They're becoming a more instant generation. To get them interested in cricket is a lot easier when it's 20 overs instead of 5 days. And there's always something happening. Introduction of the DJ and the announcers just created a bit of vibe. So if you look at the SA20, for instance, listen to all the commentary. There was a couple of people who weren't even here for the cricket. It was just the vibe that it just creates and just brings everyone together. Where the purist still is all about test match cricket. They enjoy the rest, but it's all about test match cricket.
Well, I have an 88-year-old friend, and I'm nowhere near his age, but he's been a mentor. Mr. Yusuf Garda played for the South African Indians, played for Transvaal as well. So a very keen observer till today. And I tell you what, because of the age of cricket that they were brought up in, let's just watch this. That's the injury that's hit the back elbow. Looks like the man is brave enough to continue on, soldier on, is Clive Fortain. That's a good example of making a fist of it and taking on the fight against the opposition. Oh, that impact just hurting him again. Will he be able to continue is the question.
He might just push through till tea. It's another 12 or 13 minutes.
Yeah. So where were we?
Discussing about your mentor. Still a key.
Yeah. And T20 cricket excites this gentleman like you cannot believe, because what he says is, we saw sixes, but they were a rarity. Then he even mentioned that, did you know that Donald Bradman hit 6 boundaries, 6 sixes in his entire career, and 4 of them came at the end of one match. So he just sort of used it as an example. And he said that watching the game and how it's progressed and how the innovation has come through the one-day international, 60 overs, then 55 overs, then 50 overs eventually. He's fascinated with the abilities of the batsmen in how they strike the sixes and in different parts of the ground. So it interests him so much that he'll be the one that's watching the T20s and asking me, did you watch it? And I'll say, I was nowhere near television screens. True story, Gert. Yeah.
See, but that's just a thing. And also, fair to Mr. Brandman and all the players from back in the day, the equipment has changed quite a lot as well.
That's true.
I remember when we started playing as schoolboys, the old Jock Cullis used to bat with the lasers that used to come out. That was as thin as they got. Even the Grey Nicholses was as thin as they got. Now all of a sudden, there's got to be limits on it. That's how thick these edges get.
Correct. Likey in again, looking for number 2. he won't get it if he's on that line in length.
Don't think they'll mind this, having Fortuin on strike. He's struggling, he's nursing the injury.
I think 14 will go down to Kaplan and say, listen, did you need to take that single? Let me recover here a bit before you get me to face possibly the quickest guy on the park at the moment, CSA Plaatjie.
And two things will happen when you're in this situation. Either your concentration will lift up completely, or that injury will be on your mind the whole time.
Yeah, the ability to block it out is obviously the key, and that asks so much of an individual. Oh, that's a really good bouncer, mate. Thank you very much. You have to do that to the injured batsman. You've got to let him know that you're still in here for a fight.
Yeah, you're in charge. It's one of the most difficult things to learn the youngsters. Remember, you're not bowling just at a batsman. He's batting against you. So you've got to dictate terms.
That was a good leave.
Technically very sound. Is Fortuin.
Again, as soon as he makes contact, he takes his bottom end off the bat because he's in pain. Years old, 87 matches, 144 is his best score, 300 and 2050. So pretty experienced is Clyde Fortuin. Gavin Kaplan has really adapted himself. He's applied himself very nicely to the situation. Two fielders placed in the deep for CSA Plaatjie's short delivery on the leg side, hoping for a top edge. But he's outside the off stump, and a brilliant catch by Josh Richards at gully. This was a stroke played by Gavin Kaplan, full-blooded, and has gone to hand, and CSA Plaatjie picks up his second, and more importantly, the wicket of Gavin Kaplan, 59 for 4.
Yeah, he's gone after facing 40 deliveries. We saw this in the first innings as well. He got a start of 28 or 45, and then all of a sudden went out, and now again, playing this one very much uppishly. He's gone for 18, and the fourth wicket is down for the Goldrush Boland. The DP World Lions will be very, very happy with their work just before tea, picking up 2 wickets. As I see we're departing for tea, Mr. Kota.
Yeah, I reckon the umpires have been kind to the batting team, because you could have at least allowed the batsmen to still come in and face maybe even another over. Nevertheless, they've decided to take tea at 3 minutes past 3. It's supposed to happen at 10 minutes past 3, so there's a whole 7 minutes. And generally the waiting period for a batsman to get to the middle is 2 minutes, so I do reckon that there would have been time. But nevertheless, Clyde Fortuin, having copped the injury on the one side, sees his leading batsman now trudge away, out for 19, 59 for 4. This is at tea time on day 4 of this contest, and certainly not been easy for the Goldrush Boland, because in this short session after the declaration they have lost 4 wickets.
Yeah, and losing 4 of their biggest players, and the guys who can actually bat for a long time, Kajima being one of them, and now Jedley van Brieses has to come in and face the music with injured Clyde Fortuin. It is 59 for the loss of 4, with Kajima back in the hut, and Conor Estre is in 62 of 38, really setting up this Lions defense of 244 runs to win. But I think at the moment the Goldrush Boland is just playing for the draw. They need to bat another session and another 36 overs to make sure that it's a draw. All the Lions need is another 6 balls, and they can get full marks for this game here at DP World Wanderers. To join us in about 25 minutes time, just after tea, where we will continue this fascinating second innings of the Goldrush Boland, being hosted by the DP World Lions at the DP World Wanderers Stadium. Welcome to DP World Wanderers once again. It is the last session of the last day. Goldrush Boland is 59 for loss of 4. The DP World Lions just need 6 more wickets. And the Goldrush Boland needs to survive 36 overs or get 244 more runs. Mbali, which one do you think is more likely?
Well, the easiest looks like DP Lions just need 6 good balls, 6 magic balls. And as for the Goldrush Lions, Goldrush Boland, I think 244 runs is a very tall order, especially with the 4 wickets already down. I think the Lions will want to just capitalize on the pressure they've built and will want to get a quick early wicket just after tea. Looks like it's going to be an exciting 2 hours of cricket on a Friday, on a beautiful Friday afternoon. The sun is out, no clouds or no dark clouds in the air or in the sky, and looks like we'll get a full day of cricket like we did yesterday.
We're going to have another 5 deliveries. I beg your pardon, another 2 deliveries from CSA Plaatjie. He's just going to finish out the over. He took a wicket in the 4th ball of his over, getting rid of Gavin Kaplan, who just guided it to Joshua Richards.
Taking a beautiful, stunning catch there at gully Josh Richards. And, you know, quite a concern for Fortuin coming back. Yesterday got a nasty blow. Even today got another one.
That man coming into play again at gully. Richard Swane picking it up.
Yeah, young Richard Swane seems to love that position. I thought the youngsters would be under the helmet.
Oh, this one is worked around the corner, just evading Esterhuizen's outstretched left hand, but it's a forfeit. It is Van Breesies who came into the crease and he's off the mark.
Would be very interesting to see how far that was from the gloves of Connor Esterhuizen. Looks like it wasn't really far. Could have been the 5th had he managed to, you know, just lunge a bit, an extra stretch there. I think it was still a bit jittery coming back from tea break.
Yeah, that would have been disastrous for the Goldrush Boland. As we see the chief destroyer, Vian Mulder, coming in. His 6 overs only going for 12 runs, but he picked up 2 vital wickets. First one in his first innings from the scorer drive in that he's running away from us. What a lovely shot, just leaning into it. Clyde Fortuin says, thank you very much, I'll have another forfeit.
Beautiful cricket shot there from Clyde Fortuin. Just leaning into the ball, perfect balance. That 20 minutes of tea seems to have done him a world of good. Great start for the Goldrush Boland team. 8 runs already after tea. You can see the field evenly spread. Attacking.
Oh, again, just playing this one nice and late. Clyde Fortuin. A couple of oohs and ahs, mostly from behind the stumps.
Was definitely, even from where we're sitting, you can see that the bowler Jan Melder is bowling between the 5th and 4th stump and obviously the 1st stump. Just hoping that one will jack back in. key is to just bowl straight for the next 30 minutes.
The ball is still decently new. It's only 16.3 overs old. So there will be a shiny side. There will still be a bit of movement. And Vian Mulder has been moving it laterally pretty nicely throughout the afternoon. There's still something in the deck as well. It's a beautiful batting paradise at the moment. You've still got to hit those hard lengths. Nice and tight, wicket to wicket is Vian Mulder, and you can just see that elbow still being a bit of a problem for Clyde Fortuin. This one really rattled that funny bone that it got hit just before tea.
Yeah, he's been in the wars for the last 2 days. Yesterday he had to be stretched off after the ball box got hit. Now today he's had to have medical attention because of his elbow, and especially when the ball comes in very fast and quick.
Oh, again, just leaning on it. Great fielding. Great fielding. Looks like the Lana Potgieter. Those big buckets just going around the ball.
Yeah, interesting how big some cricketers' hands are. Makes it impossible. That's why they say they have clubs.
There's a couple of them. It's big. Mbali, you're just short of that profile.
Yeah,
I'm about halfway there.
beautiful delivery.
Nice lift there from Vian Mulder to close out his 7th over and to close out the 17th. It's 67 for the loss of 4.
Fortuin seems to be struggling with that left elbow as the ball went past. See, he was stretching. Don't know whether it's going to require ice. It's going to require ice, or magic spray is not good enough.
Yeah, once you get hit on that bone, I don't care how much spray you're going to get. You're going to need something with a bit more penetration.
Especially if you keep holding the bat at an upright position. So anything that hits hard with an impact like the cricket ball is definitely going to be painful.
I just wish more people were more off the court, more often. You really have to go down those roads.
Likey just attacking from Breesies.
So there's a change in field. You've got a leg slip in the form of Vian Mulder having moved from a second slip. Clearly that is because of the shot he had played the previous over.
See, Likey is very lively indeed. He's probably the quickest of the bowlers for the Lions today, or in this team.
Beautiful delivery there. Siaplaki talking about the pace and his delivery, lovely rhythm. Just needs to focus, because it does get a ball that odd ball that just strays away. Just needs to focus, work hard.
Yeah, just as that ball that strays away, he gets that absolute perler in as well, so he does give you a full bag. He's got a slip, he's got a gully, he's got a leg slip in, he's got a backward point. And looks like there's just something in the eyes of Clyde Fortuin.
Yeah, Clyde Fortuin just pulling away the very last minute as Siaplaki was about to rise and deliver, and apologizes to say, sorry mate, but They have another shot.
Get the Dr. Christie. You know, I'd like to give her a comment. Because she's retired now. Yeah. So, obviously, if she's deep into her practice in weekend games. Yeah.
Oh, lovely lengths. Asking questions. One thing that I would love to see Sia Plaatjes do a bit more is we see a nearly bit of a fumble there by Beyer Swanepoel there.
Yeah. One thing for sure,
No, I apologize, Beyers. It's not.
it's Tom Hendricks,
It's
the
Dominic
skipper.
Hendricks, the captain himself.
Yes, footwork did not work out this time.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Lovely short one. Got hit right on the nog. And the good old-fashioned concussion test, that educated finger, is going to come out from the physiotherapist.
Sia Plaatjes just running in hard and banging that one shot. Just hitting Clyde Fortuin on the helmet. And that kind of delivery just is going to rattle you. It looks like it hit him on the shoulder, then ricocheted through the helmet.
Yeah, poor Clyde Fortuin has gotten one on the body. He's got one on the box. He's gotten one on the head. You can just see Dominic Hendricks ask him all sorts of questions.
Yeah, probably asking, are you alright, mate? But also it would be interesting to see, are we likely to see any spin bowlers in the next few minutes or an hour? But
It's going to be one of those very difficult decisions. I don't think they'll must bring in Kaba Pizza. I think that Fortuin will be the more dangerous bowler, especially with the ball still being a bit harder, but new, especially with that slider that he bowls.
Fortuin obviously in the past has opened the bowling in the various formats of cricket, T20s, one days, including internationally for the Proteas. Beautiful delivery.
What a follow-up delivery, beating the outside edge after getting struck on the helmet. Probably expecting another short one. This one just back of length, around about that 7-meter mark, and just beating the outside part of the bat.
You can see that Fortuin is very uncomfortable facing Sia Plaatjes. He was running in, rushing in, and just letting the ball go at the pace that he's bowling at.
Sia Plaatjes was also the gentleman who bowled him off the pitch in the first innings. So they'll know each other well. So now he's hit him against the box and the helmet. So a double head injury there for Clyde Fortuin against Sia Plaatjes. That brings the over to an end. 68 for a loss of 4, 18 overs gone. Still 33 overs to go. But more importantly, still 235 runs to win. It's all about survival here for the Goldrush Boland.
Very tall order for Boland. Doesn't look like it's likely to happen. Looks like they need to play out for a draw, while the Lions will be chasing the 6 wickets needed. Just 6 good balls, 6 magic balls will do the trick.
Yeah, the Lions need these wickets within these 33 overs. Vian Mulder charges in. Ambrosius just works him down. Someone that likes to field bats on ball, Ambrosius.
Yeah, and also not afraid to take on the very short ball. Very good puller and hooker of the ball. Doesn't really come forward to a full length ball that much.
He's one of those players that trusts his hands a lot. Oh, that previous one that came in was a setup for that one. Just straightening up on the right-hander. Hitting him right on the splice.
Jan Melder just bowling wicket to wicket. For me, it's the precision, how he's been constantly hitting that mark throughout the morning, throughout the afternoon, today, creating opportunities for himself. So far, has taken the 2 wickets.
Yeah, he's been very lucky in that first innings, or unlucky rather. In the first innings, he bowled a couple of beautiful deliveries and some reward in this one. But coming back to your point, it'll be interesting to see as when they'll get the spinner started. 33 overs, 32 overs after this over left.
Yeah. But Peters may not be in the picture.
Well, apart from Mulder, you still have player Swanepoel, then you also have got the big man that has to come into bowl as well, Delano Potgieter, who really hits the deck hard, and he's one of those that's just got that ability to pick up the 1 wicket, to break the partnerships.
Yeah. That's the beauty of having a world-class bowling attack that can compete at any stage in the world.
And there's a bowling attack that's missing Luto Sapamla and Quena Mpaka. Very, very well left. I'll give that to Van Brieses. You can see the reaction from Vian Mulder. You'll give that to him. Very, very well left.
How close was that?
This ball just jagged back in.
Very close indeed.
Yeah, give it to the batter. Excellent leave. You read the delivery wrong, but excellent leave.
Credit to the bowler too for a beautiful delivery. Once again, we see Van Brieses walking down the pitch, trying to cut the angle and eliminate the movement. Coming back by Jan Mulder. It is, of course, 68 for 4 after 19 overs. Got Clyde Fortuin on 12 and Jenny Van Brieses on 5. Plenty of cricket left for the afternoon. Wicket, a maiden ball there, still 235 runs. So there's a bit of cricket left, plenty of sunshine, sky is blue.
See up like he's coming in from the golf course end. Again, just another good short one.
Siaplaki, the ploy is probably because you've got a leg slip, you've got somebody in the deep for a pull or a hook, you've got a fine leg for also if the ball just flies off a hook or a pull.
Now for that top edge you even got your leg slip in there as well.
Yeah, probably the ploy is bowl a couple of short deliveries and get him to just fend them off. Very uncomfortable, as you can see even the last delivery, when he played it, he was sort of moving towards the leg side only for the ball to straighten and left him in an awkward position, nearly falling off.
He's already got that injured elbow. It's going to make things a lot tougher, especially if they're going to persist with the back of a length stuff. But he also has got a slip and a gully in place, so don't throw away the fuller one. But so far Clyde Fortuin has been driving very successfully.
There we go. As you can see that whenever he plays, it's the hop for me that shows he's very uncomfortable with the short ball. Anyone can be uncomfortable after being hit, especially at the rate the ball comes, at the speed that the ball comes.
Yeah, Siaplaiki, as I said earlier, probably the quickest of the Lion bowlers. And it's all about ticking off the overs. That's going to be the most important part for them. The partnership total on runs doesn't matter, but the ball's face will matter.
Siaplaiki also, just looking at how he delivers the ball, seems like he's striving for extra pace. He's really letting it go and bending his back.
He's got a very uncomplicated action. Lovely whip through. And with a mentor like Alan Donald, he can only go from strength to strength.
Very fortunate to share a dressing room with the likes of Alan Donald and Garnet Kruger, both former Protea strike bowlers.
Got a bit carried away with the short one there. It'll be one for the over. Yeah, Garnet Kruger scared us as youngsters, playing here at one of the local clubs in Gauteng called Delphos. As a 16-year-old starting his Premier League outing, I had to play against the likes of the Garnet Krugers. That's pretty intimidating. That's when you realize there is movement for helmets, because it rattles while you're standing still. The last ball of the over. Oh, he has a bit of a drive. He picked the right one, just not the right line.
Beautiful delivery. Talking about Garnet Kruger, the only time I've had to face him is in social cricket. So, not too serious for me. But tell him, mate, if you bowl quicker, we're going to send you off. You're not going to play.
You see, that's a luxury we never had. 68 for the loss of 4. He was one of those bowlers that really had a big follow through, so he'll get right underneath the grill. Oh, this is a lovely shot of the back foot. It'll be hauled in. I'll need the 2 runs.
Want to see how he's going to deal with Vian Mulder in the last 2 deliveries. He was walking down the pitch trying to get, cut or stop the in-swinger from Vian Mulder. Spoke about the ball just being 20 overs old, so it's fairly new.
Yeah, and they've been looking after it as well. The run rate's on 3.5. This time nearly another tickle on that would have gone fine to the fence as well. Won't be surprised if they actually replace Vian Mulder after this over.
Yeah.
Just try and spare him. There's still a lot of cricket to be played over in December.
Bear Swanepoel was warming up earlier. Would be the perfect replacement.
All right, at the batter. Brees is getting right behind that one. You can actually hear from where we're sitting, you can hear the sound of the bat. It's hitting it very hard. Again, Client Fortuin just having a chat to the umpire there.
Yeah. Discomfort. Beautiful delivery.
Went for the nice fuller.
Went straight on.
She would have loved that one to be on the stumps, because that would have been a very, very good Yorker. Nice and full. Lovely carry still. It just shows what quality the pitch still is. This isn't really a 4-day track, as there wasn't really much cricket played on the first and second day. This will be more like an afternoon pitch on the 3rd day. Lovely carry. going to be something in it for the spinners. But if the batter is in, he's just going to stay in. The only one getting him out is himself. See that one just tailing in from Vian Mulder.
Yeah, very well defended. Vian Mulder still running in this heat. And he's also taking his time, thinking about the next delivery. You can see he's a man with a plan, is not just rushing through the over. Because you also need to have a plan, don't just bowl. We've seen in the previous over the feet movement. Let's see if he can do it again.
Oh, excellent leave. Excellent leave by Van Brieses. Brings the over to a close, 21 gone. Still 30 overs to go. Another 2 hours of play, give or take. And remember, you can always add time, but not overs. So the Boland will have their eye on that overs left for today. These to become very, very important. Want to take it as deep as they possibly can. I would love to see Delano Potgieter coming into the attack. Just to do something else, hit the deck a bit harder. Maybe have the keeper stand up like they did in the first innings for him.
Would be very interesting to see.
See up Blaikie making Fortuin jump again.
Fortuin just getting behind the ball, but doesn't look too comfortable when he gets behind the ball, especially to a short ball.
Well, he's been hit a couple of times, so I think it's not the discomfort, I think it's more of the self-preservation. Just making sure that the bat gets in the way and not the body.
Gotta take a couple for the team.
Pushing it down the leg side. That's the one he doesn't mind bowling, because they do have a leg slip in play there. Vian Mulder just hanging around there on the leg side.
Yeah, very unorthodox, but clearly they've seen that he tends to dab one on the leg side and it flies through the air, and if the opportunity comes, you've got somebody grab the opportunity or make use of the opportunity that may be presented.
Ooh, this one dug in. You could just see the reaction of everyone. That's beaten, that bat all ends up.
So one of the things that I've noticed about Fortuin in the last while is that his feet are planted right on the crease. He's no longer moving as freely as he was earlier in his innings, or the way we know him to, and that is because of being peppered and the short balls that have been bowled, because the balls that he could have gone forward but he chose to stay back.
Yeah, that one, you saw the replay there, perfect example of it. Not really moving his feet and becoming a little bit vulnerable for the ball moving away from him. Oh, and very nearly popping it into Delano Potgieter's hands, who's at short square. It's very close in under the helmet there.
Yeah, I guess as a senior, he decided to protect Richard Siletsane. Usually, it's always the newbie who feels under the helmet. Probably said, no man, don't have the experience, probably get yourself hurt.
It's normally the newbie, but also you want a reliable person there as well, because that will cut down the injury. Oh, this one is cut away, and it's struck fiercely by Clyde Fortuin, and he picks up a boundary for the Goldrush Boland.
It's a great cricket shot there. Everything was perfect about that one.
You can see not a lot of celebration, not even a walk down from his partner, Van Brieses. are realizing that it's not about the runs. It's all about that overs left. Great declaration by the Lions. We all thought this game was going to be done by tea. Teams will shake hands and say thank you very much. But with those 4 wickets they picked up, all of a sudden, it's only Goldrush Boland that can lose this game. They can either lose or draw. The Lions are going to go hard as you see Vian Mulder still taking off his cap. He's going to have another crack at it. Still
Really?
moving it nicely.
Really wants to, do the job for his skipper. Get the wicket of Fortuin, who's become a very stubborn customer. And Van Brees is now on 7 after coming in at T.
Yeah, Vian Mulder bowled 19 overs in the first innings. He's already bowled 9 in the second. Starting off with his 10th.
Also, Vian Mulder's line when it comes to Fortuin, bowling it a bit short back of a length, as he just needs to, just making him uncomfortable.
And he's still moving it decently both ways. I don't think that Bjorn Fortuin is too far off. Might be replacing Sia Plaiki pretty soon. Oh, this one tailing in, but well read by Clyde Fortuin.
Yeah, just goes to show that his mind is still in the game, because when you get hit, your mind still tends to wander off. Instead of playing the ball on merit, you play the ball where you think it is.
As I said earlier with Aslam as well, I think two things happen in that scenario. Your concentration lifts up, or the pain just takes away all powers of concentration. And for Clyde Fortuin, it's lift the concentration.
Beautiful delivery. And the carry with the keeper taking it at chest height. Beautiful glove work there by Connor Esterhuizen too.
That's one thing that's been very impressive, is Connor Esterhuizen's glove work. It's been impressive for a season or two, but man, does he have fantastic hands. He's a great gloveman. And him being in the runs as well always helps the team. Fantastic all-rounder. This one is just worked down to fine leg. Bit of work to do then.
Yeah, just straight a bit on the leg side. Just a nudge.
Sia Plaiki most likely will bowl the next over, so you wouldn't be too happy with Vian Mulder, having him chase that one down. Only about 10 meters, but they all count, especially if you're a fast bowler. Having to run in.
They do count. Now, there is a bit of a field change. Sia Plaiki moves a bit too fine leg, and then you get a deep gully.
Oh, that's a good short ball and very well played by Van Brees. Could actually see him lining up the hook and then realizing that he's not quite in position.
Yeah, Brees is not afraid to take on the short ball, but that one was a bit quicker. It came at him quicker than they expected it.
Vian Mulder really cranking it up. Busy with his 10th. This is his 29th over in the match. Oh, outside part of the bat found and not going to hand, falling into no man's land.
Yeah, got the fielders interested for a while. Looked like it was going to loop, and end up at gully.
Yeah, played that with soft hands. Luckily, just wanted to work around the corner, and then all of a sudden, the ball just shaped away. So it's a 76 for a loss of 4. Still 227 runs to win. As we see, Bjorn Fortuin, as I predicted, will be replacing Plaatjes. His best 7 for 70 against the Knights. He's got 224 test wickets. A phenomenal economy rate of 2.8 and an average of just under 28. The amount of overs that he bowls, that's a very, very good average.
Yeah, one of the Lions' leading bowlers or strike bowlers. Let's see the impact that may have this afternoon, as we can see the shadow here at the ground because of cloud cover. Just moving across.
He's into Clyde Fortuin. Very happy just to rock back, and he's in a scenario where he can actually pick the field that he wants. He can place the field, doesn't matter what. Even if he gets hit for a couple of 4s or boundaries and a couple of 6s, doesn't matter. Because the run rate that they got to achieve from here is better than a run rate in T20s. It's close to 10 to the over.
Yeah, plenty of runs to chase.
He can be really attacking here, can Bjorn Fortuin. Picked up 3 wickets in that first innings as well. Bowling 19 overs. Brisis was the caught and bowled. One of the wickets for Fortuin. He would love to repeat that. Brisis cutting this one away. There's a man situated between sweeper and backward point, is Richard Seletwane. Like I said, he would want to repeat it, and Van Brisis would not want to repeat it. He would want to correct that little mistake that he made.
Yeah, currently facing the sun, Seletwane.
This time of day is probably one of the most difficult areas to field at. The glare is quite horrific in that cordon.
Maybe we may need to borrow him some of your sunglasses.
With pleasure, as he comes into play once again to close out the 24th over. It is 79 for the loss of 4. As Bjorn Fortuin finishes up his first over of the second innings.
Exciting overs bowled. Always competitive. You know, he's just one of those bowlers, each and every delivery, something is likely to happen.
It's something always likely to happen. He's at the batter the entire time. Vian Mulder continuing. His partnership has gone on to 20 runs. As I said earlier, it's not really the runs that's going to be the issue, it's the balls faced. Deliveries faced is going to be the key. 27 overs left. Clyde Fortuin is there on 20 or 41, and then Van Brisis is doing a good job. He's faced 19 deliveries, hanging around. Going nice and straight. No need to really take the quick singles. Clyde Fortuin very quickly after you set off, sent Van Brisis back.
Yeah, trying to get the pressure off them.
Imagine,
there's no need.
No, imagine the conversation. Mbali goes back after a run out like that, trying to take the quick single in the scenario they're in. It's all about staying positive. You don't just want to survive. If the ball's bad, you still want to put it away. Still play positive cricket, but you've got to be very sensible in this situation.
I think it's much better to play positive cricket than just trying to survive. Because the more you try and survive, the more you're going to make mistakes. That's the nature of the game.
What makes this longer format, the Red Bull format, such a pure format of the game. It tests everything. Not just your striking ability, but your whole mental capacity.
Good delivery, banged in shot, but Empire Abongile Sotumo says it's above shoulder height, and you'll have to bowl that one again.
A very exaggerated leave there by Clyde Fontaine. This was very, very high. Wide given, still 3 deliveries left in the over. Trying to tempt him with a wide one. Vian Mulder just throwing his head back there, realizing it was not the plan.
Yeah, he mustn't become frustrated as a bowler. Should just continue.
Oh, this one kicked off the deck. You can just see the reaction from everyone, the oohs and ahs around. It so nearly have just taken off from the shoulder of the bat. Very well played by Clyde Fontaine.
Yeah, Clyde Fontaine there, very fortunate, was able to fend that ball off as it was on the up, as it took off.
Now the dot closes out the 11th over for Vian Mulder and the 25th over in this innings. It's 80 for the loss of 4. And Mbali, you're going to be joined by the legend, Aslam Kota.
Interesting as we continue this afternoon with Johan Fontaine coming from the golf course end. He's always been bowling from that end and has managed to pick up wickets from that end. Most of the time comes from the golf course end. Good afternoon once again, Aslam.
Good afternoon. Thanks Mbali. Yeah, so Fontaine in sunglasses will be operating. The countdown has started. The countdown of the overs have started. We are keeping an eye on the clock as well. And really the score is immaterial. 6 wickets is what it's all about. And so far, Fontaine and Van Brieses have really had to contend with some fine bowling and some hostility as well in between all of that. But they seem to be pretty cool and calm. They came together with the partner with the score on 59. So although they've just added 21 runs, more importantly, they've now been there for over half an hour in partnership. And that's what's the key. How long, how much time they can spend out in the middle and try and blunt out the Lions' attack. Going from very wide across the popping crease on his end, trying to angle it in, exaggerate the angle, see perhaps if a gap opens up in the defenses of Van Brieses. There's the cricket delivery.
Van Brieses getting comfortable there out there in the crease.
There's a leg slip in position as well. And that's possibly why he's looking for that wide angle in his approach. Is Fortuin. Now the previous delivery, it seems that he was almost at the last instant where he just pushed it down there. And sometimes what happens is when the ball bounces and moves like that across, especially from a left arm spinner, there's every possibility that the guy could play into what would be a 1.5 or even a second slip. End of over, 26.80 for 4. The clock, I'm not too sure if the umpires are actually following the official clock that's on the top of the scoreboard, 16:07. What time did play go through to yesterday, Bobby?
Till 6. We were here till 6 yesterday when the shadow hit the pitch.
So 25 overs, and let's just say they're bowling at about 13 an hour. So yeah, this could go right to the end of the day, right up to about 5:45. Can these guys pick up wickets? Potgieter now tries his hand. That's a neat push by Clive Fortuin. He's a powerfully built character.
That's beautifully fielded.
Think
Didn't
they're gonna-
touch the rope.
Yeah, they're just going to depend on the fielder. And if he says no for, the umpire Sadumo will have to just declare it runs taken, 3 of them. But the ball just seemed to run away from the fielder.
Beautifully done there from Captain Dom Hendricks. Did not move the furniture there at the boundary. Quite an interesting fielding position. You've got a fine leg, and you've got the keeper standing up, and you've got a normal first slip, and you've got a third slip, finish gully, in case Van Brieses decides to cut. And you've got a short cover and an extra cover there. So all catching positions and a mid wicket. They seem to have worked on Van Brieses' weakness.
That's good keeping, absolutely brilliant keeping. Standing up, as you say, ball bouncing through as it goes. You must remember the wicket keepers generally are always obscured by either the body of the batsman or even his hand and bat. Watch this carefully. He kept the hands in line. His head was already balancing towards the stumps, which is part of the technique. But he's picked it up absolutely magnificently. Wonderful hands. Yeah, they're looking to block everything now, and that is why you're seeing this type of a field set. Wicketkeeper up, slip in his normal position, and then you've got 2 short catches at mid-wicket and mid-on, mid-wicket and mid-off. And then all the others just saving one, and then there's a fielder deep in at square leg, or deep back with square leg. Another good delivery, another fantastic take, a wonderful delivery that's just beaten the outside edge of Van Brieses. Potgieter actually just generating a bit of bounce out of the Wanderers pitch. End of the over, 83 for 4.
Beautiful delivery. Wondering how close was that.
No, they're very close, both of them were. That's why the bowler, Potgieter, looked rather disappointed that what more did I need to do to actually induce the edge. But to me, the wicket keeping is absolutely outstanding. Social media has been showing Carey, the Australian wicketkeeper, some of the Alex Carey, some of the fantastic glove work that he's had during the Test match, and they are crediting him a lot to the collapse in the second innings of that second Test match when England all collapsed, because he stood up to Michael Nasser, the bowler, he just completely changed the tempo of the England innings, even the defensive innings, and took a catch and also induced a stumping, and it just shows the value of a class wicketkeeper. And yet, the value of a real wicketkeeper in the modern game is almost devalued, because you have to have an average of 40 plus if you want to play. So he certainly ticks both bills quite nicely. A single will be taken because of the missed field. And so never ever discount the value of that player in your lineup.
You were a keeper in your time. How different was preparation for a match compared to what keepers do these days?
From what I've seen that just happens during warm-ups on match days is maybe like 75% of what we would do on an ordinary day, practice day. And really, I mean, we didn't have the type of facilities where you could practice your wicket keeping. You had your gloves, you'd be fielding out somewhere in the middle with one stump in the ground, and then rolling it or hitting the ball out in the field and just getting the returns from the fielders. That was basically the one way of just getting ready. But standing up, getting used to spinners, oh, this has gone all the way through everything. The umpire's unmoved, an excellent delivery, quicker one from Bjorn Fortuin, and that's why it maybe even had the beating of the wicketkeeper. So runs through for byes. The extras columns goes up to 11, and in fact it says leg by, so that's an interesting view from the umpire, which means it brushed the pad on its way. So then for me that's also not a bad appeal if that was a leg by. 89 for 4 after 28. So we never really had nets where you could stand with a batsman practicing batting and a bowler coming through, where you could just sort of hone in your skills. So everything basically happened on the weekend. You did get some coaching tips. Late elder brother was a provincial wicketkeeper, so there was a lot of feedback from him as well. But in general, I mean, for all wicketkeepers that played, especially in our Premier Leagues, I don't think there were too many who had coaching and who would prepare like the modern wicketkeeper would. Potgieter in again. And Van Brieses is all covering up. Covers up completely, makes sure that he's not going to throw his bat at anything and play a reckless shot to get his team into any further problems. 89 for 4.
Yeah.
Botha, Van Berg, Kamani, Steerman, the batsmen that will follow. Yeah, not much happening off the pitch, unless Sia Plaiki is bowling, and he's really putting so much of effort into it. He bowls some excellent deliveries, very quick deliveries too. He's got the 2 wickets as well.
Just the oohs and ahs from the Lions players who still believe they can do it this afternoon.
Again, gets beautifully into line, covers up. That's what's demanded of him right now. That's what the coach, Justin Ontong, wants. To show fight, to keep the chin up. What is Van Briese's strengths? Do you bowl at his strength and see if he perhaps... He's turning this one to the leg side, but is that striking him outside the line of off stump? Did he perhaps move too far across? I'm not too sure. But again, that length that Potgieter has found, slightly on the fuller side, has been the reason for Van Briese's maybe just finding it a bit difficult. So immediately Clyde Fortuin goes down and has a quick chat with him. Watch this again. Maybe height interesting with the ball into the 29th over.
Beautiful delivery there. Beat everything. That one just straightened and was very close to the edge, very close to the off stump. Although not taken by the keeper, but a good stop.
He's done well to block that out. It's Tilano Potgieter-Maiden. And we haven't seen too much of Swanepoel today. He's bowled 6 overs. Mulder has bowled 11. Plaatje has bowled 7. Those are amongst the seamers. Maybe one more burst from Swanepoel and Plaatje to try and pick up a wicket, because it's playing pretty easy. And the only bowler that has actually made them struggle here, apart from Fortuin, the spinner, amongst the seamers, has been Plaatje, because he's been pretty quick at them, in at them. And they've not actually dished up anything short since that period where Fortuin took a number of blows. They haven't tested Van Bries's. Fortuin, on the other hand, has actually ducked and weaved beautifully out of the way. He does have a very crouched stance, so he's almost halfway in position when it comes to those type of bounces. But Van Bries's hasn't been tried.
Just a change of clubs for Fortuin there. And off screen, Siang Ngaba, or Peter Ngaba, or Ngaba Peter. It's warming up.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something different here. And that ball almost carried to Bjorn Fortuin. That forcing drive by Clyde Fortuin. One slip, short leg in position under the helmet. So they're clearly trying, and with Fortuin there's always a chance. Neatly played into the gap.
Delivered a bit quicker there. Will be much easier, I think, would get the overs in much quicker if we had 2 spinners operating.
Yeah, although I do think they'll get those 22 overs if 6 o'clock is the cut-off time. He's certainly trying to dip it in there a whole lot quicker is Bjorn Fortuin.
He's also going through his over pretty quicker.
Yeah, the thing is now he's got mid-off 3/4 of the way down, so maybe a slightly slower, that's it, that's the type of delivery in that off-stump region, so the player may just go through with his shot and hole out in either that position, or maybe even if he miscues it towards that deepish mid-on.
Ball just not getting to the fielder.
Yeah, easy single.
Still have lots of cricket left during the day. An hour and 40 minutes left. The cricket, 25 overs to be precise. Get them in. Once again, there's consultation between the senior players, Connor Estazen, Bjorn Fortuin.
Yeah, I think here the score is obviously immaterial, but the overs left are 21, and if you're looking to buy or try picking up a wicket, maybe even the captain turning his arm over, Ngaba Peter, just to perhaps break the concentration of the batsmen who've settled in quite nicely.
Coming in, steaming in.
Perfect afternoon for cricket. A perfect afternoon for a close finish. But it doesn't look like it's going to be happening. More especially if they continue to just feed Van Breeses with those fuller length deliveries, the half volleys, which is just stepping out to the offside or down the pitch.
Van Breeses has just decided he's going to play for an average here.
He's pulled down the shutters. Captains are sometimes reluctant to use themselves as that 5th or 6th or 7th bowler because you've picked a frontline team to do the job for you. Beautiful take down the leg side. Was it a take? No. Ball left his hand, so we'll get another look at that. I wonder what Potgieter had his hands up for, but watch this again. Nah, the ball, he'd already hit the bails down, or dislodged the bails, but the ball was out of his hand.
It's partnership now with 32 runs.
Again, is this a plan? Are they looking for him to lean over, to fall over, and with his back leg up, an opportunity for Esterhuizen to maybe pick up a wicket there, a stumping? That was a good clean take down the leg side. So is this a plan?
I must say, Esterhuizen's keeping has gained a fan today. Clean, very quick, can do the job.
Yeah, he's done well to play the one out as well. End of the over. 91 for 4. 20 overs remain. I think Van Breeses is pretty aware of that trap they're trying to set down the leg side for him. So even though he was losing balance, that back foot was rooted inside of that popping crease.
But also, remember just prior to the start of the over, there was that consultation between the players. So the conversation would have been, watch out, he tends to move out of his crease or fall out of his crease when facing.
Can well have been the conversation, but I'm not sure that Delano was actually involved in that conversation. It was the keeper, the captain, and Zubair Hamza. So if it is a plan, I'm sure. Oh, wow. That one just shot through. And interesting that 14 actually played at that one. There is a sort of short third man just out of the picture, and then you do have the slip in position. And we've got protection on the point boundary for 14. So there's no rough to work with either for 14, and I wonder if it wouldn't be just an idea to come over the wicket. Left arm over the wicket into the right-hander. Just change the angle. Even if you do it for the last 2 deliveries or for the first 2, and then you revert back to normal. And if you find that it's making a difference, you stay.
Also changes the angle and will keep the batsman guessing. You know, it's the slightest detail in this game that can change a whole lot of things. These two have plus minus 120 balls to deal with before we call it end of play.
A wicket here will certainly help and just give more impetus to the Lions bowling attack. I feel He loves that shot. He does get into that position often when he does bat. On this occasion, he does jab this one down to third man. He'll pick up the boundary, Van Breeses. I'm tempted to say that from one end at least you've got to from Swanepoel or even Plaatje come back and just have a go at Van Breeses with some real short stuff. Swanepoel on the field, do you see him anywhere? Delano Potgieter removes his cap, so he'll continue.
Yeah, Swanepoel. Right at cover, that short cover under the hat. Cricket hat, gray.
To the left of the picture.
To the left of the picture from Michael Foppen. So right now it's just about keeping the ball away from the stumps. That's the most important thing.
Remember, you're speaking to the viewer, so if it's on the picture you can tell them where, because otherwise it's like, you know, hearsay. So here it's solid. You got the listener tuned in with you. Yeah, the captain thinking that's one actually, but I'm sure he's looking up at the scoreboard as well and the number of overs that now remain. He must be looking around to see who else he could throw the ball to perhaps pick up a wicket here. And he just needs a change of pace. When you get into a position like this, with runs not being of any consequence at all, throw the ball around. How often we've seen wise captains actually do that, and or experienced captains for that matter. And I'm not saying that Hendricks is neither of the two, but they take those chances, they buy the wicket. He found the gap, and I think Plaatje lost it for a moment, and he started late. So 4 more runs to Van Breeses. But this is the type of stuff that I'm looking for. Something short in at the back, at the batsman. You could easily top edge it, and there is the fielder out in the deep. So that is exactly the point I've been trying to make. Just try something different, try it at a different pace. Potgieter did induce the stroke there. Another short delivery, and again good glove work.
This one he gets under it. The previous one he had a go at it and resulted in a boundary. Plaatje off screen on fine leg. Was warming up.
Slower ball. So he's had a mixture of deliveries as Van Breeses. And that's the end of 33. 18 to go. 101 for 4. The 100 coming up with that boundary in that over.
Would Peter also be an option?
It'd be good to have one of your frontliners who may be even just getting a bit of purchase. And it looks like it's going to be Johan Fortuin who will continue. Josh Richards under the helmet. Potgieter, because he's in the middle of a spell, has moved away to Moron. perhaps a fielder shortening on the offside would also be an idea, because they're obviously not throwing the bat at anything. So to try and just get under the skin and into the thought process of the batsman, to have somebody close in there. To again just force a different stroke against the run of play. Siaplaki East plays deep at mid-off, about 15 meters off the fence. And that's all Clyde 14 is going to do. His foot is already planted, his front foot is already planted when the ball's still drifting through the air coming into him. This time he's pushed on the back foot. Good quicker delivery from 14, trying to maybe just get the LBW or go through those defenses. But 14 now, who's faced 61 deliveries, has got a good measure of the bowling as well as the surface itself.
Interesting battle between the 14s.
Yeah. Both of them from Palm. Unrelated, of course.
Is there such a thing as a cricket surname? In football, you do get a football surnames because you find a couple of people have shared the very same name, the very same surname, but they're footballers.
Trying to get the question again. Just run it by me again.
So in football you get Kozas that have been footballers.
Right.
So in cricket we've got a Clyde and Bjorn Forte.
Yeah.
So in football a Koza would be a football surname, just like a Mutawu.
Yeah, so like a sect within a sect. Now Peter indeed into the attack. Hoping he does manage to get a breakthrough or two, because we don't want to be able to say, and the Lions don't want to be saying at the end of it all that he was perhaps introduced a little too late. On the fourth afternoon, I would expect both the spinners to be operating a lot more than, say, Mulder has, although he did pick up those wickets in fine style. Got lots of movement and bounce. And that's the other thing when it comes to selection then. If you know you're at the Wanderers, generally teams don't play two spinners. Here we do have two in the Lions lineup, 14 and Peter. Starts with a short delivery and beautifully played. He's been caught, in fact. So the wicket has fallen. This is exactly what we were calling for. I thought for a moment that they had actually beaten the captain, but he's taken a fine catch mid-on. And that's the end of Van Bries's. Playing a solid stroke, but only into the hands of Dominic Hendricks. So his innings comes to an end. Scored 18, 101 for 5.
Having been there for the last 72 minutes, facing 55 balls and managing just 3 boundaries, gets interesting. It's going to be an interesting hour, 30 minutes left in today's play. Once again, Lions now have hope that they can run through the last 5 batsmen. Surely that is the conversation at this point in time. It brings out Jan Gordon. They still have the likes of Kamane, Sean van Berg, who did very well yesterday. They still have Nyaka, who came in and stuck around this morning and got a not out. Clinton Stearman also played a very good innings.
So there we go. The change of bowling brought the wicket. Runs were no consequence. It didn't matter if they were going to go after the bowler. He bowled a rank long hop. Thought for a moment he was punished. The fielder was out of our picture, obviously. And I thought for a moment that it was struck well enough to have run away for 4, but straight into the hands of Madon. So the 5th wicket has fallen.
Empire having a conversation with the skipper for a player that has gone off. Looks like player Swanepoel.
I'm not sure what's happened there, so I'm not going to even attempt to comment. But there was some issues on the boundary with the captain. Didn't seem to get any response, so we're back to the cricket. Ngaba Peter, can you pick up another 1 or 2 here?
Oh.
Better delivery, that's gone to hand, and he's picked up the wicket. 2 in 2. Nihan Botha holds out a fine catch there by Zubin Hamza. It slipped low down to his right, and Peter strikes, does a double strike, 101 for 6.
1 leads to 2. Beautiful delivery there. Pitched on middle and leg and just cut across, moving towards and drawing Lian Botha to play at it and finding an edge, and walks off. The very first delivery that is faced, he was barely in there, just came to check the pitch, do a pitch report, and has had to walk back off.
It's a fabulous delivery. That's much better. That's what you want to see from Ngaba Peter. And a fine catch. Good bit of cricket all round. Now the young man is on a hat-trick. I'm not sure in his short career in first-class cricket whether he's been on the brink of a hat-trick. Sean van Berg makes his way down to the pitch itself. Now 2 quick wickets have fallen in 1 over. And this is the change that I was basically talking about in Bali, that you need to just throw it around, change the pace of the game itself. And you had so many choices. And Ngaba Peter, having been selected here, and on the 4th day you expect that he will get some kind of purchase. And that ball certainly turned and took the edge, and a fine catch.
Beautiful catch indeed. Has taken excellent catches throughout the innings. That is Zubin Hamza. Very good in the sleep cotton. And with Sean van Berg coming in, now there are 2 slips, a short leg.
So here's the hat-trick ball. Ngaba Peter. It's slightly on the line of leg stump, but on a better length. And well bowled young man. The field will remain the same, I guess.
Need 4 magic deliveries. They get their result.
That looked like it shot through off the pitch. So whilst it's played pretty evenly for the seam bowlers, we've seen the spinners actually just getting a bit more out of this pitch, even though there isn't too much of rough to work with. Yeah, just trying again. Maybe that needed to start more and around middle and leg, or leg and middle, instead of just outside of leg stump. He's got 2 slips in position and a short cover and a short leg as well. So now the pressure is on. Van Berg pushes at this one.
Very good over.
End of the over, yep. And excellent over. 2 wickets for Peter and the Lions. Can they make good of it in the remaining 16 overs? Pile on the pressure, I reckon.
It's definitely, there is a bit of pressure now from both batsmen. One having been around there for a while, Clyde Fontaine. Sean van Berg now needs to maintain a very cool head and make sure that he bats throughout. Next 10 to 15 minutes are going to be quite interesting. Bjorn Fontaine continues from the golf course end, so you'll have possibility of 2 spinners operating, slowing things down.
This was a long time coming. It had to be up to the spinners to put the finishing touches to this game, to this match. Admittedly, there was a long hop that saw the end of Van Bries's, but then an excellent delivery to see the end of Lehan Poorter in the previous over. I'll be tempted to have a gully in position, given how he's played with a bouncing ball, reaching for it outside the off stump, looking to play it behind square. There we go, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So if you miscues it and you get less of the bat onto that, the ball will carry to that a short gully or a conventional gully for the spinner. I don't see the need for the fielder out in the deep. They all need to be crowding them completely. Slight change in field, so let's see what they're thinking. What's in fact, the bowlers making these changes, the experienced Bjorn Fontaine, they've still kept the fielder out on the point boundary. So they've decided to have a leg slip in position, as you see in your picture, and that's the only change that's really been made. And one other fielder brought across from the leg side to short cover.
Really thinking, interesting, does a game each and every ball?
I described the longer version of the game. Every ball is a line in a novel, and every over is a page in a novel, and every session is a chapter, and so on. I really don't see the need for a leg slip, really. Time for drinks. That'll usher in the last hour. 4:45, 4:45 is the planned close of play. We have exactly 15 overs in which to operate to try and pick up the remaining 4 wickets. Dolly is leaving us for the time being. Let's see what thoughts Gert has been gathering over the last 45 minutes or so.
First doing a bit of housekeeping, changing the chairs.
Yeah, listen, those tall stools, eventually you do need a backrest, you know, so I've done the same thing. But just very quickly, it's also good that 2 days in a row we've now had good sunshine and good solid cricket. It's a pity that there was the washout on the first day and then the threat of lightning throughout the second and third session on the second day. So a lot of time lost, and with those 2 wickets, the Lions are really in a position where they can force a victory here, and they'll certainly need it here because they've got 2 fixtures left, one at home, one away. Their last game is in fact at home, and by the time that actually does happen, they want to be at least in the top 3 to be vying for the top 2 finish. So this victory at home is absolutely vital.
And also not just then, the one thing we saw in the first innings that I'm going to call it that killer instinct wasn't quite there when they had Goldrush Boland on the ropes, 151 for 8. Just let it slip, taking nothing away from Sean van Berg. And Lenton Stierman, the way they batted, and also Nyaka sticking around and facing almost 50 deliveries. So taking nothing away from them, but you could see it's almost like they were lacking that ability to pick up the tail. And now they've got to do it within another 15 overs that is left of the day. And the spinners are doing a fantastic job at the moment. Clyde Fortuin is going to be the Goldrush Boland's key wicket. He's got to stick around for the next 15 overs. Then they'll be able to draw it. But you're talking about the victory for the Lions. Just important for the Goldrush Boland to play for the draw, because they got 2 fixtures left and it's both at home.
Both at home, correct. Yeah. Absolutely right. Now look, they'd be very happy if they can go home with a draw, especially after also maybe falling short towards the end of the Lions innings, where they were able to move along quite nicely, scoring. I actually made a note of it. They scored 82 runs in those 24 overs to power them to 374.
Yeah, it was Zubair Hamza's 100, and then also the 50 they made by Dominic Hendricks, and then that lovely partnership between Bjorn Fortuin and then Esterhuizen, which really got them up to that 270. And again, also later wickets. It's the tail that's wagging. All calling Bjorn Fortuin a tail ender, but it's the lower order batters that's actually scoring the runs in this game, apart from Zubair Hamza.
Zubair Hamza followed up his century with 42 or 48 deliveries. He was bowled by Ngajima with a cricket delivery brought in after many overs. In fact, I can tell you that was in the 29th over of the match, where he was then brought in to bowl and picked up the wicket of Zubair Hamza. Cricket delivery and just dislodged the off bail.
Well, they wouldn't have seen much of him in this match, because Ngajima only bowled the 1 solitary over in the first innings.
Yeah, correct. So the drinks period is over. I'm sure that they've discussed a few tactics. Naba Peter now does have a lot of fielders surrounding the bat. Leg slip is now being moved across. Dominic Hendricks wants just the 1 slip, a short leg, and then a silly mid-off, a silly mid-off. His front toe, right toe, is literally on the edge of the playing surface, the pitch itself.
It's one of those that if you have a person there, he's got to have the guts to keep low, especially with Clyde Fortuin, the way he has been driving the ball. Naba Peter, this is the best spell that he's bowled, although it's only been 7 deliveries, picking up the 2 wickets, vital. And Clyde Fortuin is the one they want. If they can make a breakthrough and get the lower end in again, it's going to be up to the tail once again to wag, and that's when the pressure really starts.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. And because of that pace and bounce, the pace and turn in this case, I'm still tempted to have a second slip there. Because if you're fending at 1, if it goes slightly wide of Hamza, it's always going to be to his right hand. So always insurance to have a second fielder there as well. That's a little dipper. It's a cricket ball through with a lower trajectory.
The one that beat the outside edge was that pace that we want him to bowl, just a tad slower than his normal delivery. Your voice travels, Aslam.
Yeah,
They heard you. They got the second slip in there, just giving some more batting advice to Clyde Fortuin.
And that's what will actually prompt the batsman to then go for it as well. And whilst we're anticipating him getting caught around the bat, you could easily just hold out to the 2 fielders on the offside. So this is a good tactic, this is good pressure. This is exactly what Dominic Hendricks needs to do and continue to do with both the spinners in operation. No fielders required in the deep if you're looking for 4 wickets.
Well, also, it's not just the 4 wickets that's the issue. They still need to score 201 runs. And you're not going to do that in a in 15 overs, unless you've got a couple of T20 specialists.
But that's why I'm saying that, it's really, the score is inconsequential, and having fielders out in the deep right now, unless you feel that he's going to hit it over the top and maybe you can have a batsman caught it long on or long off, but that doesn't look like it's part of the batting side's plan. So it's all about pressure in front of the wicket, and let's see what they do here now. There's already a leg slip in position, short leg. Hamza at slip. Josh Richards under the helmet on the offside. Silly point, silly mid off.
Delano Potgieter, the one just clapping his hands there. He's the other one under the helmet.
I reckon that fielder who's posted on that deep point boundary shouldn't be given his full match fee. Tongue in cheek, of course, because really they need to be piling on the pressure here. There has to be one close infielder on the offside as well. Van Berg to face.
It's got to be all out attack from here. As you mentioned, force the batter to actually go. You're going to have him in that position, just have him come in at conventional point. Because that might also just prompt Sean van Berg to try and go over the top instead of just nudging it to that fielder. It's like Richard Seletwane down there.
So that would be one of two options, obviously. Now that's a full length delivery down the leg side, so there's no way that was going to brush the outside edge of the bat for the fielder there to take the catch. So I hear what you're saying. That's one of two options. You could have the guy at point, but I'm not too sure that these guys are looking to throw their bat at anything. So there we go. There's a Salimadov. They've removed the leg slip. And that's where you need to just continue to pile on the pressure.
You just attack the stumps, full straight. Let them play, let the ball turn.
Played with a bowler by the name of Ismail Karamaili was his nickname. An absolutely magnificent off-spin bowler. One of the best that was produced through the 70s and 80s. The late 60s and most of the 70s. And he used to always tell us that not every fielder that you set, 105 for 6, that is after the 38th over. And there are just now 13 overs remaining in the day's play, 4 wickets required by the Lions. And he said not every fielder that you got close to the bat is actually there to take a catch. It's to make the batsman play the long shot. And that's basically what you're looking for.
You just need people under his helmet, in his eye line. It's almost a distraction than anything else.
So this is good. 2 close in on the leg side, 3 close in on the offside. I'm telling you, and even mid-off should be dropping a little further down. That's Johan Fortuin himself, because if he does play a heavy-handed shot, it should actually carry through the fielder straight, because if you watch Van Berg's bat when it comes down in anger, the angle, instead of it facing the cover region, it's coming straight down. So if he does force a stroke, it's going to be over that straight mid-off area. Well left.
Well read by Clyde Fortuin there. Being a keeper, he'll probably be the guy to read the spinners.
It is Van Berg facing, right?
Looks like it's Van Berg facing, yes. Apologies, I actually got one person here on the screen. Everything just updating a little bit slower.
Clyde's not going to be too happy with you.
No, he's not going to be happy
because
with me at all.
he doesn't have those wide shoulders or the wide waist as well. So Gert, you better get it right, mate.
Well, after he got hit yesterday, now I'm quicker than him. Another great over. Another survival over. Johannesburg.
Toss it up, mate. Toss it up, mate. Don't be afraid. Toss it up. It happens to the best at all levels. Oh! Quick delivery forced the bat to come into play. And good attempt in the end, but a wonderful over, as you say. End of Naba Peter. And that also ends the 39th over. And he's third.
Delano Potgieter, the big fast bowler, nearly pulling off a sensational catch. And they'll be keeping an eye on that scoreboard. 12 overs.
Yeah.
12 overs to go.
Excellent vigilance from Clyde Fortain. I wish we had the time on hand that he spent out there, but it's clearly more than an hour, maybe even 90 minutes.
This is just pulling on all your experience.
Yes.
Fighting against all instincts, especially if it's right up there.
So the other thing is, as you mentioned earlier, is if you do have the fielder in at point, it means it allows the bowler to continue to line of attack to the single batsman. So this has now got Fortain off strike, scored Sean van Bergen. So good to see something different from the approach from, and it's not Naba Peter, I might remind our viewers, it is Fortain who's now going between the stumps and the umpire. He doesn't normally do that, he starts normally alongside the umpire. I'm not sure what he's looking to do. Will this maybe allow him to pivot more to see if he can get some turn as well with the bounce?
Creates a bit of a different angle.
Well played.
Saw that yesterday from him as well when he came in. Just 3 deliveries from the one and 3 deliveries of the other. The skill that he's been honing.
$11 to go. That's the end of the 40th over. 106 for 6. They were set a target of 303 and they were in early trouble. They were 15 for 2, not for 1. And then 15 for 2, 50 for 3, 59 for 4. They were in a real spot of bother. Went into lunch at 59 for 4, or tea at 59 for 4. And then after a partnership of 42 runs, it was the end of Van Bries's, and they were 101 for 5, 101 for 6 with a double strike from Peter Naba. Single to start the over. Well played by Fortain. And yeah, it's been, there's a sudden change in the tempo of the game with those 2 wickets in 2 balls. And that happened in the 35th over.
All of a sudden everything is just closing up shop, making sure that the Lions don't pick up this 4 wickets.
Also looking to just see if there's any rough on that 4th or 5th leg stump. Because I wouldn't mind then if you're going around the wicket, and because leg break bowlers, especially the seniors that we've watched over the years, normally do that when they're getting no joy from the offside. So there are a few rough patches if you just look towards the heel of Sean van Berg. He's not offered a stroke that will run away towards the boundary.
Just called a dead ball because he didn't offer a stroke, but I agree with you. We even saw even the Ashwin also coming around the wicket every now and again as soon as there's rough, just to create that little bit of bounce and inconsistent bounce and bowl a few around the legs as well.
And uncertainty and all of anything that fielders close to the batsman just say, yeah, come on, hit the spot, look for the. Just look for the rough and help yourself there, and it causes uncertainty. Anyway, a bad ball, nicely turned away without any effort from Sean van Berg.
We would love to see him around the wicket. Because that would bring in those two slips even more. Especially if we're going to bowl the quicker one, if it's going to be short like that, he always has an opportunity to find the outside edge.
Five men around the bat. Come on now, Peter, your team wants another break here. Well, it's not going to come with full tosses. He's perhaps trying too hard. 4 more runs off the bat of Van Berg.
Well, the break, it wasn't for the fielder in close. I don't think he'll be too happy with that full toss. Remember, as a youngster going under the helmet, the first thing you ask the bowler is keep it full.
Well, this is when experience obviously counts, and you can't blame Nava Peter for them. I'd like maybe somebody to have been alongside him, just guiding him along, pushing him along, because he obviously needs that kind of support around him. You can't be, at 22, you can't be left thinking on your own what to do, especially in a crucial period like this. And I always say this, especially for leg break bowlers in South African cricket. Captains are generally found a little off the mark when it comes to captaining them with the right type of fields set. And again, obviously, with respect to Dominic Hendricks, he obviously knows what he plans. He's got a foot. Probably discussed with the likes of Russell as well, his coach.
Yeah, it's true what you're saying. Just having a mentor next to you, because you get into the psyche of the player, and then all of a sudden, if there's a plan, then that mentor can actually go towards the captain and say, the plan you have for this player is not the right plan, because he's not getting it.
It's not happening. Absolutely right.
And as you said, that comes with experience. That is something that will come for Kaba Pizza, but he's going to need that person. Even after the game, just have a bit of analysis of your bowling and say, did you see that? Did you pick this up? Did you realize this? How did you feel?
Very important to do a post-match analysis. The individual should be doing that. Did that come off the bat, or was it a pad? It was the bat, yeah. Well bowled. But that ends the over, and the countdown continues. There are now just 9 overs left.
9 overs left with the spinners bowling. And as I say that, Kaba Pizza is finished, and Sia Plaatje has taken his cap off and said, Skip, give me the ball. Let me have a go.
Yeah, I was saying much earlier that they needed to have either Plaatje or even Swanepoel run in and dip in some short deliveries, because not many of them have been actually tested. Van Vliet is eventually caught by the Hendricks of Peter after hitting that pull shot. So 2 slips in a gully, and then a backward short leg, a very short, close catching mid-wicket, just to the right of your picture. Good straight ball, very nicely negotiated by Van Berg, equal to the task. It's a good delivery that actually, to start with, Yorker length almost.
This is the point where, as a captain, you'll just go up to Boland and say, listen, even if they smash you for 4-6s and over, it's fine. You've got 2 slips, you've got a gully, you've got a short catching mid-wicket, you've got someone on the leg side. Go full, go straight. If he misses, you hit. If you want to dig in the short one, we'll put someone on the fence for you. If he miss-hits, he's gone.
So now 14 from Berg. In fact, they ran 2. So he faces. They've removed the second slip. Down the leg side, appeal for a catch behind. Everybody looked pretty confident, but the umpire was even more confident that was not a tickle down the leg side.
Yeah, you can just see Sean van Berg lifting up his hands. He's not sure what they heard.
Just watch Esterhazen. He's on the edge of your picture now, hands up, and he stayed there for a long, long time. Like, Mr. Ump, what was that then? And then Mulder indicated to the umpire that why didn't we have a review? So he signaled a little famous T for the review. None happening.
Excellent fielding by Delana Potgieter there. What reactions!
So I look at this field and I'm asking you now, okay, you Plaiki, what is the captain wanting out of you now? Okay, there's Richards now also putting on a helmet. So he's going to come back to short leg. So we have a backward short leg, a forward short leg, a 2 short mid wickets, 1 squarish, 1 straighter and further in. So fuller length delivery on the line of leg stump.
Yeah, well, I think the message would be to him, you aim for middle. If it swings in, you bring those players in play. If it swings out, you bring your 2 slips in play. But you go full. Nothing short. Keep going full. They do have a fine leg on the fence. And I think the message here would be full, full, full.
He was wicketless in the first innings. He's got 2 to his name now. Kenny had a 3rd. That's good control from Van Berg. Completely unflustered there with all of his experience.
Just as a character as well, Van Berg is one of those tough ones.
Mm-hmm.
You're not really going to get under his skin.
Yeah, he plays at it, but he keeps it down. And it's in that awkward area, as I was just saying. The bowler should be hitting it on a fuller length, on and around that leg stump. But well played. Short ball and beautifully played. That's just thudded into those advertising hoardings outside of the boundary. And the coach does the fielding.
That's the one I said that he shouldn't bowl. And exactly what happened. Those fielders are in too close if you're going to bowl the short one. You don't have any protection on their fence. And also it's right into the sun. So if the ball is 5 meters to the right, you're looking into the sun, you're going to pick it up. Very difficult as well. So just keep it nice and full.
Yeah, that's halfway down, but really well played. Minimum of effort, all timing. Eight overs remain. Come on, Mr. 14, the bowling 14. Set the cat amongst the pigeons. Or is it the lions?
Well, there's the 2 fortunes going up against one another.
Mm-hmm. Well, who's going to have the better fortune at the end of this contest? 15. Now he's really played it well, Clyde. He's read it beautifully. I haven't seen him get into any trouble apart from the time when he got hit.
Yes, He's Captain Marvelous at the moment. He got stretchered off yesterday after being hit as well, and then came back to bat. Got hit once in the stomach as well, and then all of a sudden got one on the elbow.
The way he reacted after that blow to the elbow, I thought that was it for him, you know. And if that was the case, just imagine he's not here now. This game would have been over.
Well, yes, we had to come in a bit later when that concentration has been
disturbed. Yeah. Yeah. So I remember Kepler Wessels always was one of those 121 for 6. That's after 44 overs, 7 overs remain. That you hang in there and you tough out the game. You bite you grit your teeth and you take the game with the pain, whatever it is, but you don't give the opposition even a semblance or a sense that you're backing down, that you're backing away, that you're dropping your defenses. Nothing like that.
Yeah, the modern day version would probably be Dean Elgar.
Yeah,
who
that's
also
right.
was a very gritty customer.
Correct. Sia, can you see other pitches? Can you see other stumps, mate? Still has the same set field, just the two mid wickets has. We only have one, and the other one is in conversation with his coach on the boundary. I'm not sure if there's a message there for the remaining 7 overs or 6 and a bit. Come on, be the hero, mate.
If you're Goldrush, Boland supporter, you would love these two just to see them out. And what a captain's knock it would be from Clyde Fontaine.
No, for sure. So I see Zubair Hamza has taken a break. He's out of the slips for the first time. He's posted out there deep mid wicket. Rather take the blow than commit the bat because there are 2 fielders close in there. So Russell Domingo has just signed a contract to be as coach for Hampshire County Cricket Club. Now that's fantastic for his CV. It also says much about what he's done in the past, what he's been doing here at Lions. So the national team, I think it was Bangladesh.
What an addition to Hampshire, because they're going to go from strength to strength.
So I was looking at a list of players that played at Hampshire, and I thought that maybe be about a dozen. It turns out that there were over 20 South Africans that have actually played for Hampshire. Famous, of course, of the rest was Barry Richards. There were many others that followed, even in the modern game. And for the first time, they have a South African coach from the Eastern Cape. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery. More of that I wanted about 12 overs back.
What an absolute snorter.
But how well was this left? For Sean van Berg, watch his reactions. The ball is brilliant.
Just look where his hands are. Drop
Exactly,
the hands.
Absolutely.
Beautiful
Everything
technique.
perfect. Everything was perfect about that leave. There's technique to everything, including a very good leave. And there was a superb, perfect example of it. So you speak about the dropping of hands, but in a position like that, with the delivery coming at you like a missile, to keep your eye on the ball is so crucial. And I think that was all encapsulated in that one delivery, that leave.
That was a fantastic leave, and not just keeping the eye on the ball, but keeping your eye on the ball while getting out of the way. That's normally the difficult part because batters tend to sway their head. He actually kept the ball and he could see it go past his nostril. So just half a dozen to go. 6 overs to go.
6 overs to go, 4 wickets needed.
Then maybe give Bayer Swanepoel a dip at the other end as well. See how like he's had 2 overs.
Yeah, in fact, they've had the better of Bjorn Fortuin, I reckon. This pair have been here for quite a while now. Came together with a score on 101 for 6. That was in the 34th over. So 11 overs and a bit in this partnership. In those 11 overs, I think at least 6 would have been bowled by Bjorn. So they've seen enough of him. They've got a measure of him, rather, let's put it that way. And I always say, at the closing stages of a game like this, you've got to throw the ball around.
And also, a guy like Delano Potgieter has only bowled 4 overs. He's known for having a bit of a golden arm. Gives you something different. Swanepoel's only bowled 6. Sean van Berg covering everything.
So for the first time, he's Bjorn Fortuin coming over the wicket. What does he have to work with there? Oh, has he taken the blow? Number 77, that's the captain, right in the firing line. No, that's Josh Richards, in fact. I thought it was 77. End of the over. 5 to go in this contest.
Yeah, the only one having a chuckle there is Bjorn Fortuin. I don't think that Josh Richards would have enjoyed that.
In the last 5-day final that ended in a draw, the Lions on that occasion had an entire day and a bit to bowl out the opposition, the Western Province. And what I observed on that day, throughout the day, was that every time the bowlers were given a rest and brought back on, they were brought on from the same end. Their ends weren't swapped at all, and just to bring something different to the game. 5 fielders around the bat. Peter back.
As you mentioned, from the same end.
From the same end, yeah. But in this case, I suppose, with just a handful of overs to go, but still, on that occasion, there needed to be a lot more innovation. Out of the box thinking. Oh! Well, Sean van Berg decided that he wants to finish in, was it 14? It is 14. He's going to 34 with that stroke.
He looks like he's got a bit of a cramp on his haunches there. Richard Seletswane very nearly took a blinder.
Yeah. Well, don't tell me that he's had one of those injuries that Shubman Gill had. Played a magnificent sweep shot against the South Africans and then pulled his neck muscle. Anyway.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird injury.
Yeah, it kept him out for a full 2 weeks. And now he's come back and he's had 2 failures. Back to Naba Peter and Clyde Fortuin. So why is he looking to... Oh, look at this mix-up. Oh, man. So unnecessary, and the captain is at fault. He played the powerful stroke that went for 4. Then he pushed pretty hard at this one. And Naba Peter almost fluffed it, but fortunately it was Fortuin who was too far down the pitch. A needless run out at a time when they least needed it. Fortuin had played his hand magnificently until a rush of blood, and that is the result of the 6th wicket falling here now. 126 for 6.
Really silly run. Can't call it anything else. There's probably a few descriptive words we can use. to really describe that, but that was just Clyde Fontaine doing all the hard work, getting his team into a drawing position, and now just giving the Lions something to bowl at. His 38 of 98 deliveries did a fantastic job, and why take the quick single? It's not like you're going to get the runs. It's a silly run out.
Something just changed in his mindset. I mean, we saw the booming drive. Fortunately, that went wide of the fielder. And then he even played the very next delivery quite powerfully down the pitch. So was he looking to perhaps get himself into good personal figures with 5 overs to go, thinking that these guys had maybe just thrown in the towel? Well, that's not happened. Aya Bulela Kamani, he's the next man in. And there are still 4 overs and 3 deliveries left.
He only lasted 3 deliveries in the first innings. He was the victim of Vian Mulder. Brilliantly caught by Delano Potgieter. Now Klaba Peter, though the wicket doesn't go for him, he's been involved in 3 wickets in a couple of overs.
Yeah, I just felt that either one of the spinners had to continue to operate for a long time, because runs was, as I continued to say, inconsequential. It was the spinners that was going to pick up, get to the wickets. So Kamani, it's Van Berg in fact facing, because they did take the run short, pulled away. It's a completely vacant leg side field. There's no fielder on the boundary. So Nava Peter really needs to be, with a field set like that, he's got to have a plan in mind. His captain has to have told him exactly what he needs to do, especially against Sean van Berg.
Leggy to leggy. Keep pitching it up, I think, which must be the message going out. Keep pushing him up, keep drawing him forward.
Tense times these are, and Sean van Berg just riding it all. 130 for 7, 47 complete, and 4 overs remain. Can they pick up 3 more wickets?
Just a shot from Van Berg. He's not someone that's has got a big flurry, but he does have a short arm jab.
I wanted to actually have a look at that run out again, but we don't have that dismissal. But a big mix-up that ended a fine innings from the captain. He must feel so horrible right now in that dressing room, because he's the captain. He played the game. He almost mastered his defensive game here. And then to guard in the fashion that he did. And he must just hope that this pairing will see it through the day and not have any further regrets with that run out.
They lose another wicket. Those butterflies in the stomach will become ostriches.
Yep, absolutely.
For the captain.
Maybe some close-in verbals there.
And no doubt they're having a
Yeah.
decent chat to Van Berg. I mean, we all know that cricketers are some of the nicest people that you'll meet. They're having decent chats, always concerned about your family, asking how your sister is and that sort of thing.
But given the situation, 1 or 2 sort of under the belt, under the skin is okay for now, because you could just get a rush of blood from the batsman and then you have the last laugh.
There you can actually see Von Berg just complaining that there is a player continuing to talk.
In fact, there it was the movement. He moved into that position as Fortuin was moving into bowl.
And those shadows going right across the pitch, so that would be distracting.
Three overs to go.
18 deliveries. 18 deliveries to go.
Another 2 in 2 from Ngaba Peter will do, as far as the Lions are concerned.
They wouldn't mind how it comes, even if it comes in a fashion of well, let's call it a needless run out. Wouldn't mind one of those again.
He has played 93 matches. You expect that he's probably been in this position before. Can Peter get the break here? Did you hear that? Catch it.
That nearly ricocheted off the knee of Van Buren. Sorry, Richardson. Oh, yes.
No, but that hit the ground before it hit the pad. Before it hit the fielder on his protective pad there, Josh Richards. Hit into the ground, onto the knee, almost carried all the way across. Peter's bowled 2, in for his 3rd. Nicely played. Good bit of wrist work there from Kamane.
Give credit to the Goldrush Boland. After being trouble in both innings, they've come out fighting. And this man Sean van Berg has been part of both those fights.
Indeed.
Two more to go. There's only a dozen deliveries left.
Give him a single. Get Kamane to face. But now with 2 balls gone, maybe you want Kamane to be the non-striker. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge. He reached for this one, did Van Berg. There was the tempter. It wasn't quick, it wasn't the floater.
Nicely tossed up.
Mm.
And oh, so close.
Wicket keeping's been of a very high standard. That'll end the over.
Since last season, the glove work of Esterhuizen has been phenomenal. It's been phenomenal. I would love to hear what most people say, but I think at the moment, just glove work, he must be right up there with the very best.
Well, I did say, I ventured to predict after those hundreds and just the fact, just watching him how he plays and how he goes about his batsmanship, and that also not in just in the late ball game, even in the shorter versions, that I'd pencil him in for a future wicketkeeper batsman, because he does have the abilities with the bat, no doubt, which is so required in the modern game. And I think he's certainly a great prospect. Like his end's been changed, and Kamane deals with him quite nicely. They in fact run through for 2, which means Van Berg is happy that Kamane faces Siya Plaiki.
Every dot just gets him oh so close.
Siya Plaiki, your team's looking for a hero, mate.
Nothing a hat-trick won't sort out.
Yeah. That's well played. So it's only tidies up. Nine balls to go to close out what would be a fighting draw from the Boland team. Both teams were up against it as far as the weather was concerned. And then the Lions really powered it on yesterday morning to get to 374. And then picked up wickets at regular intervals to ensure a lead of just under 100. And that was certainly a very good cushion to build on. And then 206 for 5 gave them an overall lead of 302. And gave themselves a chance very early on with 3 quick wickets. But then, in fact, 4 quick wickets, 59 for 4, and then a bit of a partnership, and then 2 wickets in 2 balls, but they've just hung in there. Much credit goes to Sean van Berg. And his recently departed skipper. So a disappointing run out, an innings of 38 runs of 96 balls. I'm almost certain that he would have occupied the crease there for just under 2 hours for that performance.
One more delivery to go. Only half a dozen left. 6 legal deliveries. They need 3 wickets. They need 1 here. See up like he has already picked up 2.
That's the effort delivery when it goes wayward down the leg side. End of the over. Last over remains, and they bowled us in very good time. 17:33 on the huge clock. So 2 full days of cricket, absorbing stuff, no doubt. Some fine batting, some very good bowling, some excellent catching as well. Sean van Berg has the responsibility now to see out the last 6 balls. Now Peter has 5 more balls to bowl now. Do they call it quits after 4 balls are bowled?
I think they might just finish up the over.
Yeah.
Have some fun in that last delivery or so.
Very confident person under that helmet. Sean van Berg, whatever he does, he's almost nonchalant when he's catching, enjoys his bowling. He's a tough customer when he's batting.
Now it's got to be a hat-trick for the Lions to pick up the win.
Yeah. Start wide of the crease and then get the ball to angle in. Always talk about the leg spinner's drift. I'm sure that will come into his armory as well.
Now it's just a case of finishing the over, and all the credit goes to the Goldrush Boland, who has done nothing but fight in their 2 batting innings. And this man, Sean van Berg, has done a bulk of that fighting. Glenton Steerman in the first innings, and then their captain Fortuin in this one. The chatter most likely will be, oh come on,
2 balls to
2
go.
balls left.
Yeah.
Have a go. Try and hit a bird. First one, still very agile in the field.
And normally when you get to this sort of juncture of the game, you ask yourself, what could the 2 teams have done differently? And for me, the fact that almost a day was lost. You can't fault any of the teams. They produced the best cricket they could on the surface that was provided. And here is a team that has achieved a fighting draw. The Boland team.
Just saw on the big screen that overs left has just changed.
Yeah, I see that as well. I was about to write match drawn.
All of a sudden, it shows still 2 overs left.
So I'm not too sure if the rules allow them then to play till 1:45, the designated time. And I think you asked that question earlier. Is it the number of overs or is it time? And generally the rule is the last hour the umpires will say 20 overs. So I thought with that rule in place, but I stand for correction. That's neatly played, Mr. Kamane.
Still going for that hat trick then.
Well, there's just still opportunities to go. I wish we had a floor manager to tell us exactly what the reason was for the change or for the addition of overs. 2 fielders are out in the deep for the short delivery, the miscued pull. And then 2 in the inner field, as you can see there, short leg and a short mid wicket. 1 slipper gully.
I saw Domingo still walking around the field, just analysing what he's seeing.
I'm sure he's trying to send the message across to Planky. Aim for the stumps, mate. Just keep it as straight as possible. You miss, I hit.
It's one of those scenarios where back of the length isn't really going to do much, just keep pitching it up
Correct. Make the batsman play.
and come forward.
Yeah.
My eyes might just light up and might get thumped for 6, or they might miss it completely.
They've decided on a leg gully now. Square leg has been pushed in front of square.
Tomani getting right behind that one.
Shadows to the left of your picture, short leg, and then also mid wicket has gone into a more square position, squarer position.
This feels a bit of a waste going short.
Yeah. And at the Wanderers, the thing is the bounce is going to be pronounced. So we keep emphasizing the one fact is that you need to find the right length. You need to find the right length. If you want the player to go on the back foot and you want to pick up the outside edge, there is the perfect length for that as well. Planky needs to just strive for that. He's got 1 ball that remains.
Why not just bowl a Yorker?
Oh, well played. Glorious strive off the back foot. A beautiful punch from Ayakamane. Russell Domingo will do the fielding in his shorts. Now let's take a look at the umpires. The big scoreboard, it says overs left 1. 17:41 is the time. We still have 4 minutes. Can they get 2 overs in? Will that change?
Bjorn Fontaine changing ends.
13 overs, none for 19 with 4 maidens. So they were obviously planned to block him out completely, blunt him from any threat, because he's always the leading threat as far as spin is concerned for the Lions. Has been for a long time. Brilliant bowler, brilliant thinker. Described him as an intense cricketer, gives very little away, whether he's bowling or batting. He's even led the team, and on a number of occasions he's been exceptional in the way he's gone about doing that as well, in the white ball version.
How great it is for Lions to have the ranks of your white ball and red ball captain in one team.
Oof. Bad. Because otherwise they would have been going up for the LBW. 2 balls remain.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We've been wrong before.
Yeah, in this over. They should name a mountain after this fellow. They can call it Sean von Berg. Oh. Haven't removed the bails. The umpires are making their way to their respective posts. And it's definitely the time, Gert.
Yeah, definitely the time that they're playing. I was in the impression you can only add time, not overs, but I was wrong. Klaba Peter now changing ends. He's coming from the golf course end. And if time allows, there'll be 2 more overs.
Are they going up to 6? I'm not going to venture to predict anything for now.
Still lovely sunshine. They can actually go till 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't have the conditions of play, so I'm just going to wait and leave it for the umpires. 5 men around the bat for Kamane.
Absolutely spanked that for a maximum.
Also a minimum of effort, not so much of a backlift, but he was pretty sure of himself exactly what he wanted to do with it, and he's deposited it way beyond that wide long on boundary.
Approaching the 150 mark is the Goldrush. It's actually a lovely shot. Nice and controlled, didn't try and overhit it. Enough elevation and cleared the fence. We nearly played this one into the hands of Dominic Hendricks.
It was a powerfully hit, and he was disappointed that it went straight to the mid-off fielder, gesturing that it should have gone wider.
Excellent awareness, knowing that one was pitching outside leg stump. Making sure that it can't go around his body.
Yeah, cricket delivery as well. So good judgment, you're absolutely right. 3 to go, we think. Give him umpire, come on. Now he's way out on that front foot, and I'm sure it's hitting him outside the line.
The time is now 6:15, close of scheduled play, but still lovely sunshine. We might go until 6. We'll know as much as you after this delivery.
I was just going to say that it's been to December now, and I can't remember sitting in the commentary box with a jacket on. There's been this cool breeze that has come through for most of the day, but it's still been a wonderful day's cricket, wonderful sunshine all the way through. And both teams have actually gone toe-to-toe with one another, which has also been good to watch. 147 for 7, 54 overs complete. just tell our viewers, the official scoreboard shows that there's 1 over that remains, and that flicked over, remember, a few overs back when we thought it was done. And then it flicked up with 2 overs remaining. Those two have been bowled, 3 have been bowled since then. So I'm quite certain that it's the time. And it's also just moved past 5:45, so 6 o'clock will be the cutoff. So lots of opportunities. Oh, that was so close.
Imagine being Sean van Berg, putting all this hard work and then noticing the overs are done and the umpire says, hold on, couple more left.
Yep.
And then you see your partner in the other end, slog sweep against the spin, the leggy for a 6. You're thinking, it's because it's the end of the game. He says, no. Gonna bowl a couple more.
Well played. Beautifully played. Backed away so nicely and then waited late on it and got back to ball. Lovely stroke from Sean van Berg.
It brings up the 150 for the Goldrush Boland. 151 for loss of 7. They were 151 for loss of 8 in the first innings. And a fantastic fight back with that man Sean van Berg and Glenton Steerman.
He's done well for those deliveries that he's played on the back foot, not to just go through his defenses. Either hit him straight on or bowl him. And he's hit him on the pad this time. He has to be given out. Yes, indeed he is. That was hitting leg stump, no doubt. He was well back. You were just talking about Sean van Berg having done all of the hard work. The other thing, a little bit of a byplay there. Johan van Fortuin immediately turned to run in to deliver, and van Berg wasn't ready. But it looks like the umpires have also called it quits. That's the end of the game. So they finish on 151 for 8. And it matters in the professional game when you are out or not out. And hard luck for Sean van Berg. In the end, he was adjudged LBW.
I think he was more unhappy with the fact that he didn't get back to it than actually the decision. They've been crashing into middle and leg. It's another wicket for Fortuin. It's another match drawn, but this got a lot closer than we actually expected it's going to get. So DP World Lions winning the toss, selecting to bat first. Beautiful 100 by Zubair Hamza. Really sets up that first innings for the Lions. Also a 51 from their captain Dominic Hendricks, took him to 374, which also included a beautiful partnership with Connor Esterhuizen and then also Bjorn Fortuin. 79 for Esterhuizen and 66 for Fortuin. And Glenton Steerman, Nyaka and Kamane all picking up 3 wickets in that first innings, with Sean van Berg picking up the solitary 1. And then it was the innings of the Goldrush Boland, which started off in disaster. Aslam, it was only the 50 from Kajima that took them anywhere. And then from there, they all pitched in, but there was that partnership. Glenton Steerman, 71, only his second 50 in his professional career. And then also that Sean van Berg, 38 of 69. Fantastic job done.
Yeah, that was it was a good fight back. I think that whole Goldrush Boland's first innings was based around those 2 fight backs in the lower order that kept them in this game. Because if you take those partnerships away, DP World Lions were in complete control. I mean, we saw how they batted in the second innings. They rushed along. They got 206 of just those 41 overs. A hefty lead of 303. They had everything to play for. In the end, both teams were perhaps beaten by time lost, but both did produce a fine match of cricket here today. So match drawn, unfortunately, for both teams, looking for a win. But I think the happy of the lot will certainly be the visitors, having secured a draw, a fighting draw, and will maybe just look to maintain their position in the first 4 on the log positions as well. So that's the final words from us here at the DP World Wanderers Stadium. It's been fun bringing you this match. As Gert has just mentioned, there was some quality batting and bowling as well that we've watched. And no team actually did dominate for too long. It did fluctuate from time to time, but you felt that once the DP World Lions got to 374, which was least expected, and then the Goldrush Boland fighting back, you really felt that the game was even Stevens for a long while, until the DP World Lions, of course, got that 206 and a partnership and a score that was worthy of the declaration, and also perhaps this is an attempt to pick up a win. In the end, they'll probably rue the fact that they batted too long, but that's always conjecture. You make the decision on the time which you think is best for the team, and in the end, it either works or it doesn't. In this case, it hasn't worked for the home side, and they have to settle for the draw. For the time being, from the commentary team, Mbali, Gert and myself, it's been fun bringing this to you. It's goodbye from the Wanderers until next year when we resume with coverage on YouTube Pitch Vision. Until then, stay safe and keep the country clean. Bye.